Han Sen's heart pounded as he thought, if Ancient Devil's body in the past life had Bauer's father's face, that means Ancient Devil did not like his past life's face because he had a crush on the God Chaos Party leader. It was because of jealousy that he did not want to look like his love rival. Can you get it over with yet? Ancient Devil did not explain. He just pointed at the stone statue. It should be fine, I suppose. Han Sen was not completely certain. If this was just his idea, he would have used the sky clock to turn the statue back into its former shape. Now, the Geno tablet was living inside the sky clock. In its current state, the sky clock could not do things just because Han Sen willed it. The power of the sky clock can turn it into the original shape. I know that for sure. You do not need to worry about that. Ancient Devil misunderstood. He thought Han Sen was hesitating because he did not think the sky clock's power could work on the statue. Okay. I will give it a go. Han Sen did not explain the truth. He took out the sky clock and carefully activated its power. The Geno tablet did not attempt to disturb the sky clock. The 3 needles on the crystal clock, which looked like a gravestone, started madly spinning. The bottom of the crystal clock statue had a time reverse effect. It started to exhibit weird changes. The moss started to fade, revealing its original color. It was a black rock that looked like an inky stone. It was so dark that the light did not even reflect off it. Any light that landed on it looked like it was absorbed by a black swirl. When Han Sen looked at it, all he saw was a black statue. He could not even see its face. Time was going backward. After a while, the statue had no changes. The statue looked like it was going back through billions of years. There was way too much time being reversed. Han Sen used all the power he could to run the sky clock for this, but the statue's changes were still very slow. There were not many changes over that course of time. You are too slow. I should give it a go. The Geno tablet's voice sounded in Han Sen's brain. Han Sen saw the sky clock's needle speed up. It was much faster now than it was when he was using the sky clock. It spun incredibly fast. Quickly, the statue started to exhibit changes. The lines on the body started to fill. It went from delicate to thick. It went from thick to thicker. It then became a black stone that had the shape of a nut. Ancient Devil looked at Han Sen with shock. The sky clock was Time Sky's treasure, but there should have been no way it was that strong. A moment later, it was hard to tell how many billions of years went by. Even if Moment God, who was one of the 12 main god spirits, was there, she would not have been able to do what it had just been done. Yet, the sky clock achieved this with ease. It made Ancient Devil a very confused man. Han Sen saw the sky clock stop by itself. He then asked Ancient Devil, "Is that okay now?" "That is good. Thank you kindly." Ancient Devil bowed. "It is just a simple trade. You do not have to be so polite." After pausing, Han Sen looked at Ancient Devil and asked, "Are you going to join the Geno tablet fights?" "I will go." Ancient Devil sounded calm in his response, but Han Sen sensed that he was very determined when it came to his participation. "I wonder if the Geno tablet fights are 1 versus 1 or group fights," Han Sen said. "If they are group fights, why don't you and I deal with Qin Xiu together? After all, you do not want to see Qin Xiu get the Geno tablet, do you?" Ancient Devil did not answer. The Geno tablet sounded in Han Sen's ear. "Do not even think about it. Let's not say I would not give you a chance. Even if I did give you a chance, it would only end up with you being bullied by Qin Xiu. In the 33 skies, most people have a connection to the Geno tablet." When Han Sen heard it speak, he felt a little disappointed. If it was just a one-on-one fight. If Bauer encountered Qin Xiu before he did, he would be unable to protect her. Han Sen thought, no. I cannot let Bauer join the Geno tablet fights. At the very least, I must fight Qin Xiu before she does. Even if I cannot defeat him, I want to at least be able to damage Qin Xiu. then, Bauer can swoop in to finish him off. Ancient Devil said, the Geno tablet fights are just one-on-one fights. Even if I wanted to fight Qin Xiu with you, there would be no chance. I just hope we don't fight each other too soon. If we do, one of us will walk away a winner. That will only benefit Qin Xiu. I hope so too. I have to go now. Hansen waved his hands and readied himself to escape Mirror Lake. Ancient Devil stopped him and said, there is one more thing. After thinking it over, I believe I should tell you. If you meet Berry Path God, you should be very careful. I am not afraid of Qin Xiu. Do you think I'd be afraid of someone like Berry Path God? Hansen did not care. Ancient Devil was not mad about his line of thinking. He just went on to say, Berry Path God was given most of the old leader's items. On top of that, he is the strongest spirit in the 33 skies. Perhaps his power might not be as great as Qin Xiu's, but he will certainly pose a threat. I understand. Hansen looked a bit serious as he thought, why did Chaos put all of her treasures in the same spot? That only benefited Berry Path God and Big Sky Demon. They should belong to Bauer, and what Bauer has belongs to me. That means Berry Path God, that asshole, stole all of my treasure. I cannot forgive him for that. After leaving Outer Sky, Hansen readied himself to return to Space Garden. Before he returned to Space Garden, the sky clock suddenly started to spin. It twisted space and took Hansen back to Time Sky. Geno tablet, what are you doing? Hansen thought the Geno tablet was controlling the sky clock to play tricks on him. I did not do anything. It seems some creature started a leader fight. It looks like he wants your seat. The Geno tablet's voice was playing in Hansen's head. Who is doing this? How dare he challenge Time Sky? Is Qin Xiu coming? Hansen raised his head. The whole of Time Sky was lit up. On the Geno tablet in the 33rd sky, the name of the leader of the 29th sky was lit up. Quickly, the Geno tablet displayed an image of Time Sky. Everyone, from every corner of both universes, was able to see Time Sky clearly. Aside from Qin Xiu, Hansen could not think of anyone who would dare challenge him now. Time Sky's power was weird, and Hansen was a leader of Time Sky. He at least had the home advantage. Even if they wanted to fight Hansen, ordinary Breakworld elites would not go to Time Sky to challenge him. There were not any other creatures around wanting to challenge him. Hansen looked at the Geno tablet's displayed image. He then saw the person who had challenged him. It is her. Hansen was shocked. The person who challenged him was Moment God. When the creatures of both universes saw Moment God challenge Hansen again, they were outright dumbstruck. The creatures of the Geno universe and the universe of kingdoms knew Hansen had once fought Moment God, and he had managed to kill Moment God once. Back then, Moment God hadn't totally recovered. The current Moment God was different. When the humans of the universe of kingdoms saw Moment God challenge Hansen, they were outright dumbstruck. She was one of the 12 primary annihilation god spirits. Now, she was looking to challenge the infamous Hansenator. In their eyes, Moment God was much stronger. Hansen was surprised. When Time Sky did not have a leader, Moment God did not go to Time Sky to wage combat for the position. Now, she wants to challenge me. What does that mean? Although Hansen and Moment God had a conflict once before, Qin Xiu was an enemy of the Geno Hall. They both shared a common nemesis. According to the theory, the Geno Hall should have sent people after Qin Xiu to see if they could displace his position as leader of a sky. There was no rhyme or reason for why she would challenge Hansen. As Moment God approached, she traveled through the stone clock areas that were already spinning. She was not affected by them. Not long later, she walked in front of Hansen. She was really tall. She looked very proud and cold. She looked really powerful, like an actual god coming. Hansen looked at Moment God and asked, Moment God, why are you challenging me? Moment God looked at Hansen coldly. She did not change the expression on her face while replying, "You and I fight today. If I win, you will give me the sub-god from the God of Wealth temple. If I lose, you can do whatever you want to me." What is Moment God talking about? Does she want Han Sen's God of Wealth temple sub-god? Should she not go looking for the God of Wealth? Why go and look for Han Sen? In the universe of kingdoms, many nobles currently unable to understand what was going on. Ah, no way. Is Han Sen the God of Wealth? Was he that mysterious, 13th Annihilation class god spirit? Someone reacted quickly, thinking that might be the answer to the mystery. How would this be possible? How could Han Sen be the God of Wealth? In the Qin kingdom, many nobles had their eyes open wide. Their mouths could not be closed. I see. I see. That explains everything. In King Qin's white face, one could see the fashioned shape of excitement. Han Sen was the 13th Annihilation class main god, and he was a friend of Qin Bai. If there were no accidents, the Qin kingdom would have another Annihilation class main god to guide them. Qin Bai would definitely become a king. Even though the Qin kingdom already had many Annihilation class main god spirits, there weren't any Annihilation class main god spirits in close association with Qin Bai. None operated as Han Sen did. It seems my son did have some luck. King Qin sighed. He was not sure if he was happy for Qin Bai or not, or if it was just dumb luck that Qin Bai was so blessed. How is that possible? A Qin kingdom officer had just woken up from his daze. He was unable to accept how Han Sen could be the 13th Annihilation class main god. If this came from the mouths of other people, the nobles that thought Han Sen was the biggest evil officer in the Qin kingdom could not believe it. But this was from Moment God. No one could doubt her words. I cannot answer you. Han Sen smiled at Moment God. He knew Moment God was there for the god spirit of Moment God. Are you afraid you will lose? Moment God stared at Han Sen coldly. Winning or losing does not matter, Han Sen said. She is my sub-god. She is not my slave. She has a will and free will. She can leave, and she can stay where she is. She is the one to determine that. It is up to her, so I will not use her life for a gambit even if I know I am going to win. You are just afraid to lose, Moment God coldly said. You do not have to go a long way around for saying that. If you want to trade something else, I don't mind fighting you. Han Sen did not decline to participate in combat with her. He just smiled and looked at her. It does not matter if you agree or not. I am fighting you today. I will avenge the humiliation I suffered over you killing me once before. Moment God's eyes were so cold they were like icy blades. They could pierce through Han Sen's lungs. After hearing that, the universe of kingdoms was shocked. Han Sen was the god of wealth. They could not believe it. The scariest thing about it was the fact that Moment God had confessed to Han Sen having killed her. The humans of the universe of kingdoms believed the 12 annihilation main gods were as good as they got. They thought they ruled absolute supreme. They could not imagine something like this happening. That was especially true of the Qin kingdom's nobles. Their mouths were wide and agape. They were big enough to allow a fist to fit in. They were all frozen, unable to believe what their ears were hearing. Han Sen, that big and evil man. He is an annihilation class main god. He killed Moment God. They all felt as if their brains were failing. God, what did we do wrong? Many nobles of the Qin kingdom were crying. It was like they had just woken up from a dream. If they could establish a good relationship with Qin Bai, it meant they could meet an annihilation class main god. Then, their kids and grandchildren would be on the God of Wealth's doorstep. God of Wealth had many powerful members. After the last god fight, God of Wealth became very famous. It was not just Han Sen either. Even Ingot had shocked many people. But they were unable to be friends with Han Sen, and they treated a big god like the biggest evil person in the history of the Qin kingdom. They felt very bad. It was as if they could not breathe. God, what have we done? Han Sen, you are an annihilation class god spirit. Is it really so fun to become a commoner and walk amongst us? UF** King did this deliberately. Many nobles of the Qin kingdom were sad. They envied Qin Bai. Although Qin Bai was not exactly king material, if Han Sen was not going to die and supported Qin Bai, he would be the king. This was an annihilation class main god that killed Moment God. Aside from Qin Bai, all the Qin kingdom nobles had missed a good chance. They had no idea that when Han Sen and the others tried to kill Moment God, her powers had yet to recover. She was no longer the way she was then. In the past, you helped me escape. I owe you one. Why are you doing this to me? Han Sen did not want to fight Moment God for nothing. Even if he beat Moment God, it was a pointless victory. It only gave Qin Xiu one less enemy. Did I not say I was not there to save you? I was saving Miss Bauer. You do not owe me anything. Today, we must fight. Moment God stepped forward and approached Han Sen. Han Sen now understood why Han Jinji tricked Bauer into going to the 33 skies. He wanted to use the Geno Hall's power to save him. The cause power was complicated, so he went to the 33 skies for Bauer. If Bauer had not gone to the 3 skies, Han Sen would not have gone inside either. He could not tell if Han Jinji had done this as a mistake or not. Moment God stepped forward. It was like time was floating behind her. It became a river of time light, and it roared at Han Sr. Moment God, do you not remember that this is Time Sky? I am afraid your time powers will not be as effective here. Han Sen used the sky clock. The sky clock's needles moved. Time Sky's many stone clocks were moved because of the sky clock's power. Moment God's time river was affected by many different time areas. She immediately lost her advantage. Before she reached Han Sen, the time river scattered. It did not pose a threat to Han Senator, it was all thanks to the sky clock he was wielding against her. Time powers are not as simple as you might think. Moment God's face did not change. She pulled a hairpin out of her hair. The hairpin was like a needle. Moment God clutched it as if she was gripping the hilt of a dagger. Moment God followed the needle. Wherever the needle went, it made the sky clock spin differently. There was a great variety to the speeds. It went wild until it came to a complete stop. It was like time had just frozen. Moment God is very powerful. She is clearly different from how she was before. Han Sen saw Moment God approach. All of the stone clocks ceased their spinning. Not even the sky clock could make the stone clocks move again. Moment God walked to the sky clock's proximity and stopped. The needle in her hand was on the edge of the sky clock. If Moment God stepped forward, the sky clock's time would touch it. They are both time powers. Which is stronger, Moment God or the sky clock? In the 17th sky, Qin Xiu looked at the Geno tablet with profound interest. The sky clock should be stronger, said Sky King, who was right next to him. After all, that is Time Sky. The sky clock has the support of Time Sky's laws. No matter how strong Moment God is, she cannot break the rules that govern Time Sky. He was a spirit in the 33rd sky. He should have been the leader of the 33rd sky, but the Geno tablet's existence took the 33rd sky. Sky King did not become the leader of any other sky. He just followed Qin Xiu around like a handmaiden. Time Sky's power is a dead power, Qin Xiu coldly said. Moment God commands a power that is alive. Therein lies the pickle, you see. A dead rule might not be able to stop a living God. Are you saying that Moment God might have a way to break the suppression of the rules that govern Time Sky? Sky King asked with visible shock. That isn't what I said, but you seem to get the gist of it, Qin Xiu said. Yes, they are both using time elements. Ichi's break world rate had almost reached 100. In their fight before, Ichi lost to Moment God. This moment God is not a simple enemy to tackle. If she is able to reach the legendary 100% break world rate, destroying the restrictions of the rules that govern time sky should not be too difficult to do, but God spirits don't exactly use break world powers. What can she do to break time sky's rule suppression? Sky King still did not believe Moment God could break the rules that governed the suppression of time sky. Well, I wholeheartedly suggest you shut your mouth and keep watching, Qin Xiu coldly said. I am sure we will find out in due time, so stop hassling me with long speeches and nonsensical questions. It was not just Qin Xiu feeling this way either. The god spirits in the Geno Hall were watching this fight too. They were eager to find out whose time powers would prove stronger. If the Geno tablet could control the universe, Time Sky's leader would be the future god of time. Moment God was currently the god of time. This fight was between the future and present gods of time. It was like two factions were having a showdown. Of course, while Han Sen was the leader of Time Sky, he did not possess any actual time elements in his body. He was not a genuine god of time. Moment God did not hesitate. The needle went to the sky clock's time area. BZZT. The needle entered the area. Two powers collided. It resulted in the creation of a scary time storm. The whole area of time was twisted. Sometimes things went forward, and sometimes things went in reverse. Han Sen was just a part of the audience watching this unfold. He did not join the combat between Sky Clock and Moment God. First, it was because his body had a problem. He could not fight unless he was provoked by the outside. Second, he wanted to see which of the two was stronger. Was it going to be the Sky Clock or Moment God? The Geno tablet remained in the Sky Clock, but it did not do anything. It was unknown whether or not it thought it was worth fighting Moment God or not. It just watched and did not participate. The Sky Clock's needle reversed. The needle in Moment God's hand followed her fingers. It spun clockwise. Two powers were going in forward and reverse. Nothing could stop what was going on. The whole area was stopped in time. There was an absolute balance of stillness. Moment God, I still have not been struck. Are your powers really this lame? Han Sen squinted his eyes as he looked at Moment God. Moment God did not move. She maintained the position of her needle, continuing to fight against the Sky Clock and its power. Everyone thought this fight was going to last forever. Suddenly, Moment God's needle started to spin in reverse. The main and reverse powers of time cancelled each other out. Now, Moment God was able to reverse time too. The whole area became a scary counterclockwise place. In just a moment, all of time went back 10 million years. Han Sen was in the reverse time. He said to Moment God, "That is putting in a good effort, but it is a shame your effort is wasted. I am the leader of Time Sky. Time here cannot take away my youth or alter my lifespan." "That is impossible," Moment God said with a frown. "Even if you were the leader of Time Sky, it does not mean you should not be hurt by time power. The truth is right in front of you. You can refuse to believe it, but you cannot deny cold, hard facts." Han Sen laughed. He did not plan on leaving the reversal of time zone. That scary reverse power could not do anything to him. If this was another creature, even a top-class time element break world beast that had become the leader of Time Sky, it would not feel absolutely nothing in the reversal of time. Han Sen was only like this because his body was weird. He was not affected by time power, so he might as well beat down Moment God's confidence. It was a shame Moment God's confidence was not easily subdued. She did not stop there. She spun the needle even faster to make the reversal of time go even faster and scarier. "You are not affected because the reversal of time is not fast enough," Moment God said while coldly looking at Han Sen. "If that is what you choose to believe, then fine. Allow me to help you." Han Sen's will moved. He hurried the Sky Clock to make the Sky Clock go in full reverse. The Sky Clock's and Moment God's time powers went in reverse. The whole area of time was unbelievably reversed. One moment became a billion years. Moment God and Hansen stood in the reverse of time. A scary river of time went through her body, but it did not touch her god body once. Moment God looked at Hansen coldly as she said, "You are the leader of time sky, but you do not wield time element powers. My body can resist damage from the powers of time. In a fight like this, you have no choice but to submit to defeat." "Perhaps not." Hansen coldly dropped his two words and did not elaborate. Moment God's needle and the needle of the sky clock were madly spinning in reverse. The reversal of time was becoming scarier and scarier. If an ordinary break world beast were there, beyond being turned back into an egg, they would probably be taken back to a time before their mother was even born and disappear into space. "This is a pure time power fight," an elite watching the fight said. "It is a real god fight. I wonder which one of them has the supreme command of time. I suppose we will receive the answer when the fight is over." At the same time, Human King, who had become the leader of the 25th Sky, watched the fight. All of the Blood Legion members were taken to the 25th Sky. A Blood Legion member saw the two of them standing in the flow of reverse time. It was unclear which one of them had an advantage, so he said, "Leader, look at Hansen and Moment God. Which would you say has the superior command of time power?" Human King's eyes were like water, but they looked really shiny as he said, "It is too early to tell which of the two is winning or losing. They have not truly tried to show off the full breadth of their powers yet. They are already such scary time powers. Is that not all of their power? Are they still hiding some of their powers?" The members looked at Hansen and Moment God in disbelief. "I do not know what kind of power Hansen is hiding, but Moment God has yet to use her sub-god power," Human King said. "She has not tried her best yet. The two of them are scary. Is this going to trouble our plan?" An old member looked worried. "Powerful power might not be our resistance. Perhaps it will end up being our help." Human King was not worried. In fact, he actually smiled. The group of Blood Legion members and students were all looking at one another. They knew Human King was confident about being able to control the Geno tablet, but their opponents were very strong. They thought they would suffer great trouble. They could not think how something like this would end up helping them. If Human King was not speaking, the members could not ask anything. Therefore, all they could do was watch. The speed of time's reversal was becoming faster and faster. The sky clock's 3 needles were almost gone. Moment God's needle was spinning too. In the reversal of time, neither of them was moving. They just looked at each other from afar, weathering the corrosion of time. Moment God's time god body is not as strong as Hansen's body and its reversal power, Barry Path, God said with shock. He was currently in Dust Sky. "What makes you say that?" an elder of the God Chaos Party asked with some moderate confusion. From what he saw, the powers of Moment God and Hansen should have been even. Neither of the two had displayed any flaws in their performances. "Look at Moment God's God clothing," Barry Path, God said. After Barry Path, God said that, all the members of the God Chaos Party looked at Moment God and her God clothing. The God clothes were dreamy. It was like they were perfect. The God clothing looked very holy. It released a shiny God light. Most elders were not able to discern any problems with it. "Barry Path God, is there a problem with the God clothing?" a God Chaos Party member asked. "Forgive me for being so dumb, but I do not see an issue with the God clothing." The other God Chaos Party members did not ask anything, but they still looked at Barry Path God with confusion. Clearly, they did not see the problem with the clothes either. "Do you not see it?" Barry Path, God, coldly asked. "The God clothes are newer than before." "Newer?" The people went for a closer look, but they did not see any difference. Seeing that they did not spot the issue, Barry Path God said, "If you guys have a proper look at Moment God's God clothes, you should see her God clothes are cleaner. That proves there is a problem." The time reversal is working on her clothes. Look at Han Senator, his clothes have not had any changes. If Moment God does not have any other powers, this is a fight Han Sen is sure to win. The other God Chaos Party members did not think there was an issue with newer or older clothes, but if Barry Path God had said there was, they did not think he was incorrect. Then, according to the vice president's opinion, is Han Sen going to be the victor in this fight? Someone asked. Perhaps not. They still haven't used their true powers yet. It is too soon to determine which of the two will be a victor. Barry Path God squinted his eyes and said to himself, there should be time. Barry Path God had only just said this when Moment God's eyes looked frozen. Her god light blew up and exploded into the sky like a light shadow rising up from her body. It was a giant shadow that looked like a dragon. It was just a shadow. It was not solid. Even so, it made people feel very afraid of it. One of its eyes was like a sun, whereas the other was eerily reminiscent of a moon. The sun and the moon looked like wheels as they spun. Time was flying. When the sun and moon dragon revealed itself, Moment God's time power became even scarier. The needle, which had already reached a maximum speed, moved even faster. This is an Annihilation class Wild Sun Moon God Dragon. It is the same as Moment God in that it wields a time element. With the buffing of the Sun Moon God Dragon, Moment God's time power will be stronger. That is the benefit of being a main god. King Qin was very worried. He did not know if Han Sen, who ruled the God of Wealth Temple, could fight Moment God, who was a main god. Han Sen did not bother summoning a sub-god for a boon. Moment God's body wielded an even scarier shadow. Another sub-god buffing power landed. It was a jade cicada. It screamed. One of its wings displayed an old word that read spring, and the other wing had a word that meant autumn. It is a spring-autumn cicada. It is another time element wild god. Many of the elites watching the fight were in shock, but this was not the end. Moment God kept flashing with scary lights. Many light shadows appeared. They were all powerful time wild gods. There were 10 of them. Each of the god shadows was as strong as the Sun Moon God Dragon. As the 10 sub-gods' powerful powers buffed Moment God, it made her power stronger. It made the time power scarier. The needle was spinning fast. It was moving faster than the sky clock. It became a main reverse power. Buzz. The reversal of time suddenly went forward. Everything in the reverse time went back to normal, including the stone clocks. Time Sky stone clocks were shaking because of the reverse power. All of the stone clock powers were being reversed. Moment God is very powerful, Barry Path God said with visible shock. She used her own power to shake all of Time Sky. If she joined the Time Sky leader fight in the beginning, perhaps Han Sen would have never become the Time Sky leader in the first place. That is not her power alone, a God Chaos Party elder said. She borrowed the powers of her sub-god. The sub-gods still belong to her, making their power a part of hers, Barry Path God said. He briefly paused and said, such time power. Han Sen is not a time element. Time Sky will not do much to affect him, but I do not think he can block this reversal of time. It was not just Barry Path God that thought of things this way. Upon seeing all of this, Big Sky Demon frowned and said, Moment God is stronger than before. She is stronger than when she was rebooted. Against the rules of Time Sky, she alone is supreme. She is taking control of the rules of Time Sky for herself. It is no wonder why she is the main god of time powers. Can this little guy, Han Sen, handle her? Even the Geno Hall's God Hall leader nodded. He said, Moment God has already surpassed herself. She has achieved a new zenith. She has never been this strong before. Now, in this universe, no one else has a time power that is greater than hers. In Time Sky, many stone clocks were reversing together. It became a powerful vat of reversing time that pushed Han Sen's location and time to reverse at an even quicker speed. It was like one moment was forever. Moment God looked at Han-sen and coldly said, in a pool of reverse time like that, a moment means nothing. If you do not want to be reduced into nothing, you can concede now. Han-sen was not planning on stepping down. He smiled at Moment God and said, time and I are like clouds. Although there is an endless past, I am still me. No other power can change that. Moment God stopped speaking. The needle in her hand started to spin. The whole of time sky was like it had been affected by the needle. The needles on all of the stone clocks were madly spinning. The whole of time sky was working together to create a giant reversal of time force. Time sky started to tremble because of time being reversed so much. Many stone clocks were starting to disappear in the zone of time reversal. Even the stone clocks that had time power could not withstand that scary reversing time power. In Space Garden, many humans, spirits, and creatures were watching Han-sen with profuse worry. Linger was buried in Ji Yanran's bosom. She looked worried as she asked, is Dad going to be okay up there? Yes. No one can defeat your father, Ji Yanran told Linger with certainty. Even though things seemed dangerous for Han-sen, she was not worried. She felt much safer about how things were going to turn out. Although she told Linger that, Ji Yanran was feeling a bit confused. She found herself intensely staring at Han-sen. Moment God looked at Han-sen coldly. She wanted to see Han-sen turn into an egg with that time reversal power, but her eyes were starting to turn from beads of certainty to marbles of confusion. Her gaze was turning from confusion to one filled with shock. As time went by, Han-sen continued to stand where he was. It was like nothing was affecting him. By now, 7 minutes had gone by. Still, nothing was changing Han-sen's body. Not even his armor was dissolving. Moment God was not the same. Her clothes were becoming brighter. It seemed very powerful in the eyes of other people, but Moment God knew it was because her power was not sufficient enough to withstand the reversal of time. Her god clothes were affected by the reversal of time. They were going back in time ever so slowly. How is that possible? How can his body withstand so much time reversal power without being affected in the least? Nothing is happening to him. Does this mean he is like the God Hall leader? Has he reached that step? Moment God was shocked. She looked at Han-sen weirdly. It was as if she wished to learn something more from Han-sen's face. Impossible. How can that step be so easily obtained? Plus, his soul genes are not as strong as Qin Xiu's. In just one life, can he make this step? This should be impossible. Moment God had to try and deny her thoughts. She gnashed her teeth. Moment God's started to look sharp. It looked as if she had come to a decision. Her other hand touched the needle. Her hands folded together to put the needle in the center between them. Old reverse, turn back to 0. As Moment God coldly shouted, her hands started to spin in a different direction. The time needle exploded with a scary time god light that shone across the whole of time sky and made it all brighter. Boom! Moment God's long hair went straight. It was like it was going from black to white. It was like she was growing old in one sole moment. In that scary time power, the time clock was affected as well. The 3 needles stopped spinning. It was like they were frozen. They all stopped at the peak of their spins. They all came to a stop at 12 o'clock. Its time power's strongest power returned to 0. I cannot believe Moment God is that strong. If she becomes my 33 skies time god, I firmly believe she will be worthy. Qin Xiu looked at Moment God with nothing but sheer shock. Clearly, Moment God's performance had surprised the man. Even Qin Xiu was surprised by what he was witnessing. Moment God's face started to look older. Her long hair turned gray. It was even turning white. She kept staring at Han Senator, her eyes looked more and more shocked. She tried her best to cast her god skills that had her strongest time power return to 0. Despite her effort, she was still unable to affect Han Sen's body. Now, it was not only Moment God who was in shock. All the elites in the universe were in total shock. From the beginning to the end, Han Sen had not cast a single skill or power. All he ever used was the sky clock to block whatever powerful power Moment God sought to smite him with. It was extremely hard to believe. Is the power of the sky clock truly that powerful? Sky King could not believe his eyes as he peered at the sky clock. Qin Xiu coldly said, "It is not the sky clock that is strong. It is that person who is too strong." Clearly, he knew what he was witnessing was not the sky clock and its power. Han Sen, who had not been doing anything the whole time, finally moved. When the time started reversing, Han Sen approached Moment God. The reversal of time was like a mad wave. To him, it was like the soft spray of gentle spring. It could do nothing to halt his advance. Moment God felt as if she had been wronged. She had tried her best to use her god-based power and explode with the time skill returned to zero. One could see the impact of time coming out. When it touched down on Han Sen's body, it was like a wave of water coming to an end. Han Sen stepped closer. He went all the way over to Moment God's position. What a woman. A woman that doesn't listen. Typical. After Han Sen said that, he reached out his hand. He grabbed Moment God's hand, which was clutching the needle. He used a little bit of strength and completely pulled Moment God away from the needle. Moment God was pulled away by Han Senator, her body lost tension and fell toward him. Han Sen stood to the side. He used his hands to take Moment God's time needle away from her. Moment God's body flew away. She hit a stone clock. The stone clock broke. A scary amount of time had been reversed, but that came to an end now that Moment God had been tossed away. The whole of the time sky was calm again. The two universes went silent. All of the creatures were shocked. Moment God was the base of time sky and able to reverse time, yet Han Sen had easily been able to steal her weapon. Through doing that, she was sent soaring through the air. It was like a child being destroyed. It was hard to imagine. Everyone's mouths stayed open. The Geno tablets and Time Sky's lights had already faded. The videos of the Geno tablet were gone. The leader fights were over. Many elites were very shocked. They did not calm down after the video stream ended. The powers they had witnessed were too shocking. The images were seared into their minds. No one was able to forget them. Sky King's face still looked shocked. He asked Qin Xiu, "Mr. Leader, did Han Sen really ascend to that step?" Qin Xiu remained silent. After a while, he shook his head. He does not have that feature just yet. I believe that his body is a little bit weird. It seems. It seems what? Sky King quickly asked. Qin Xiu quietly said, "I wanted to use a self-gene to reach the last step in my past life, so I made this Geno evolution skill. It was called the story of genes. It was for using your own genes to escape the boundaries of this universe, but one man's genes are very limited in their ultimate scope. They cannot evolve the universe, so the story of genes was just something fake. It was nothing real that could amount to anything tangible and great. It did not achieve anything. I could not even learn it myself in my past life. Mister, have you practiced the story of genes in this life?" Sky King asked Qin Xiu. Qin Xiu shook his head. "I have spent this life researching the story of genes. This skill could make people's genes have a breakthrough, but the story of genes itself, at the end of the day, was just a hypothesis. It was never more than that. It never worked. The skill required far too much body power. If I had a body that could achieve that, I would have already reached the final step. I would not need the story of genes. If I did not have a body like that, I could not practice the story of genes and would not be able to make the last step. Therefore, this is a dead cycle that cannot be solved. That is why I said the story of genes is a hypothesis that does not bear fruit." Sky King looked weird as he asked, Now that you are talking about the story of genes, can you determine whether or not Hansen practiced the story of genes? Maybe he hasn't, Qin Xiu said. If I have guessed it right, he might have actually practiced with the story of genes. He used the gene prototype armor to get himself a basic the story of genes that was at a beginner level. Are you saying that he practiced with the story of genes to make that step? Sky King was in shock. Qin Xiu laughed coldly. He is only at a beginner level. To be at the beginning does not suggest he practiced with it. Did I not say that to achieve it, you must take that step? Without that step, it cannot work. It would be a dead cycle. Now, Hansen is just like me in my past life. He has reached a dead end with no way back. He has no chance of breaking away. The step he has reached cannot be abandoned. He will be forever forced to remain at the precise point he has reached. Is there a way for him to take that step? Sky King looked worried. Qin Xiu coldly said, if there was a way to make that step, I would not be forced to reincarnate after my past life. I could not do it in my past life, and he is just a normal, mixed human. You are correct, Mr. Sky King thought of who Qin Xiu was before. He felt safe and thought, if that person cannot walk out of that dead cycle, I do not think anyone can. In Time Sky, Moment God got up from the rubble that was strewn about. She had white hair. Her god body was extremely frail. She no longer shine with a god light. She was like a woman with white hair who had fallen ill. She looked very pale and drained of life. Blood was leaking from the corner of her lips. Why don't you kill me? Moment God bit her lips. She ignored the blood on her lips and stared at Hansen. Why would I want to kill you? Hansen asked. You are not my enemy. In some way, we share a common enemy. The enemy of an enemy is a friend, and I do not kill friends. The truth was that he could not actually kill Moment God. We are not friends. We will never be friends. If you do not kill me today, I will come back for you. You took my God spirit, and I am going to take it back. After Moment God said that, she turned around. She dragged her weak body with her in an attempt to break space. I will return it to you. Hansen threw the time needle to Moment God. Moment God accepted the time needle and gnashed her teeth. She threw it back and coldly said, I will take back what I lost. I do not need your pity and charity. After that, Moment God broke space and abandoned Time Sky. Hansen took the time needle. He looked where Moment God had departed and shook his head. I wonder if this will work on the God of Wealth Temple. If it works, I can let her use it. Hansen put the needle away. The sky clock started to fly. The Geno tablet on the wheel smiled. It surrounded Hansen, checking him out. What are you doing? Hansen asked with a frown. The Geno tablet's voice was heard in Hansen's brain. Moment God's time power reached the max of what is possible in this universe. It only needed one more step to go beyond this universe. With that power, your body should be affected by your level, but you are fine. That is so weird. People thought Hansen used the sky clock power to block Moment God's time power, but the Geno tablet knew Hansen did not use the sky clock power. Hansen's heart jumped. He pretended to remain chill and asked, does that mean I made that step? If you had made that step, the entire universe would repel you. You would not be sitting here. The Geno tablet paused and said, your body truly is weird. Give me a drop of your blood, and I will test your genes again. I thought you said there was no point in doing that, Hansen said with a smile. The Geno tablet felt embarrassed. It sounded angry as it said, just do as you were told and stop talking crap. Hansen wanted to know more about what was going on with his body. He bit his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the sky clock's circular shape. Hansen thought he would see the same scene he saw when watching Bauer conduct the same test, but he quickly realized things were not right. The droplet of blood he allowed to fall onto the circular shape of the clock was like a little red tadpole. It floated across the surface of the wheel. It was not absorbed by the wheel like it should have been. The Geno tablet did not say anything in response to that. The sky clock did, however, brightly shine. The needle started to wildly spin. It looked like it was trying to force the absorption of Hansen's blood. The blood was very stubborn. It was still crystallized and very much alive. It kept jumping across the wheel. No matter what the sky clock attempted, it did not seem to work. Hansen saw that the blood was not being absorbed by the stone clock, so he could not help but ask, "Geno tablet, care to tell me what is going on here?" The sky clock suddenly stopped. The Geno tablet's voice sounded in Hansen's head. "Your genes are weird. With the sky clock's power, it cannot be absorbed. It looks like you will have to go back to the Geno tablet for a proper test." After that, the sky clock started to run again. It twisted space and opened another path to the Geno tablet. After watching the sky clock fly through, Hansen quickly gave chase. He traveled through the time door. Hansen found himself before the Geno tablet again. The sky clock was in front of the Geno tablet. He let a drop of blood fall upon the wheel. It landed at the bottom of the Geno tablet. The Geno tablet started to shine. It looked like countless symbols and spells were floating. That was especially true for where the drop of blood was. It was wrapped up by the light spell. It took on the guise of a small, bright sun. Hansen watched this quietly from the side. He did not do anything. He just patiently awaited the results of this test. The Geno tablet just kept spinning. It went on and on without an actual result being yielded. This was completely different from the first time he had gone there to test his genes. It made Hansen wonder, no way. Is the Geno tablet unable to test and discover the condition of my genes? Hansen waited in front of the Geno tablet for 30 minutes. The Geno tablet was still spinning madly where it was. The entire thing was glowing and spinning, lighting up the realm in vibrant luminosity. It was like a machine that was in operation with overclocked speeds. Weird. This really is so weird. The sky clock's Geno tablet made some strange sounds. What is going on now? Hansen quickly asked. The Geno tablet said, "This is so weird. If I had not watched that droplet of blood come out of you, I would not even believe this was a droplet of blood bled from a creature." Hansen did not understand, so he asked, "What is that supposed to mean?" The Geno tablet weirdly said, "To say this is a drop of blood is mostly wrong. It would be more like a drop of water or a piece of stone. No, even water and stone have a structure to visualize. Your blood is like the most primitive of substances. It is like the most basic and primitive existence in all of creation. It cannot be analyzed, broken down, or dissolved. How is that even possible?" Hansen was frozen. "I know that this should be impossible, but the Geno tablet's analysis of your blood really does yield these non-results. Give me another drop of blood. I would like to test this once more." The Geno tablet sounded as if it was in a rush. Hansen was not going to hesitate. This situation was starting to become far more than he ever thought it might. It was such a conundrum. He was absolutely dying to find out more. He wanted results. Hansen gnashed his finger and let more blood drop onto the Geno tablet. In fear that one droplet was not enough, he let many more drops of blood fall upon the target. "You should fall back a little," the Geno tablet said. "I am going to analyze your genes." Hansen retreated a little. He saw the Geno tablet was rising. All of the symbols and signs were lighting up across the Geno tablet. It was like a machine that was operating at full power and firing on all cylinders. The few drops of blood he had given were yielding results similar to the very first drop of blood Hansen had given the Geno tablet. They quietly stuck to the surface of the Geno tablet. They were not going to blend into the Geno tablet and be absorbed. It did not matter how bright the Geno tablet became. It could not corrode the blood and consume it. The blood forever remained fresh and was untainted by other things. It was like his blood droplets were individual stones. The Geno tablet's light symbols were quickly spinning. The whole of the Geno tablet became extraordinarily bright. It gave people the feeling it might explode at any second. Hansen fell back a little. He was worried that the Geno tablet was going to blow up in his face. Time went by. The Geno tablet still could not refine Hansen's blood. Geno tablet, you are going to have to tell me something about this eventually. Hansen knew there would not be any solid results, but he still wanted to know something. I am still trying to conduct these tests, the Geno tablet replied. From what I can tell, these results are no different from things earlier. Your blood is like the most basic structure, and that denies me being able to analyze it. That is impossible. Hansen frowned. Of course. Do you think I do not know that this should be impossible? If this kind of analysis does not work, there is only one other thing this means. It would mean you are a creature that is dumber than an amoeba. Let's not talk about you being able to comprehend the actual concept of thinking, but it means you do not even know how to eat sh*t. The Geno tablet's description made Hansen speechless. From what you can tell, what is my situation now? Hansen carefully asked. The Geno tablet was silent a moment before saying, I have not experienced a situation like this before. If I was to take a guess, I would say there are two possibilities. What are these two possibilities? Hansen hastily asked. One is that your body's structure is far advanced, the Geno tablet said. It is too much for what I am able to analyze. Therefore, I cannot analyze it for you. If things are like that, that means my body must have evolved to a very high level, Hansen thought. According to the theory, even if you did make that step, my gene data would not have a reference point for you to be compared to, the Geno tablet said. I can still keep trying to analyze it though. What is my situation now? Hansen was confused. After being silent for a while, the Geno tablet's voice sounded again. Unless your evolution speed goes over what I know and is in my power, then this situation can happen. The chances of something like that happening are very small though. So, what is the second possibility? Hansen did not think his evolution level was so high that it could surpass what the Geno tablet was capable of analyzing. If his body was like that, it would not be as weak as it was. He would be indestructible and able to destroy the whole universe in one strike if he truly was that great. The Geno tablet remained silent for even longer this time. A while later, it said, there is one more possibility, which is that you are on a new path of evolution. The direction you are on is different from every other one anyone has ever had before. It is a new model of evolution. That is why I cannot analyze the structure of your genes. Hansen was shocked, so he asked, do you really think that is possible? I do not know, the Geno tablet seriously said. From what I can tell, that is the most likely reason why. That is my guess. Hansen did not expect that even the Geno tablet would be unable to test his gene mode. This was fairly hard to imagine. Even Qin Xiu's genes were able to be analyzed by the Geno tablet. This was something that had never happened before. If it was just as the Geno tablet told him, he might have embarked on a path that was different from all other beings in creation. If that was true, Hansen could not determine if that was a good thing or a bad thing. A new type of evolution meant there was no predetermined direction for him to follow. There was no prior experience he could use for references. Hansen would not even know how to walk along the paths that now lay before him. It was like one person traversing a foggy land alone. The next step might have him stumble upon holy fruit, god grass, gold mountains, or silver mountain. Stepping in another direction might have him plummet from a 10,000-foot-high cliff, encounter toxic snakes, and terrifying beasts. One step could lead to heaven, whereas another step could lead straight to hell. The paths no person had walked before were mysteries. If there was a success to be found, the rewards and achievements were grand. Unfortunately, paths like this were often occupied by lots of blood and bones. It meant one's general success was based on 10,000 bones. Hansen did not know if he was the person that could reach the altar or become a pile of bones scattered across the ground. With things the way they are now, I can't go back. I have no choice but to keep on going. I hope that I can sort this disaster out before I die. Hansen was not worried about himself. He was just not sure if his body was enough to stop Qin Xiu. Hansen looked at the sky clock and said, "Geno tablet, look at my body. What is it like when compared to Qin Xiu?" The Geno tablet went silent for a while and said, "I do not know. According to the theory, if Qin Xiu levels up to reach reboot class and combines with the Geno prototype armor, he will be the strongest life in this universe. Aside from your daughter, no other creature can fight against him." After saying that, the Geno tablet paused for a brief while. It then said, "As for your genes, right now, they are hard to determine. Maybe something accidental and unforeseen might happen. What you have just said does not mean anything." Hansen was speechless. "To know something is to know something," the Geno tablet calmly said. "To not know something is to not know something. No one can tell or be certain of something if they do not understand things. Wait until you fight Qin Xiu. Only then can things be determined. You will know the results then." Hansen looked at it with disdain. After he and Qin Xiu fought, the Geno tablet could no longer be used for analysis. "It doesn't matter, anyway. I am going back. You can come on out of this now." Hansen no longer wanted to waste his time with the Geno tablet. He lifted the sky clock while speaking. "You do what you need to do," the Geno tablet said. "I will keep my spirit inside the sky clock." "Are you not leaving?" Hansen frowned. The Geno tablet looked upset and asked, "What do you mean, not leaving?" "I am staying inside the sky clock, because I think you are great. My presence will only benefit you. What good can you possibly bring me? When I participate in the Geno tablet fights, will you help me?" Hansen curled his lips as he spoke. "Of course not," the Geno tablet said. "I created the Geno tablet fights. I will not break my own rules. If you are not going to help me, what is the point of you staying in the sky clock?" Hansen harshly asked. The Geno tablet did not speak. It did not say anything, but it also did not lift itself from the sky clock. It was like it was trying to play cheap and not emerge from the sky clock. "Hey! What are you doing? You are the Geno tablet. You can't just do this." Hansen shouted at the Geno tablet, but he received no response. It was like the Geno tablet was asleep. There was nothing he could do about it. He put the sky clock away and abandoned the 33 skies. He returned to Space Garden. The atmosphere in Space Garden was very tense. Huang Fujing and the others were doing their best to battle the Break World beasts. They were hoping to reach 100 Break World points themselves, so they did not stay at the base. When Hansen returned to the base, only Wang Yuhang was there. Zero and Little Angel had yet to return. "Little uncle, did you max out your Break World genes?" Hansen sat in front of Wang Yuhang. He poured himself out a cup of water. Wang Yuhang nodded. "They are maxed out. My Super God Spirit body evolved to ultimate mode, but my Super God Spirit body does not work in solo fights. It is only best when there are more enemies around. When it boils down to a one-on-one, it all depends on luck. I do not think I will be able to help you much." "Maybe not. Maybe you will have to use a lot of strength." Hansen smiled. Wang Yuhang tossed a piece of fruit to Hansen and smiled. "Do you expect me to defend Space Garden? You are smart, little uncle." Hansen gave him a thumbs up. He was not afraid of the Geno tablet fights. He was just afraid Qin Xiu might do something to Space Garden during the Geno tablet fights. Wang Yuhang squinted his eyes and said, "Do not worry. If the God Chaos Party attacks Space Garden, they will be sent home in body bags." Hansen looked at Wang Yuhang. He felt safe and comforted. It was good to have someone to rely on. Wang Yuhang patted Han Sen on the shoulder and said, "You can go. I have got things handled here." Han Sen returned to his yard. Ji Yanran was teaching Linger how to write. Upon seeing Han Sen come back, Ji Yanran stood up. Linger's body flashed and vanished. When she appeared again, she was in Han Sen's arms. She held Han Sen's neck and loudly proclaimed, "Dad. Isn't that my teleportation skill? When did you learn that, Linger?" Han Sen was shocked. His teleportation skill came from the very highest God Wander. It was more complicated than the average example of space teleportation. Ordinary people could not practice this teleportation skill. Linger was his daughter, but Han Sen never had the time to teach her how to teleport. Even if he did have time, to teleport cost a lot of energy. Han Sen did not believe she had what it took to use it. Now, Linger had somehow learned his teleportation skills. "In the past, you took me to play. When you used to teleport to hurry things up, I learned it." Linger tilted her head as she explained. "I only used it a few times." "Did you really learn it from that?" Han Sen was shocked. "Yes, it is very easy," Linger said with a nod. Han Sen was happy to hear this. He felt quite touched. "Maybe only you will think it is easy. Other people would be unable to learn it. Even if I went to teach them, they would not understand." "It is that hard, huh?" Linger looked unsure. Ji Yanran, who was nearby, smiled. "Why don't you look at who the mother is? It should not be a surprise how she can learn such things." "You are right, Master Wife." Han Sen smiled and nodded. As they chatted, Han Yufei was conducting a very special test in the Space Gardens lab. "Little baby. Be good. Your mother will make you the strongest creature in the universe." As Han Yufei stared at the machine, she looked crazy. Han Sen was back in the sanctuaries. Bauer was practicing. She and the gourd vine were combining well. She would soon be able to control the gourd vine with finesse. Han Sen watched Bauer from afar, but he made no plan on seeing her. The Geno tablet's voice sounded in Han Sen's brain. "Your daughter's genes are very good. Just wait until her genes have officially combined with the Geno seed. She will most certainly be able to walk that step. Her genes' completion is better than Qin Xiu's. If she joined the Geno tablet fights, she would be able to defeat Qin Xiu." Han Sen did not speak. He did not look happy. After a while, he spoke to the Geno tablet. "I take back my request. Please, no matter what, do not permit Bauer to join the Geno tablet fight." "Why not?" the Geno tablet asked. "Her genes are the most perfect in this entire universe. I would like her for a host. There is a big chance she would be able to control the whole universe. She would become the master of the entire universe." "None of that matters to me," Han Sen said. "Her becoming master of the universe means nothing to me. I just want her to be safe, happy, and able to live a fulfilling life." After thinking for a moment, the Geno tablet said, "From what I know, you and Qin Xiu are like water and fire. If Bauer does not join, Qin Xiu will be the Geno tablet's master. He will then control the entire universe. The situation will become much worse even for you. Bauer will have to fight him, but her chances of winning will be low." "I thought you said I have a chance of beating Qin Xiu," Han Sen coldly said. "That was just an expectation of mine," the Geno tablet said. "I have no genuine idea what the actual chances of you winning are. The evolution of your genes is too weird and erratic, so it is difficult to accurately predict your chances. Maybe you will win, but maybe you will lose. In that case, let's resume our conversation after I lose. First, you must help me. No matter what the circumstances are, do not allow Bauer to join the Geno tablet fights." Han Sen made his mind up. The rules cannot be changed. If Bauer challenges a leader before the Geno tablet fights start, aside from Qin Xiu, other leaders will not be able to stop her from becoming a leader. The Geno tablet looked glum as it spoke. If this is easily sorted, why would I beg you? Just help me out, would you? I believe you have a way around this. Hansen smiled. Fine, the Geno tablet said. I can think of a way that will allow me to do this without breaking the rules. After I help you, I need to stay in Skyclock, and you need to stop talking nonsense. You, sir, have a deal. Hansen looked at Bauer trying to connect with the gourd seed. Chaos, who was wearing black crystal armor, was watching over her. She taught Bauer what to do. Chaos was not as strong as she was before, but her knowledge was still top class. Even Hansen did not know as much as she did. Oh, wow. Dad, I cannot believe you are here. When did you get here? Bauer saw Hansen and happily went over to see him. She held on to Hansen. Chaos looked at Bauer with jealousy. She felt rather upset about Bauer's connection to Han Senator. She and Bauer recognized each other, but Bauer was not as close to Chaos as she was to Hansen. She was the biological mother, but she was not as close to her as Hansen, who was only her stepfather. That made Chaos sad. But Chaos was not a jealous person. Plus, Hansen was the one who raised Bauer. He had treated her like a real daughter, so she could not hold contempt for Hansen. Upon seeing Hansen approach, Chaos said, "You are not doing too bad for yourself. You got the leadership position of Time Sky. You might be able to help Bauer erase some unnecessary troubles." After pausing, Chaos checked out Hansen's body and said, "Your power has surprised me. You were able to block a lot of time power. Does your body wield time element gene powers?" As a matter of fact, I did do some practicing with time element geno arts in the past, Hansen replied. Chaos nodded. You are not too bad. It is a shame your soul genes are too weak. If you were able to reincarnate a few more times, perhaps you would be able to take the final step. After spirits are reborn, won't their past life memories be erased? Hansen asked. Chaos laughed. Ordinary spirits will not take their memories over to the next life, but some powerful life forces can adopt soul gene changes like Qin Xiu and me. We reincarnated, but we are special. We are stronger. Every life you have will be better than the last, but it does take a lot of requirements. Your life force would need a lot, so ordinary life forces cannot achieve this. When you had the Geno prototype stone, I tested your soul genes. It is a shame your soul genes are so average. You do not have any past life memories. That means your soul and whatever you were in a past life is no more. Just one lifetime of experience will not allow you to complete the last step. Hansen did not say anything, which was probably because he knew he wouldn't be able to walk that step. The Geno tablet had already told him he might be treading a new path of evolution. Perhaps it was not even a path. Bauer looked upset and said, "You cannot say that to my father. If my dad does not walk that step, that is only because he does not want to. If he wants to take it, he absolutely will. My CAD is the strongest." Chaos frowned. She could tell Bauer had relied on Hansen far too much. That sort of dependence was too much. It was beyond the realms of sense now. For Bauer's growth, that was not a good thing. As her daughter and the heir to that man, Bauer was the most perfect life form in the universe. She should have been very proud of herself. She should not have been constantly relying on Hansen the way she was. Chaos moved her lips, but she did not say anything. She understood why she was mad when Bauer spoke that way to Hansen, but did not call her mom. If she said something more negative about Hansen, Bauer would only become more upset. Compared to the relationship Bauer had with Hansen, Bauer would only hate her more. It was a shame considering she was her biological mother. Hansen stroked Bauer's head and smiled. Bauer is right. If I want to, I will be able to. Don't you worry about a thing. I will not allow anything to harm my baby daughter. Not Qin Xiu or even the gods themselves will harm her. You really love Bauer, don't you? Bauer was very happy. She gave Hansen a kiss. Chaos felt terrible about this. She thought, maybe Hansen is being honest. I do not doubt that, but having such absolute faith does not always guarantee success. Aside from Bauer, no one else can defeat Qin Xiu. If Hansen fights Qin Xiu before Bauer, he will fight Qin Xiu hard. That will be bad. If he dies, Bauer will be heartbroken and no longer be able to fight Qin Xiu with a still heart. No, I must convince Hansen to not do anything I would deem dumb. Chaos said, Bauer, you should go and practice. Me and Hansen have something we need to do. She then performed a gesture to Hansen. Hansen knew Chaos had something she wished to say to him. He stroked Bauer's hair and said, Go on, Bauer. You go and practice. I will take you home later. Let's have dinner with Mom, Little Flower, and Linger. Cool. I miss my mother, sister, and brother, Bauer merrily agreed. She jumped off of Hansen and went to practice. Chaos, what is it you want to tell me? Hansen and Chaos walked far away from Bauer before the question was asked. Chaos looked at Hansen with a serious expression and said, I know you love Bauer, and I know you treat her like a biological daughter. If you really want what is best for her, you should promise me something. In the Geno tablet fights, if you encounter Qin Xiu before Bauer does, you must quit. You cannot allow Qin Xiu to kill you. That will distract Bauer. Perhaps winning would mean losing. You do not want bad things to happen to Bauer, right? You are right. I do not want something to happen to Bauer. Don't you worry. I know what to do. Hansen paused and said, giving Bauer too much pressure is flat out not good for her. Let her rest for the night. Let her come home with me to have dinner. Let her relax, unwind, and get some energy back. Sure. Chaos nodded in agreement. Hansen took Bauer back with him to Space Garden. He called for his family to convene. Together with Bauer, they all had dinner. Aside from Little Flower and Linger, Tang Minger, Zero, Little Angel, Little Silver, and the others were all there. The whole family was complete. Bauer did not enjoy practicing. She had been trying hard for so long that she had grown bored of it. Now, she was like a happy girl again. This was a night that gave her a chance to have fun. Bauer and her siblings, the three of them, were playing games. Hansen and Ji Yanran sat on the couch watching them. Little Silver lay across Hansen's lap. Its eyes were closed. It allowed Hansen to stroke its silver hair. Hansen wished time could freeze then and there. Hansen's phone rang. It was displaying Mr. White's number, so he answered the call. Hansen could not help but ask, Mr. White, have you learned anything on the matter we discussed? It is difficult for me to describe with mere words, Mr. White said. If you are free, I suggest you come visit my place. Sure. I will head over there now. Hansen put the phone down. He had no choice but to send Bauer back to the sanctuaries. He then went to the place in Space Garden where Mr. White lived. When Hansen saw Mr. White, he quickly asked, Mr. White, have you found anything? Mr. White looked at Hansen and said, I have some predictions, but I am not too sure how accurate they are. I will have to conduct more tests. Can you use the Danshan Sutra now? Hansen thought, this is hard for me to say. I cannot use the Danshan Sutra like I used to. When I am in danger and need to use it, I can use the Danshan aura and feel everything that poses a threat to me. It not quite like the Danshan aura I used to know. It is difficult for me to describe. Mr. White nodded. He suddenly reached his hand out and patted Hansen on the chest. Mr. White stood in front of Hansen, who was not aware of Mr. White's movement. His hand had suddenly moved. It was like a phantom ghost hand. Even if Qin Xiu was there, he might not have been able to avoid it. Just as Mr. White's hand was going to touch Hansen, his body reacted on instinct and moved to avoid Mr. White's incoming hand. Hansen did not fight back. He did not look alert. He did, however, give Mr. White a questioning look. He did not believe Mr. White wanted to hurt him. He must have had his reasons to do that. Mr. White looked at Hansen's body and said, "I see. Your body has reached with light and dust level." Hansen was confused, which he shared with Mr. White via a look. He asked, "With light and dust level? What is that supposed to mean? I thought you were a student of Xianmen. Are these simple Xianmen words already beyond your understanding? Did you not read the Xianmen dictionary I gave you?" Mr. White looked like he was smiling at Hansen, but he was not smiling. Hansen felt embarrassed. "You know I cannot find time to relax and read. Plus, I have very bad luck. Bad things follow me like a bad smell. I can never have the time to study literature." Mr. White laughed and said, "That is certainly nonsense. You just don't want to read books. Otherwise, with your evolving speed, remembering these Xianmen dictionaries would not be difficult." Hansen blushed. He felt rather sad by the insinuation and said, "I am afraid this is useless. The Xianmen is not really like mathematics. If I cannot understand the text, remembering it would be pointless." Mr. White nodded and said, "You really are not suitable at learning Xianmen. If you do not practice Xianmen but can practice the Dongxian Sutra to such a level, it is something I can only describe as odd. If you have the time, you should explain the Dongxian Sutra to Ji Yanran. She is very good with Xianmen. She will achieve a lot with the Dongxian Sutra. If things are indeed that way, then that is great. I will go and teach her tonight." Hansen felt a bit excited. When he started speaking, his smile started to become bitter. "You miss the Dongxian Sutra." Mr. White looked at Hansen with a soft smile. Hansen shook his head. "Ji Yanran is a wife who has gone through life and death situations with me. It is not just the Dongxian Sutra. I am willing to teach her anything and everything I know. But like you said, Ji Yanran is very good with this stuff. When she learns the Dongxian Sutra, she will see through everything and be more sensitive. That will be very hard for me to live with." "What you are saying makes sense. If the water is too clear, there can be no fish. If people get too close, there will be a fissure growing. It is always good to have some space and distance." After saying that, Mr. White said smiled. "Don't you worry. I already told you that your body has already reached the with light and dust level. Even if Ji Yanran practiced the Dongxian Sutra to your level, she will still be unable to see through you." Mr. White, does this with light and dust level mean?" Hansen quickly asked. "With means flat," Mr. White explained. "It means to cover. And means equal, so there are no differences. Mirrors capture dust and forbid shining. Whoever has the light will one day burn out and go dark someday. It means to cover yourself with the light. It is to be like dust. If you do not have light, you will not be dark." After thinking about Mr. White's short speech, Hansen asked, "Are you saying to wait for the chance to come and do not reveal yourself? What does any of that have to do with my body?" Mr. White nodded. "People are aware that swords are sharp, and they know cannons can be destructive. There are things in this world that cannot be sorted out by swords and cannons. It is like when you are thirsty, you require water. When you are hungry, you require food. Even if you have an indestructible, ultimate sword or a cannon that can obliterate planets, they are pointless to have in such situations." Hansen retreated into thought. It looked like he was understanding something, but he didn't understand a thing. Mr. White went on to say, "Ordinary creatures evolve along a path. There is a path of progress that leads them into obtaining more power. That sort of guided evolution is very limiting. It can be overbearing in the universe. In another area, such powers can be useless. Are you saying that my body can do anything in this area?" Hansen understood what Mr. White meant. "Yes. You are not so stupid after all. Although your understanding is not very accurate, that's what it means. Mr. White smiled. Why did I not have any feelings like that? Let's not just say I can do anything in any area and at the same time. Why can't I do something that my power is capable of achieving? Han-sen looked at Mr. White with confusion, trying to figure out what had happened to him. That is because you have yet to understand your body, Mr. White seriously said. The hardest thing to understand in this world is yourself. Try to understand yourself, and you will make progress someday. How am I supposed to completely understand and control my body? After Mr. White left, Han-sen got to thinking about all the things Mr. White told him. Dragon Lady saw Han-sen walking and talking to himself all alone, so she said, "It is so late. What are you doing here alone?" Han-sen looked at Dragon Lady and replied, "I came back from Mr. White. It is already late, so why are you not asleep? I have invented a new dish. Everyone is resting, so no one can try it. It is perfect that I have found you here. I suppose you can be the first to try out my new dish." Dragon Lady dragged Han-sen over to her kitchen. "I really do not have much of an appetite." Han-sen was not in much of a mood to try anything. There was a fight coming soon, and he was concerned more about the safety of his friends and family. Eating new foods was low on his list of priorities. That is excellent. My food can certainly boost someone's appetite. I heartily recommend you have a bite. Dragon Lady did not say much. She pulled Han-sen to the kitchen and put a dish down in front of him. Since he was already there, Han-sen decided he would at least eat a bit. After all, he did not want to hurt her feelings. Dragon Lady was very skillful. There was every chance that across the whole universe, there was not a chef greater than her. Unfortunately, Han-sen really was not in the mood to eat. He did not think about the food on the table in front of him, so he just had a bite. The texture was good. He said, "It tastes great." After hearing what Han-sen had to say, Dragon Lady asked him for more. "If you think this dish is great, then please tell me what you think is good about it in further detail." Han-sen felt a bit embarrassed. He had only casually said what he did. He did not expect Dragon Lady to ask him a question in pursuit of more critique. He was just being polite on a whim. He did not really take the time to properly taste the food and understand how it tasted. "You must understand that I am not a professional food taster," he said. "I just thought it tasted great. There is not much more I can say. If you ask me what part of the food tastes the best and why, I cannot really tell you." He put more meat into his mouth. This time, Han-sen tried his best to taste the food. He did not expect he would be able to tell what was so good about the dish. More than anything, he just wanted this to be over and done with it. When Han-sen tried it this time, he was more than surprised. "That is fine," Dragon Lady said. "Just tell me what your heart is telling you." The way it was cooked was not for the food taster to taste. My purpose was to create something long-lasting. This was the first time Han-sen had heard a theory like this. Now that he was curious, he asked for more detail. "Long-lasting? What do you mean?" "There are lots of nice foods in this world. In this universe, new dishes are being invented every moment. Many dishes can be very popular. Those that are draw in lots of people who want to eat them. Many people will queue for a long amount of time just to get a taste, but food like this might find itself ignored and forgotten after a short amount of time. Even if it remained on the menu, not many people would order this. People would only order this now and again, but a very simple dish can prove itself reliable. Because of that, it can last millions of years. It can be a solid dish that, even if you ate it every day, you would not grow tired of it. I am looking for that. Something long-lasting. I want a dish that many people will want to keep eating for a long period of time and not for a one-off. Ideally, by coming up with this sort of dish, I can invoke a change in people's diets." "I understand where you're coming from," Han-sen said. "To make food that can last a long time is not an easy task. Before humans started exploring other planets, their food options were very lacking. They just ate whatever they were able to. They then developed particular foods that were considered traditional. Now, in the universe, you have all sorts of ingredients to make food with. You might say there are too many foods, so traditional, long-lasting meals don't really exist. That is why this means so much to me. It is a challenge, and that is what I am after. If it was not difficult for me to do, I would not be bothered doing this. Dragon Lady smiled. She looked at Hansen and said, to be able to say all you did, it means you really understand food. Why don't you tell me what this dish really tastes like? Just so you know, I call it spring autumn meat. Do you think this has what it takes to be a long-lasting food? Hansen lowered his head and stared at the meat. He started to look at it strangely. Dragon Lady thought Hansen would have said something by now, so she said, you can tell me anything. Is there something you can hide from? I thought we were close enough to share everything. Hansen was silent a moment before proceeding to say, I do not know if this dish has what it takes to be long-lasting, but from what I see, this dish has a problem. What problem? Dragon Lady asked. Hansen did not answer her immediately. Instead, he made a request. How about this? You make this food again. Perhaps then I can better identify what the problem is. Hansen was not a professional food critic, but Dragon Lady admired him all the same. She did not disregard his opinion just because he was not a professional, so she went ahead to do what Hansen had told her. She produced more of that spring-autumn meat. Dragon Lady summoned a wok, spoon, knife, and spatula. She brought out a few ingredients and went ahead to cook the spring-autumn meat right in front of Hansen. Dragon Lady's skills were very good. No matter the food choice, the process, or even the whole controlling of the fire aspect, everything she did was perfect. Even the top-class chefs and food critics from all across the universe would have been unable to identify a single fault. In Hansen's eyes, all of this made him start to look weird. Hansen was able to cook meat, but his cooking ability was simple. Even some grilled meat was considered very special. Before Dragon Lady, his cooking meat skill paled in comparison. As Hansen watched Dragon Lady make food, he had a weird feeling. Dragon Lady's every movement was something that resonated familiarity with him. It was like as Dragon Lady made food, every step and every movement were something Hansen had seen before. Most of Dragon Lady's movements were something Hansen was familiar with, but there were also times Hansen thought her movements were different. The places and moves Hansen could not feel familiar with were the times Hansen thought Dragon Lady was making a mistake. It made Hansen feel pretty weird. When it came to fighting powers, Hansen could defeat Dragon Lady. When it came to cooking talents, Hansen would never catch up with Dragon Lady. Their levels were nowhere near the same. Now, Hansen believed that Dragon Lady was not doing things right, and that feeling was very strong. It was a little unbelievable. What is going on? Why do I have this feeling? Is that the with light and dust Mr. White was talking about? Hansen was as much shocked as he was confused. He suddenly did not know what to do. Dragon Lady had already cooked the spring-autumn meat. She put it down in front of Hansen and asked him with seriousness, "Now, do you mind telling me what is wrong with the dish? It is really hard for me to explain." Hansen thought for a moment and said, "There is this feeling I have, and it prohibits me from speaking. How about I make one myself, and you get to rate how well I do it?" He did not believe his feelings were right. He did not know what to think, so he did not confess what he was feeling to her. "Are you going to make spring-autumn meat for me?" Dragon Lady looked at Hansen with shock. With Hansen's cooking skills, she could already predict how awful this was going to turn out. While the spring-autumn meat looked simple, there were two different vegetables and meats that required different timings and temperatures. Hansen would have to watch the temperature. Chefs that weren't professionals would not be able to juggle like that. With Hansen's lack of ability, she did not think he would be able to produce the dish. "Let me try it," Hansen did not have power like Dragon Lady. He could only enter the kitchen and use ordinary kitchen utensils and instruments to cook with. The spring autumn meat contained 3 ingredients. The first was a heap of spring spices. The second ingredient was autumn mushrooms, and the third was a prime cut of thunder beast meat. The skin of a thunder beast was tough. Although it was not a high-class xenogenic, ordinary weapons were unable to damage its skin. The meat, however, was very fresh. That was especially true of the meat on its back. It was very thin and small. It made for excellent food to fry. The spring spices were crispy. The autumn mushrooms were smooth. When combined, the 2 of them could effectively get rid of the gamey taste. The 3 of them worked to present a wonderful dish. The meat accentuated the smells of the spring spices and autumn mushrooms. The meat was able to make the vegetables oily but not too greasy. It provided a refreshing taste. That dish seemed easy to make. All one had to do was put the 3 ingredients in, and then get to work frying. Regarding the seasoning, all one had to add was some salt and sugar. The 3 ingredients were enough to make an award-winning taste. However, a dish like that was hard to improve upon. The spring spices were the freshest they could be. To cook at a high temperature meant perfect timing was needed. After a long amount of time, the spring spices tended to lose their crispiness. If they were not done well enough, their spicy tastes would not come out to complement the dish, rendering it all difficult to swallow. Without the spices to erase the gamey taste of the thunder beast's meat, it would taste poorly. The thunder beast meat was fresh, so it could not be cooked for too long. The autumn mushrooms, however, could be cooked for a long time. One could not cook it for long though. Otherwise, the natural mushroom taste disappeared. These 3 ingredients required 3 different fires. The timing for each was very strict. One had to control the fire accurately and sort out the ingredients. It was a complicated process. The spring spices and autumn mushrooms had to be cooked in slices. The heat needed to be equal, so the autumn mushrooms had to be thin while the spring spices had to be thick. That was how they were able to be cooked at the same time. The thunder beast meat needed to be clean. Dragon Lady had already done that on Hansen's behalf, so he did not need to worry about that. That simple meat actually had many rules for cooking. Dragon Lady did not think someone like Hansen could prepare a decent spring-autumn meat dish. Then again, Hansen was known for constantly surprising people. Therefore, Dragon Lady was wise enough not to underestimate him. Hansen always cooked meat, but he never fried his food. After watching Dragon Lady fry the spring-autumn meat, he somehow seemed to understand something. He had a confidence that could not be described. Although he did not have Dragon Lady's magical tools, he was able to use ordinary cooking and make great use of them. He looked like a pro while using them. He was not a rookie. That was for sure. The cleaver in Hansen's hand had a rhythm to the way it sliced. It did not go fast, but it did not go slow. Its usage produced a melody that could not be described. Even Dragon Lady thought Hansen's way of cutting up food was an art form. Dragon Lady stared at Hansen as she thought, his skills and cooking skills go hand in hand. Hansen's knife skills are so good. Even his cutting is so good. Just because his cutting is good, it does not mean he can cook good food. How will he be able to fry the spring-autumn meat? Hansen did not think much. He cut the ingredients up and put them in the wok. Everything was so smooth that it was as if he had done this 1,000 times. Hansen had only seen Dragon Lady prepare and cook the spring-autumn meat, so the feelings were amazing. Dragon Lady looked at Hansenator, the more she watched, the wider her eyes became. Hansen conducted every step with amazing precision and accuracy. It was truly brilliant. Rather than just focusing on the accuracy, one could also say his rhythm was perfection. Even Dragon Lady did not think she could do better than Hansen when it came to that. Since when did he learn how to cook? Dragon Lady was shocked. This level of cooking finesse did not happen in one day. As she watched Hansen prepare the ingredients for cooking, she knew he must have been really familiar with the textures of the food. He could do whatever he wanted with them. Shortly after, Dragon Lady's surprise morphed into confusion. Hansen's process was the same as hers. In the end, there was a slight difference. The spring spices should have been dropped into the pan after the autumn mushrooms, but Hansen reversed this process. This time, he cooked the spring spices first. From Dragon Lady's point of view, this was wrong. When the autumn mushrooms were cooked, the spring spices would be overcooked. They would not be crispy, and the taste would not be so fresh. If he cooks like this, the spring-autumn meat will be ruined. Dragon Lady shook her head. Dragon Lady was most surprised by the fact that Hansen did not actually fry the autumn mushrooms. He only fried the spring spices a little. Then, he picked them up. He picked up the meat and the spring spices. You haven't cooked the autumn mushrooms, Dragon Lady reminded him. You can put them in now, Hansen said. He put the thin slices of autumn mushrooms on top. They covered the spring spices and Thunder Beast meat. Dragon Lady was shocked. She did not know what Hansen was doing. Hansen poured some oil into the wok and watched the oil. When the oil was heated, Hansen lifted the wok and put the oil onto the plate. The golden oil was on the white mushrooms. The mushrooms became yellow. It was like a layer of gold, and it produced a delicious smell. The smell of the mushrooms, oil, meat, and spring spices all swirled together in an intoxicating haze. The chemical reaction was unbelievable. It created a vegetable smell that drew saliva out of people's mouths. Even Dragon Lady had to gulp down a lot of saliva when she saw it. It is done. Please, try it. Hansen put the spring-autumn meat in front of Dragon Lady. Dragon Lady was shocked. She grabbed the chopsticks and picked up spring spices. After placing them in her mouth, her eyes opened wide. She looked as if she could not believe what she was tasting. The spring spices had absorbed the tastes of the autumn mushrooms and the meat. The spices themselves were so crispy that they made a large impact on the tongue the moment they touched down on it. Dragon Lady's mouth was overwhelmed by the orgy of flavors. With the right amount of salt and sugar in her mouth, it kept going and going to tease her tongue's most sensitive taste buds. It made Dragon Lady keep producing saliva. Before she could taste it all, she could not help but gobble it all up. Dragon Lady could not wait to try out the autumn mushrooms and the Thunder Beast meat. She hastily stuffed them into her mouth. The tastes were strong. The meat and mushrooms were all around her teeth as she gnashed, drenching her mouth in flavor. It conquered her tongue. The tasty presence exploded in her mouth. How did you do that? Dragon Lady looked at Hansen with a look of disbelief. It was as if she did not know who he was. Dragon Lady was shocked. That kind of cooking skill was not rare, but to think of someone being able to cook like that, they must have had a great understanding of cooking and food. He would have to be well-versed and perhaps even be better than her. Hansen did not look like the sort of man who spent a lot of time cooking, yet he could modify the spring-autumn meat. On top of that, he discovered the best way to cook all three ingredients. It made Dragon Lady shocked, to say the least. Dragon Lady grabbed Hansen by the wrist and asked, "Tell me, when did you learn how to cook so well?" "You don't know who I am if you ask that," Hansen said with a laugh. "I have never had the time to learn how to cook. I only saw you cook it up once, and that is how I understood how to do the recipe." Dragon Lady rolled her eyes. If just one look could give someone so many cooking skills, chefs would no longer need to exist in this world. "I don't know. You know me the most. You are always cooking the food. How often do I get to cook?" After Hansen said that, he thought, does this have something to do with the with light and dust level that Mr. White spoke about? I do not believe it. There is no way you can just randomly watch someone and become that good at cooking yourself. Dragon Lady knew Hansen was speaking the truth though. She knew he did not have the time to cook. At best, he could only grill some meat. There was little to no skill involved in that. If Hansen had randomly watched and learned that much skill, it was still something Dragon Lady could not wrap her head around and believe. Dragon Lady cooked a few more dishes for Han Senator. It turned out that he was able to cook those as well. He actually cooked the meals better than she did. He gave Dragon Lady more than a few surprises. His changes always made the food taste better than Dragon Lady's recipes. Dragon Lady looked at Hansen in disbelief. She could not believe a genius man like him could possibly exist. He was better than her, who was a true professional. And he did all that just by having one look. You. How did you do this? Dragon Lady was a little bit sad. She started to wonder why she had studied so hard to become a good chef. Maybe that is why I am a genius. Hansen pretended to think, stroking his chin as he did so. When Dragon Lady looked at Hansen, she seemed angry. She was about to grab the frying pan and smack Hansen across the face, but he seriously said, I think I really do understand. What do you understand? Dragon Lady asked him with shock. I cannot explain it. It is like no matter what I do, I can just find out the right way to do stuff. Hansen tried to explain this as clearly as he could. When Dragon Lady heard him, she looked at Hansen weirdly. The big path is a simple one to follow. Everything will return to its origin. Did you already reach the highest level, where humans and the path combine? I do not know. I do not know what has happened to me. Mr. White called this with light and dust. You are saying it is humans and the path getting together. I do not know what it is. Hansen shook his head. He thought of another matter. He then said to Dragon Lady, there are many things I need to go and prove. How about we talk again at a later time? Hansen waved his hands, left, and returned to his home. Why are you so late? Ji Yanran was sitting in front of a table, sorting out many documents. Seeing Hansen come back, she poured out some tea for him. Hansen grabbed Ji Yanran and quickly said, Yanran, give me the hardest book of Xianmen. Why? I thought you hated those books. Are you going to study it in a rush? Ji Yanran looked at Hansen with shock. Hansen had given her all the Xianmen books long ago since he never wanted to read them himself. At best, he only flipped through a few of the pages. He never put his mind to the study of it. Of course not. I just want to see if I have what it takes to learn it. Hansen could not really explain things to his wife. After thinking a moment, Ji Yanran said, when you looked at the hidden reel last time, you only read through half of it. Why don't you carry on from where you left off? I do not want the hidden reel or other silly beginner books, Hansen said after a brief think. I want you to give me the one that is hardest to understand. I think there is one article called Xianmen, Hidden Reel Explanation. Mr. White said that aided his understanding the most over the past few years. Do you really want to read the Xianmen, Hidden Reel Explanation? Ji Yanran looked at Hansen with shock. The Xianmen Hidden Reel Explanation was written by Mr. White with the knowledge he had on Xianmen. It was not the hardest book about Xianmen, but it covered a lot of aspects of it. If a person did not understand Xianmen, or if they were not scholars of the basic Xianmen, they would be unable to read the Xianmen Hidden Reel Explanation. Ji Yanran's Xianmen knowledge required a lot of information for studying Xianmen Hidden Reel Explanation. There was a lot she had yet to understand, so she was always having to ask Mr. White for clarification. Hansen did not know anything about Xianmen, yet he wanted to jump straight into reading the Xianmen Hidden Reel Explanation. Ji Yanran did not know what point there was to him reading it. But if Hansen wanted to have a look, Ji Yanran was not going to deny him. She gave to him a copy of the Xianmen Hidden Reel Explanation. The one Mr. White had penned was in the Han family's house, back in the Alliance. It was not revealed to any random nobody. Han Sen did not understand anything. It was so hard for him. It was not like having a good memory would work for this. Although Han Sen tried to learn a lot of it, there was no progress. There was a lot of information about Xianmen. Han Sen looked like he understood it despite not actually understanding. Even his Dongxian Sutra was at a high level. In the Xianmen stuff, Han Sen did not understand very much. He was far inferior to Ji Yanran. Han Sen picked up the Xianmen hidden real explanation and read it. After he read it, he felt happy. Before, it was so hard for him to understand. Now, Han Sen was somehow able to understand it all. Much to his surprise, it was not even that difficult. He could sense that the content of the pages was rather simple. This feeling could only be felt. It was like a person who had never studied mathematics before. They would get a headache when they saw it but would suddenly have a light bulb turn on in their head. The mathematics then no longer looked difficult. Previously, Han Sen did not have the time to learn. So, when he read it, it meant nothing to him. He now fully understood. He thought the Xianmen stuff was interesting. He kept reading it all, page by page, thinking it was quite fascinating. Ji Yanran watched Han Sen ravenously flick through the pages. It did not look as if he was reading it all seriously, so she said, "You are flicking through the pages very quickly. Do you really understand what you're reading?" As Han Sen read, he spoke in a very excited manner. "I should be able to understand a little." It did not matter if he was to make food or study books, they were the sort of tasks Han Sen had never been good at. Now, Han Sen was performing really well with all the stuff he was supposed to be bad at. If that was the with light and dust level Mr. White talked about, to Han Sen, it was an unimaginable boon. Mr. White said my body can be used in any field. Does that mean my body will become a genius that is talented in everything? No matter what I do or what I learn, will I be better than others? Han Sen read the Xianmen hidden real explanation and came to understand Xianmen a whole of a lot more. He had tried learning it for many years, but now he was understanding it a lot more. Although reading that book did not mean he had learned Xianmen, it was not like before when he only knew a small amount. He closed the book and looked at Ji Yanran's face. He looked at Ji Yanran and felt bad. "What are you looking at?" Ji Yanran reached out her hands and pushed Han Senator. She felt bad. "I am looking at your face." Han Sen did not look away. He reached out his hands and touched Ji Yanran's jaw. He smiled. "You know how to look at people's faces, don't you?" Ji Yanran looked at Han Sen with shock. In the Xianmen, faces were not an aspect of superstition. There was a skill that allowed them to be observed, however. It was called be born from the heart. It was not like if one thought of evil things they looked ugly or thought of good deeds and looked dashing. Be born from the heart meant a person's temper and personality could affect one's face. For example, people who worked hard did not usually have much in the way of emotion. They loved frowning, so their foreheads tended to have more wrinkles. People who laughed a lot had more wrinkles around their eyes and mouth. To go deeper, if a person had a bad temper, their livers would be on fire. If they stayed up late, they developed a bad throat and bad nose. They got dark circles around their eyes and would lose their hair. All of life's experiences left traces on a person's face. They were traces others could see on a face, so one could use that as a foundation for judging a person. Knowing a face required a lot of knowledge, like one would need to study medicine and biology. They were the most basic fundamentals. Han Sen used to learn some of this stuff. Because he thought it was too much trouble and a big waste of time, he didn't bother learning it. Han Sen, who was half a Xianmen student looking from the outside in, was not as accurate as the average fortune teller one might find on the street. As Han Sen looked at Ji Yanran's face, he saw her in a completely different light. In the past, he could not identify and register the traces. Now, they were illuminated in front of him. It was reminiscent of the phrase, when you are inside a circle, you are looking inside. When you are outside, you are always just looking for the heat. Now, Han-sen could see something that was technically inside him. Sure. Now, tell me what you see in my face. Ji Yanran removed Han-sen's hand. She put her face in front of Han-sen and looked at him with interest. 4 days ago, Little Flower went to the Alliance, right? Han-sen asked with a smile. Ji Yanran looked at Han-sen's face and asked, did you get all of that just from looking at my face? Han-sen reached out his finger and touched Ji Yanran's lips. There was a lighter color on Han-sen's finger. Han-sen said with a smile, this is the lipstick you always use. This brand can only be found in the Alliance, and at the latest. It has only been out for 4 days. I bet the manager will deliver the newest thing to our house. Only Little Flower can fetch the lipstick from the Alliance for you. After thinking a moment, Ji Yanran asked, how do you know for sure that it was Little Flower who went back to the Alliance? Maybe it was yesterday, or perhaps it was 2 days ago. No, Han-sen shook his head with certainty. You really like to focus on your appearance, but you don't do makeup. Usually, you focus on skincare to moisture your face and give it a subtle sheen. This lipstick is the product you always use. There is nothing more than that. Every time there is a new product, you always make sure to try it out first. Ji Yanran looked at Han-sen and smiled. She did not speak. It made Han-sen feel a bit worried. Why are you looking at me like that? Am I right or not? I did not expect this, Ji Yanran said, with a roll of her eyes. You even know what sort of lipstick I use. How did I not know you cared about me that much? What does that mean? You are my wife. How could I not care about you? I just never told you I do. Han-sen held Ji Yanran by the waist as he spoke. Ji Yanran squeezed his waist and said, stop talking crap. Tell me, did you really learn how to read people's faces? What else did you see? I could see my father-in-law has not been doing so well. He must have gotten bullied by my mother-in-law. Han-sen looked at Ji Yanran's face as he spoke. Ji Yanran opened her eyes wide and asked, how can you know that? That is not something difficult to know. The necklace around your neck belongs to your mother-in-law, Han-sen explained the story. It shocked Ji Yanran. Ji Yanran then asked Han-sen something. He was able to answer her smoothly. From what he saw of her body, he could predict a lot of stuff, even what she did daily could be seen. It gave Ji Yanran quite the shock. She had learned how to read people too. After a long, arduous time of learning it, she had only grasped a bit. She was better than Han-sen before, but Han-sen was far better than her now. Did you really read all of the Xianmen hidden real explanation? Ji Yanran looked at Han-sen with a doubting look. I would not say I read it all, Han-sen said. I read about half of it. You would not be researching it secretly without me knowing, would you? After you understood it, you came here and put on a show just to one-up me. Ji Yanran found it hard to believe that Han-sen had only read it once and understood it so well. It takes 10 years of hard work off the stage to go up on stage for 1 minute, and that is how it is for a commoner. Your husband is a unique genius. I do not need to practice for 10 years. I only need a moment to be up on stage. Han-sen looked cocky. I do not believe you. Ji Yanran did not believe it. She pulled out another Xianmen document and presented it to Han Sr. This is a smaller book. You should go and read it. If you can understand what is in this, I will believe you are a genius. Dear, it is bad to not trust your husband, Han-sen said. I only trust my own judgment, Ji Yanran said while curling her lips. Men cannot be trusted. They are liars and cannot be trusted. Han-sen said, what you are saying is wrong. I am not like any other man. Yes, you are right, Ji Yanran seriously said. You are more untrustworthy than the average man. Han-sen's mouth opened wide. He had suddenly been rendered speechless. He rolled his eyes and laughed. Fine, I will read this smaller book. If I understand everything, you will have to pay me back with something. What do you want? Ji Yanran asked with a blink. Hansen grinned. He whispered something to Ji Yanran. It made Ji Yanran's face turn red. She madly pinched Hansen's waist and replied, "You go to hell." What? Are you afraid? Do you not want to bet? Do you not trust yourself now? You know your husband is a genius, therefore, you are afraid. Hansen lifted his lips. Ji Yanran gnashed her teeth and said, I am not afraid. We can make the gamble. I do not believe you can just read this book once and learn it all. The next morning, Hansen woke up from his dreams. Ji Yanran's body was soft. She looked boneless on his body. She had slept well. It looked as if she was very tired after what they had done the night before. Hansen kissed Ji Yanran's cheek and felt very proud. The previous night, he read the smaller book about Xian Men once. It made Ji Yanran keep her promise to spend a good night with him. For Hansen, it was not just that it was amazing. His body was very strange. Even during sex, it was very special. It was like he understood more than before. A gentle touch was enough to drive Ji Yanran crazy. Does that mean my body has reached that level? Hansen was very happy. He felt as if nothing in the world could stop him. He got out of bed, put some clothes on, and left the house. He wanted to try out something he was not very good at to see if his body would adjust well to it. After opening the door of the house, he saw a light in the sky. The Geno tablet was lighting up again. Someone has challenged a leader's seat. Hansen raised his head and looked shocked. The light in the sky that was shining was of the 17th sky, where Qin Xiu was. Who wants to challenge Qin Xiu? Hansen looked at the Geno tablet. He wanted to see who had the audacity to challenge Qin Xiu. He could not think of anyone in the universe who would be willing to do such a thing. Hansen was not the only one who was confused by this. Many elites in the Geno Hall and the God Chaos Party were in shock too. They could not imagine who might have wanted to challenge Qin Xiu now. Quickly, the Geno tablet displayed an image of the 17th sky. Qin Xiu and another shadow appeared on the screen. It is her. When Hansen saw the shadow, he recognized who it was. It was a beautiful woman. She was so pretty that she did not seem like a human. It was hard to make people think of her in a wrong way. It is Moon God of the Witch. Why would she challenge Qin Xiu? Hansen was very confused, but no one could provide him with an answer to the riddle. It is her. It is her. Wang Yuhang's voice was heard from afar. He was shouting as he approached. Hansen walked up to him and asked, What do you mean it is her? Do you know who she is? Wang Yuhang quickly said, When I was trapped in the 33 skies, she was the woman who saved me. But she wrecked me pretty good. I vowed to exact my revenge on her. I think you should stay away from her, Hansen said with a wry smile. Wang Yuhang looked as if he had been slighted. I was unable to beat her, but my super god spirit body has evolved into ultimate mode now. I should have what it takes to defeat her. Do you have any idea who she is? Hansen asked with a smile. I do not care who she is. If I see gods, I kill gods. If I see a Buddha, I kill a Buddha. Wang Yuhang was screaming. Her name is Moon God, Hansen said. Just like Han Yufei, they are witches from many years ago. But Han Yufei is weaker among all other witches. Moon God is one of the strongest witches. Wang Yuhang stopped talking. In Space Garden, not many people put fear into Wang Yuhang's heart. Bauer was one such person though. Linger was another. It was Han Yufei he was afraid of the most, however. Han Yufei frequently tested Wang Yuhang. He was scared just hearing her name spoken. Cough. Cough. We are both victims. You should have mentioned that sooner. Wang Yuhang immediately agreed with Han Senator. He looked around, scanning their surroundings. He was now afraid Han Yufei was in the immediate area. He did not want her to hear what he had just said. "Who are you with?" A voice was heard outside the door. It made Wang Yuhang's legs go soft. He had to grab a hold of Han Sen's arm as not to fall over. Han Yufei then came out from the nearest door. She looked at Wang Yuhang as if she was smiling, but she was not actually smiling. Wang Yuhang quickly said, "Sister Yufei, I was just joking. Sister Moon God is the same race as you, so that would make her my sister as well. Not to just trick me, but even if she wanted my heart on a platter, I would willingly end my life and give it to her." Wang Yuhang was really afraid of Han Yufei. He was afraid Han Yufei was going to conduct even more tests on him. Although Han Yufei was not in the mood to deal with him now, he looked at Han Sen and asked, "Why would Moon God challenge Qin Xiu?" "I should be the one asking you that," Han Sen said. "Why has she gone to challenge Qin Xiu? You guys are from the same race, so you should be able to understand more than me." Han Yufei shook her head and said, "Qin Xiu broke the barriers of the universe to reach the Geno universe. His body was repelled by the universe, and he was suppressed by the Geno Hall. My race is the one that saved him and allowed him to continue living. Although we only did this on behalf of Wanner back then, Moon God fought the god spirits because of it. She did so to keep him alive. She saved his life. Even if Qin Xiu became the new universe leader, he would not do anything to Moon God. I do not know why Moon God has moved to challenge him. Do you think Moon God has what it takes to challenge Qin Xiu in combat?" Han Sen thought Moon God might stand a chance. Qin Xiu was powerful, but the witches were not bad either. Back then, the leaders of the God Chaos Party and Geno Hall made a life form. One of them was human alpha. That was the first Qin Xiu. The other life form was the alpha of the witch race. Han Sen did not know what the witch alpha was called. He did not know if they were even alive anymore. Judging from all this, the blood of a witch was enough to fight Qin Xiu. Moon God was the best out of all the witch race, so perhaps she did have enough power to battle Qin Xiu. Otherwise, with her personality, why else would she challenge Qin Xiu? I don't know. Han Yufei shook her head. In the 17th sky, Moon God stepped forward. She was like a god walking in the pale moonlight. She did not wield any fire. If a sky full of creatures did not know what this fight meant, they would think she was merely playing around. Qin Xiu looked at Moon God. He did not look as full of himself as usual. He bowed and said, "Sister Moon, it has been many years. How are you?" A sky full of creatures was shocked. They did not think there was another person who could make Qin Xiu behave like this. Moon God coldly said, "But now, I am not doing so good. Who dared to make you upset?" Qin Xiu smiled at her. "It was you," Moon God coldly said. Qin Xiu knew she was going to say that. He did not bite back. He merely said, "If I made you upset, you can just beat me. I will not fight back." "Do you think I will feel guilty for you saying that?" Moon God coldly asked. "That is not what I meant," Qin Xiu seriously said. "Sister Moon, you were always so good to me and my sister. If you want to kill me, I will not fight back." Moon God coldly said, "You do not need to talk so much crap. We don't owe each other favors anymore. If Wanner had not begged for your life, I would not have cared if you had died right in front of me. In that case, I will return the favor for Wanner," Qin Xiu said. "How dare you speak her name?" Moon God coldly said. "If I knew you would turn out to be such a heartless person, I would have rather upset her than save your life." Han Sen now understood why Moon God wanted to fight Qin Xiu. Qin Xiu wanted to revive his real sister, Qin Wanner. The witch Wanner was Qin Wanner reincarnated, but she was not Qin Wanner. The reborn Qin Wanner, who had the soul of the witch Wanner, was sacrificed. That was something the witch and Moon God could not accept. Qin Xiu's personality was, at the very least, one with a lot of determination. The witch Wanner was super nice to him, but he was still really stubborn about wanting to revive Qin Wanner. He did not hesitate to sacrifice the witch version of Wanner. Han Sen could not tell if Qin Xiu was right or wrong in this, but to witch Wanner, Qin Xiu was a sinful man. If Moon God wants to punish Qin Xiu, please do it, Qin Xiu coldly said. I will not fight back. Good. I want to see what you have spent the past many years learning. I want to see how you can dare say what you are saying directly in front of me. Moon God looked very cold. She waved her hand and looked as if she was going to palm Qin Xiu. Moon God and Qin Xiu were a few thousand feet apart. Moon God was not fast. She pushed her palm out slowly. It did not seem scary, and there did not seem to be a powerful light carrying it. This palm is called ice. Her palm was like jade or crystal. It was like it had been made from an ice jade statue. It was so pretty that it was heavenly. It was like the best product of the earth. People would have thought that palm was like light. It seemed powerless. It did not touch Qin Xiu. It was a few thousand feet away from him. It did not look like a threatening move. They thought Moon God was not going to be able to hurt Qin Xiu. Han Sen's eyes suddenly turned bright. He saw the real behavior of the Cold Sutra. His jade skin came from Moon God's Cold Sutra. People could not see the amazing thing they should have witnessed, but he could. With Moon God's powerless palm in the air, Qin Xiu's body formed frost. He was frozen in ice and jade. He became an ice jade statue. Han Sen thought the sheep fairy's hollow structure was amazing. Compared to Moon God, the sheep fairy's hollow structure was far inferior. Moon God's ice jade structure was mysterious. It was like it was forever crystal. Even the world's strongest power would not be able to break her ice jade seal. The ice jade crystal was also using a special way to minimize itself. The freezing power became deeper, and the ice jade became more concentrated. If this continued, Qin Xiu's body would become dust because of the ice jade. In the next second, Han Sen heard a catch noise. The so-called forever ice jade crystal had a crack. The crack was spreading. It spread through the whole ice jade crystal. Pang! A sky full of crystal jade slices went everywhere. The crystallized Qin Xiu body shattered. Qin Xiu's face appeared. Qin Xiu was standing where he was. He did not move, but Moon God used her Cold Sutra's sealing power at max. It was unable to hurt him. Qin Xiu is very powerful. When Han Sen was able to use a Geno art, and when he was the best at using jade skin, he was still inferior to Moon God. Even Moon God's attacks did not work on Qin Xiu. Han Sen's jade skin would likely fail if he used it. Of course, you are strong. It is no wonder you look down on everything now. Moon God was still very cold. The coldness in her eyes became colder. Thank you, Sister Moon, Qin Xiu said. If you want to do this again, just do it. There is no point in you trying to provoke me this way, Moon God coldly said. I will return the 3 palm for Wanner. Earlier was just the first one. There are another 2 to come. If Sister Moon thinks this is fun, then not just 3 palm strikes will do. You can do 300 or even 3,000, and I will be happy to oblige. Qin Xiu sounded oddly sincere. Humph. Moon God coldly grunted. She seemed to hate the things Qin Xiu was saying. Her hands, which looked like beautiful jade, were palming into Qin Xiu's chest. This time, Moon God used her left hand. This hand was completely different from the other hand. The palm from earlier was so cold and heartless that it froze everything. The main power was a cold sealing power. Moon God's second palm was not cold. The hand was like crystal or jade. It looked like it was carved out of the most beautiful jade stone statue. The jade-looking palm cut through space. It destroyed the space it traversed. Wherever the hand touched, it was destroyed. The destructive powers were very strong. They were stronger than Han Sen's reverse, the story of genes. This palm is called Jade Shatter, Moon God coldly said. When the palm went forward, its presence was felt across the universe. The jade hand was on Qin Xiu's black crystal armor. The black crystal armor was delivered a crack. Moon God's jade palm went into the armor. This was the first time Han Sen had seen a crack develop on the black crystal armor, but that palm was unable to break the black crystal armor. It only left a mark on it that was the shape of a hand. Qin Xiu lowered his head and looked at the palm on his chest. He sighed. Sister Moon, you are much stronger after being reincarnated. This jade shatter is something not even a sky full of god spirits could repel. A god base would be instantly destroyed by this. I must say, I am looking forward to your third palm strike. While he spoke, the palm marking on the black crystal armor recovered. Moon God ignored what he had said and coldly said, there is no need for you to look forward to it, because you will see it now. After that, Moon God reached out her hands. She did not unleash another palm at Qin Xiu. She put her hands together with her fingertips facing each other. She made a circular gesture in the air. Moon God raised her hands. The hollow circular part was aimed at Qin Xiu. She coldly said, this palm is called Moonbreak. After Moon God said that, Qin Xiu's face changed. Qin Xiu had been standing there the whole time, not moving an inch. Now, he was actively retreating. He was too late. A buzzing noise sounded. A whole portion of space vanished where Qin Xiu was. It was like the time and space there had been dug away and deleted. Qin Xiu had been a step too close. The black crystal armor on his arm had been eaten by the force of that power. Most of the arm armoring and the muscles of his arm had been torn off. They vanished with the collapsed part of space. It was like a big, scary, invisible mouth had ripped his arm off. Sister Moon, you have already maxed out and broken the world. I must congratulate you. Qin Xiu's face did not change. He did not seem to care about the wounds on his arm. He looked sincere in his bow and congratulations to her. As he bowed, the wounds on his arm and the broken black crystal armor had already recovered. No trace of the wounds he had just incurred was found. Han Sen frowned and thought, the Geno prototype armor has a real body inside it. What does this mean? Did Qin Xiu give up his body and use a pure spirit body to enter the Geno prototype armor? If this was true, there should not be any actual body inside it. I must congratulate you as well, Moon God coldly said. It looks like you did it. You reached reboot level. You made your body. This is as I expected all along. There is nothing particular joyous or special about this. But tell me, Sister Moon, do you still want to fight me? Qin Xiu was neither happy nor sad. He looked like this was what was always supposed to happen. I said that I would deliver 3 palms, and now I have delivered my 3 palms, Moon God said. You do not need to try me. She then walked away. She broke space and departed the 17th sky. The 33 skies by Sima was unable to stop her exit. When Moon God left, the shadow of the Geno tablet faded away. The 17th sky returned to how it used to be. No weird lights continued to shock the sky and all that jazz. Han Sen felt a little strange after bearing witness to that encounter. He did not know why Moon God did not attack him more. She was very high profile and had gone all the way up there to fight him, yet she had only wanted to attack the man 3 times. It did not seem as if that was something Moon God would do. While Han Sen was lost in thought, he saw the space in front of him ripple like water. A beautiful body like a mirror flower water moon was spreading through space ahead like a shockwave. It was Moon God arriving, the one who had just struck Qin Xiu 3 times. Han Yufei looked at Moon God. She looked a bit shy. She stood straight and called out her name politely. Sister Moon. Little Yufei, you are still so lazy. With your potential, if you were not glued to your research all the time, your accomplishments and strength would be no inferior to mine. Moon God sounded as if she was trying to lecture her and as if she had raised her all her life, but had failed. Our paths were always meant to diverge, Han Yufei said while lifting the frame of her black glasses. She stared at Moon God. It does not mean the path you walked was right and mine was wrong. Whatever. It is good enough to learn that you are happy. Since you were young, I was never able to control or steer you in any particular direction that wasn't your own. After saying that, Moon God proceeded to ignore Han Yufei. She looked at Hansen and said, "Have you learned my 3 palms?" Hansen was shocked and asked, "The 3 times you hit Qin Xiu, was that something you actually wanted to show me?" "So, have you learned them?" Moon God asked again. "I understand a bit of what you showcased, but even if I did understand them fully, it would be pointless. My body has a problem. Thus, I will be unable to use them." Hansen had to answer her this way. He was just trying to be polite, but he actually understood what he had seen completely. The 3 palms were 3 different levels of the Cold Sutra. The first 2 levels were called Ice and Jade Shatter. Hansen was able to do those. The last one he saw was Moonbreak. It should have been something Moon God had created after she reached a break world rate of 100. Hansen was able to understand it just fine, but his body would not allow him to use it whenever he pleased. Moon God asked, "Have you been able to understand Qin Xiu's power yet?" "I understand some, but not all of it," Hansen said. "His body was only created when he reached reboot class, isn't that right?" Moon God nodded and said, "Yes, that is correct. Upon reaching reboot class, it means he has achieved an undying body. Even without a god temple or a base, he can infinitely reboot. He can reset his body to a certain time and space. No matter what kind of damage he takes, his body will be rebooted to that time. So, no matter how strong your powers are, you are unable to kill him. You can make his body turn into nothing, but he can still return to the time he was first able to revive." After briefly thinking, Hansen asked, "Is there no other way to kill him? Like, can we use time power and prohibit him from going back to that time?" "Rebooting is not a simple time power," Moon God said. "Even if you achieved mastery over time and space powers, you cannot affect his reboot powers. Otherwise, why else do you think only reboot class people can assert control over the Geno Hall? Why would they be the ones labeled the masters of the universe? Reboot class means you have an immortal body. In this entire world, there are only 5 people who are reboot class." "There are 5? Hansen looked at Moon God. He could not imagine how there could be 5 such people. Moon God said, "In the past, the Geno Hall leader was the only reboot god spirit. He was the first, and he was the beginning of the reboot class. Without him, there could not be another 4 reboot class people." After a pause, Moon God said, "The second reboot class person is someone you seem to know rather well. That person is Bauer, who happens to have that leader's blood. She will become reboot class. It is only a matter of time before she does. The third person is the current God Hall leader. Before the old leader rebooted the universe, he put his power into the Geno Hall. He controlled the Geno Hall, and that is why the universe has been able to maintain peace for so long." "So, are you saying the 4th is Qin Xiu? If that is so, who might the 5th person be?" Hansen asked. "If you knew Qin Xiu was reboot class, then you should also know who that person is," Moon God said to Hansen with a smile. "Can you not guess the other reboot class person? Which alpha?" Hansen's heart jumped as he said it out. Back in the day, whoever earned the leader's blood was not just a human alpha. There was the alpha of the witch, but Hansen did not know what happened to the witch alpha. Hansen peered at Moon God's face. He knew he was correct, so he asked, "Is the witch alpha still alive? Is she still here in the current incarnation?" Moon God smiled. "Do you think Qin Xiu only let me hit him because he owes me a favor? Are you saying he is afraid of the witch alpha?" Hansen's heart was shaking. "That is only half correct. He needed to return a favor to me, but he was also scared. However, the witch Alpha is dead. Now, there is only Tai of the witch. When Moon God mentioned those two words, Tai, she looked a bit cocky. Tai is the witch Alpha in a reincarnated form. Han Sen's mouth opened wide. He remained frozen for quite a while. Moon God sighed. Not exactly. The witch Alpha died and was reincarnated. When she was reincarnated, there was a problem. Her soul split into two. Tai is one of those halves. Was it really split in two? In that case, the other one, Han Sen wanted to ask who it was, but then he thought about someone. He screamed and asked, "Is the other one Sky God King Kun? You seem to know a lot, but King Kun is of the witch." Moon God looked at Han Senator. She was surprised he knew about the existence of Sky God King Kun. Han Sen knew who King Kun was, but he was shocked all the same. He did not believe the allegation, so he said, "That can't be right. King Kun and Tai are different. How could he be another half of the soul of the witch Alpha?" Moon God sighed. Sometimes an identity does not mean anything. Even though he is half of the witch Alpha incarnate, he might not be able to reach the end. But that is fine. King Kun does not matter, as it is the business of the witch. You do not need to be involved. Tai will handle it. After pausing, Moon God said to Han Sen, "You saw my 3 palms. You saw Qin Xiu's body. This is good. Use my 3 palms to practice with Bower. If she can evade Moonbreak, she can battle Qin Xiu. Otherwise, do not bother joining the Geno tablet fights." "I would like to practice with Bower, but I am afraid my body will not allow it," Han Sen said with a wry smile. "I watched your fight with Moment God. Your body has evolved sufficiently to make use of the Cold Sutra." As Moon God spoke, she checked Han Sen out. "It is a rather difficult situation to explain. My body does have a problem though. I can only use the strength I need to use when I am provoked by adversarial powers. Usually, I am quite harmless." Han Sen explained the situation to her. When Moon God heard what he had to say, she frowned sternly and continued checking Han Sen out. Eventually, she said, "What you are saying is that you are stronger when you fight something stronger. As in, if the enemy is stronger, you will become stronger." "I guess that is what I meant." Han Sen confirmed with a nod. "I must confess, that is rather interesting. That means if I put power onto you, you will become as strong as me." Moon God squinted her eyes. It was hard to determine what she was thinking about. "I am not too sure about that because I do not know how strong I can become when I encounter strong opponents," Han Sen said. "In that case, let's test your limits to the fullest. I can try to hit you 3 times. Moon God tried this the moment she spoke. She had only just said that, and she had already used her palms to attack Han Sen. That palm was the ice attack she used before. Moon God's palm quickly came near Han Sen, his body immediately became tense. His skin and bones became ice jade crystals. He threw a palm out toward Moon God. The skill he used was like the ice one Moon God had just used. 2 hands looked like icy jades, and they were quietly going to collide with each other. The temperature in the area was falling fast. Wang Yuhang and Han Yufei retreated for a moment. If they weren't fast enough, their bodies would be frozen by the sudden clash of frosty powers. Han Sen's and Moon God's palms collided. An icy air arose from their hands. Han Yufei and Wang Yuhang, in much shock, noticed Moon God's hands were coated in frost that was spreading all across her body. Han Sen, on the other hand, was totally fine. No frost or icy air was harming him. He looked the same as he always did. Han Sen's ice is better than Sister Moon's ice. Han Yufei was shocked by what she was witnessing, but she was also happy. If my child has these sort of genes, I wonder how strong it will be ere the end. Moon God was shocked by this too. She was the one who created the Cold Sutra. Now, she was at the 100% ceiling of breaking the world. In that universe, many people were close to breaking the world but very few could maximize their break world rate. Han Sen's ice was stronger than her break world ice. Even Moon God could hardly believe this to be true. Let me try my jade shatter. Moon God pulled back her hand. The palm of her other hand came rushing to strike Han Senator. She reduced her power output to the smallest so one could not feel the jade hand possess any power. Moon God's jade shatter was unleashed, so Han Sen's body adjusted. He used the same skill she did. The same jade shatter was returned upon Moon God's hand. The two white, jade-like hands palmed together. The power was small, so not much movement was created. Between the two hands, a fragment of space collapsed. Catcha! Moon God's jade hand was delivered a crack. It was going to crack, yet Han Sen's hands were totally fine. Even his jade shatter power is greater than Sister Moon. Han Yufei was well and truly surprised by this. Moon God was shocked too. She fell back and looked at her hands. She saw a few small lines. If she kept going, her hand would undoubtedly be shattered by Han Sen's countering force. Your body is strong. Now, try and endure my moonbreak. Moon God frowned. She did not believe Han Sen was able to use her best power to beat her. The two hands collided to create a circular shape. The center had a focal point that was aimed at Han Senator. A scary power gathered up inside the hand-formed ring. Almost at the same time, Han Sen did the same thing. He put his hands together in a circular shape and aimed at Moon God. There was a weird power inside his hands now. A scary power exploded between Han Sen and Moon God. The space between them was like it was being consumed by an invisible and quiet monster. They were 30 feet apart. After that moment, the two of them were standing next to each other. Their ringed hands combined. Pang! Moon God's hands were bounced away by some force of power. She took a few stumbled steps back to try and stabilize her body. She looked at Han Sen with a look of sheer disbelief. Her mouth could not utter a single word. Han Yufei's pretty eyes were whelmed by surprise. The more powerful Han Sen's body was showcased how much stronger her own child would be. After a while, Moon God could not help but ask, "What is up with your body?" She could not believe Han Sen was able to beat her with what she was best at. She had never dreamed something like this could be possible. I want to know what happened to my body too. Han Sen shrugged his shoulders. He looked as if he had been wronged or something. Moon God looked as if she was thinking about something. By the way she now peered at Han Senator. She addressed Han Yufei and said, "Yufei, you must have done some research on his body. Did you find anything out? What are the results?" "I did research his body," Han Yufei confessed. "The results? You have to let me see them." Moon God reached her hands out. "Therein is a problem," Han Yufei said while shaking her head. "There are no conclusive results." "What do you mean there weren't any conclusive results?" Moon God asked with a frown. After thinking a moment, Han Yufei said, "Do not look at me like that. There really was nothing to be discovered. His genes cannot be analyzed. I used the most advanced technology and power at my disposal, but nothing I tried seemed to work. His genes are like stones that cannot be broken by the mightiest tool. I do not have the answers we are all looking for. From what I am best able to tell, the evolution of San Mu's genes has exceeded even Qin Xiu." "No way," Moon God said with a frown. "Why not?" Han Yufei asked. "You cooperated with Qin Xiu. You should know his history. He has a reboot God spirit gene. His genes are atop a pyramid. Aside from Bauer, not even Tai Yi can compete against him." Moon God did not think Han Sen's genes were as good as Qin Xiu's. "I do not think so. With evolution comes an innumerable number of possibilities. Qin Xiu's genes are great, but you cannot deny the possibility that there exists another creature that is greater than he. Han Sen could seriously be the one." Han Yufei doubled down on her own opinion. Moon God looked at Hansen weirdly. There are special occasions where such a thing can come to pass, but these special occasions are all based on something. Hansen does not have the genes of a past life. All of his evolution came from this life. To become better than Qin Xiu in such a short amount of time is too much. Maybe. Han Yufei did not argue, but everyone was able to tell Moon God had been unable to convince her. Moon God did not carry on with this subject. She addressed Hansen and said, "You are good. Your body is strong. I cannot say for certain that you are greater than Qin Xiu, but in this universe, you certainly rank amongst the best. Few could ever hope to rival you. With the way your body is, fighting alongside Bauer would be beneficial. You could aid her a lot." After Hansen thought about it, he thought what she said made sense. With Bauer's power, she would be able to activate the power inside Hansen's body. Perhaps he could see where the limitations of his body resided. "We are only 4 days away from the Geno tablet fights," Moon God said. "You should make the most of the time you have to practice. I will be leaving. I hope I will see you guys live." She then walked away. She did not try to stay. After a few steps, she vanished into thin air without a trace. Hansen wanted to go back to the sanctuaries to find Bauer. Han Yufei stopped him and asked, "Hansen, what are you planning on doing?" "I do not know what I can even do. I think I will go back to the sanctuaries." "It is as Moon God said. I should use my body to fight Bauer. Perhaps I will be able to help her." Hansen was half lying and half speaking the truth. Han Yufei's eyes were like a pair of sharp blades. It was like her vision was slicing up Hansen's heart. She smiled coldly and proceeded to ask, "Is this about you helping Bauer, or will Bauer be helping you? Is there a difference between the two?" Hansen was shocked, but he pretended to remain calm. Han Yufei looked at him with disdain. "With your personality being what it is, I do not think you will permit Bauer to take the risk. I don't think you ever planned on allowing Bauer to participate in the Geno tablet fights. You will get Bauer to fight you for your sake. She will help you. It is not you helping her." Wang Yuhang, who was on the sidelines, laughed loudly. He did not say anything, but he obviously agreed with the assessment. "Can I be seen through that easily?" Hansen asked with a wry smile. Wang Yuhang smiled. "Do I have to explain it to you? We have known each other for a very long time, and I know exactly what kind of person you are. Things like this should not be guessed." "Fine. You guys do whatever you want. I am going back to the sanctuaries for the time being." Hansen felt bad as he bid them goodbye. Han Yufei patted him on the shoulder and said, "Do not worry, you can go. Even if you die, all will be fine. Your genes and blood pulse will live on." Hansen thought Han Yufei meant what she said purely because of the fact he already had kids, so he did not think too much about what she said to him. "I do not want to die yet. Stop cursing me, okay? I am leaving. Do not mention anything about this to the others." After Hansen gave them a warning, he waved goodbye and returned to the sanctuaries. Hansen wanted to fight Bauer and obtain a better understanding of himself, but Chaos denied Hansen's desire. She said Bauer and the Gene Seed were in a critical time, and that combination was very much nigh. She had to focus on her combination with the Gene Seed. There was no time for Hansen to meddle and get involved. Hansen felt pretty glum about that, so he gave up on his proposed idea. He tried doing something else to understand his body more. If Hansen had counted on luck and effort in the past, his genes now made him into some sort of super genius. No matter what he did, he could just learn things. He released Holy Pirate and played a game of chess with him. He beat him 19 times in a row. Even though Hansen was not very good with music, learning an instrument sounded much simpler. He was quickly able to learn all sorts of songs and melodies. It was like he had swiftly become a musical maestro. Even Feng Fei Fei and Feng Yin Yin thought Hansen's musical talents were beyond incredible. They thought the Hansen they were seeing was someone else in disguise. Being too smart is actually troublesome. Hansen soon found out that everything was fast becoming a bore. In the past, everything he did was new, so losing was fine by him. Now, no matter what Hansen did, he could not lose. Everything was boring to him now. Many of the things Hansen once found interesting were now dreary and dull. He was no longer in the mood to do them. 4 days went sluggishly by. Hansen did not make much progress in the realm of understanding himself. He only knew his body was able to be the best at whatever he sought to do, but he still did not know where his limitations, if there were any, lay. He still did not know. Never mind. When I fight Qin Xiu, I will know where the limitations of my body reside. Hansen looked at the clock. The Geno fights were on the cusp of starting. Bauer had yet to combine with the Gene seed. Hansen felt relieved by that. That is good. Bauer has not combined yet. She will not be able to take part in the Geno tablet fights. That has saved me a lot of trouble. Hansen looked at Bauer and left the sanctuaries. Many of the elites in Space Garden were waiting for Han Senator. He picked up Linger. With Ji Yanran standing next to Little Flower, they waited for the Geno tablet fights to begin. Ji Yanran held Han Sen's hands. She lowered her head and said, "No matter what, you must make it back. You must remember that there are people waiting for you to come back. Do not worry. If I am unable to fight, I have a skill that enables a quick escape. In this world, not a single person can break that skill of mine." Ji Yanran rolled her eyes. She took out a pen and grabbed Han Sen's hand. She wrote down 3 names, Ji Yanran, Han Fei, and Han Linger. Who is Han Fei? Hansen was shocked. It was then that he remembered it was Little Flower's real name. If Ji Yanran had not written it down, Han Sen would have forgotten all about it. Ji Yanran lowered her head and said, "If you cannot hold on, just look at these 3 names." Han Sen would not have to look at Ji Yanran's eyes to know they were red. Tears were holding on and trying their best not to fall. Do not worry. With you guys backing me up, there is not a single person that can kill me. Han Sen's heart was wanting a fight. Boom. Space suddenly lit up. The 33 skies unleashed a god light. It was like a weird, bright, flickering light was coming out of a headstone. Atop the big gravestone-like structure was a Geno tablet. It glowed with a god light. It could not be explained how weird it looked. Han Sen, Ning Yu, and Wang Yuhang's bodies had some sort of power of attraction. They were pulled back into their skies in rainbow light. The names of 32 leaders flickered across the Geno tablet. The 32 names shone a sky full of worlds. The main and reverse universe creatures remembered this. Han Sen was brought back to Time Sky. The stone clocks of Time Sky were fixed to the hour of 12. The bell sound shocked the sky and the ground. "This scene is so bad luck," Hansen sadly said. "It is like it has sent me to my funeral." A beam of light came from the 33 skies. It shone on Hansen and took his body to the Geno tablet's 33rd sky. All the names of all the 32 skies leaders lit up on the Geno tablet's face. When the names were lit up, the leader's shadow arose from the Geno tablet. It was like a demon god was floating in the 33 skies. It made a sky full of worlds see the leader's name and face. There were people there Hansen knew. Besides Qin Xiu, there was also Human King, Big Sky Demon, Ancient Devil, Berry Path God, Wang Yuhang, Ning Yu, Demon Alpha, and others who were all figures with whom Hansen was well acquainted. The Geno tablet fights were a simple affair. The 32 leaders would be split up into teams and forced to kill each other. There would be 16 winners. Then, the 16 would become 8, the 8 would become 4, and the 4 would become 2. The last 2 would square off to determine the final winner. Hansen was hoping he could engage Qin Xiu in his first fight and show his true trump card. He did not want to have to engage friends and be forced to kill them. That would not be a favorable result to things. Things did not go how Hansen wanted them to. The Geno tablet took Hansen to the 33 skies. Before long, he noticed he was standing before Demon Alpha. When Demon Alpha saw Hansen, she was given a fright. She did not expect her first fight would pit her against Hansen. The other leaders had their own enemies to contest with. Although they were in the 33 skies, the Geno tablet's powers had split them up into 16 separate arenas. No one was able to enter the arenas of others. The creatures of the two universes watched. The creatures of the universe of kingdoms were watching Qin Xiu's fight. Although most people did not know Qin Xiu was Wu Wei Dao Alpha reincarnated, the Qin kingdom's name was still something that shocked the universe. It was held in very high regard far and wide. The creatures of the Geno universe were more interested in watching Hansen and seeing what he would do. The name dollar was something embedded in the soul of every single living creature of the Geno universe. They wanted Hansen to win no matter what. Barry Path, God, did not have much luck. When he saw his enemy, his face immediately became dim. His opponent was Qin Xiu. My favorite vice president, Qin Xiu, looked at Barry Path God and coldly said, "Ah. So, are you going to fight me? I am here. It does not matter who I am forced to fight. I am not going to fall back and cower like a fool." While Barry Path God was talking, he waved his hand. A lot of stuff came flying out of his body. Many bronze objects, such as stoves, tripods, pots and pans, bowls, and other types of stuff, came flying out. They suppressed all 8 directions around him. They combined with the power of the 33 skies to glow with a god light and cover the whole arena. If Hansen had seen these items, he would recognize them as the stuff chaos had left behind. Barry Path God was the one to receive them all. Now, those items were glowing with a god light. They became a rainbow halo that suppressed the sky and the ground. They covered Qin Xiu too. Barry Path God, do you really think all of this stuff can be used to fight me? Qin Xiu put his hands in the air. He let the items release a god light to shoot and fall upon him. They were brushed off with ease. They did nothing damaging. Barry Path God coldly said, "This stuff alone cannot fight you, but with this, things might be a little bit different." After that, Barry Path God waved his sleeves. A scroll came out of it. It displayed a picture. When the picture left Barry Path God's sleeves, it combined the sky and the ground. The battleground combined with the drawing. The battleground was inside the painting, and the painting was the battleground. Qin Xiu looked around and emotionlessly said, "You have the Skypath painting." "Mr. Leader created the Skypath painting because it would benefit me," Barry Path God said. "With the help of these other relics, the Skypath painting can combine with the sky and the ground for me. The sky and the ground are now in my hands. Even if you have the power of a god, without the help of the universe, to use just your own power to fight me will not be enough." The whole of the sky and the whole of the ground listened and adhered to his command. The substance chains became a real dragon. They arose from the ground. It was like 10,000 dragons were stealing an orb. It was roaring at Qin Xiu. "Barry Path God is so powerful," a God Chaos Party elder remarked as he watched what Barry Path God was doing. He was in a lot of shock. He has used the sky and the ground for himself. Now, the picture disconnects the powers and the rules from the outside. Qin Xiu looks like he is now fighting in Barry Path God's world. He will be restricted by the rules of that world and unable to draw on power from the outside. It is hard to say who will win. People who did not think Barry Path God would win were now in shock. Barry Path God has achieved combining the sky and the path into one. Although he uses power from the outside, it is enough to shock the universe. Qin Xiu is in real trouble here. I thought this would be a boring fight, but Barry Path God seems to be doing better than anticipated. It is no wonder why he was considered a vice president of the God Chaos Party. Everyone thought they would witness a big fight, but Qin Xiu just raised his hand. When the hand spread its fingers, many substance chains became real dragons. They went to his hands. Then, all the power in the sky and the ground went into his hands. It was like that place was not actually a hand. It was a bottomless black hole. All of the power from the sky and the ground was absorbed into Qin Xiu's hand. Berry Path God looked shocked. He madly exploded his power. He wanted to control the sky path painting and the power of all the items to stop Qin Xiu. It was pointless to resist. The old items were flying to Qin Xiu's hands as if he had an invisible big hand. They all went into his hands. Even the sky path painting was torn apart by the force of suction. It was like the sky and the ground was ripped to pieces by Qin Xiu's hands. The scariest thing about all of this was that Berry Path God's body was also drawn closer to Qin Xiu. His Berry Path power was leaking out of him like water. It was all going into Qin Xiu's hands. No. Impossible. Berry Path God tried his best, but he was unable to get away from the scary force of suction. His Berry Path power became weaker and weaker as his body was shriveled to become fragile. Berry Path God could not escape. He and the sky path painting went into Qin Xiu's hands as silence fell all around the arena. The elites of the two universes were all frozen. That was the vice president of the God Chaos Party. He had the power to shock the sky. He was one of the strongest beings in the universe, but he was unable to block Qin Xiu's hands. So scary. It is no wonder Qin Xiu almost ruled the universe of kingdoms. He is so strong. Berry Path God has been destroyed by Qin Xiu. In this Geno tablet fight, no one else will be able to take the #1 position. What about that guy from the Geno Hall? Can he stop Qin Xiu? I am only afraid that guy can stop Qin Xiu and no other. Suddenly, everybody thought Qin Xiu was really hard to beat. They thought he was as mighty as a god. Han Sen and Demon Alpha looked at each other. Nobody struck first. I cannot believe my first opponent turns out to be you. Demon Alpha had a black lace veil covering her face as she coldly sighed. Back in the day, Ancient Devil had 8 generals. Were you one of them? Han Sen looked at Demon Alpha as he spoke. Yes. My name was Azura. I was one of the 8 generals operating under Ancient Devil's command. Demon Alpha swiftly confessed to this. She was not planning on hiding anything. If you were Azura, there is something I would like to ask you. Back in the day, the 8 generals and Ancient Devil killed an injured god. Can you clarify which sort of creature that being was? Would you be willing to tell me? Han Sen had always been thinking about this. He really wanted an answer, but Ancient Devil, who summoned the god, did not know what sort of god he ended up summoning either. The summoning was supposedly an accident in that Ancient Devil ended up summoning a creature he was not supposed to. He accidentally ended up summoning an injured god. You said it was an injured god, yet you still ask me what sort of creature it was, Demon Alpha coldly said. Why are you still asking me? Hansen was shocked. Does that mean you guys killed a god spirit? Aside from the god spirits, what sort of race would have the audacity to also call themselves gods? Demon Alpha looked at him with disdain. Hansen went silent. He then asked, what was the level of the god spirit? What was his title? If you manage to defeat me in combat, I will be willing to tell you. Demon Alpha's eyes looked extremely frosty. She raised her hand. It became a knife. It came slashing toward Hansen. Her slash did not seem to have any power. It looked like a random slash. Hansen's body reacted. His eyes looked weird. He saw the universe's most basic structures and the cause-power cogwheel spin. When his body evolved, he was unable to use the Dongxian Sutra anymore. Hansen could not see the universe's cogwheels. Now, he was able to see them as clearly as crystal. Yet how he saw them was different from before. In the past, the Dongxian Aura's area enabled him to see things clearly. Now, it was like whatever he saw enabled him to see the connections between the universal cogwheels. All of that was in his eyes. Hansen reached out his hands. The cause universal cogwheels on him came to a stop. Without the cause power connection, Demon Alpha's Azura Sutra power did not work. Demon Alpha's random wave became a real wave. It did not have any power. It did not create any movement. The people watching could not understand what they were seeing. They thought Azura waved her hand, and nothing was happening. It was like she was just fooling around. I did not expect you would have any cause powers, Demon Alpha said. She looked at Hansen with shock, but she was only a little bit shocked. Her powers were not just simply cause powers. She was taking this step, but it did not just depend on the Azura Sutra. I know a little. Hansen was a bit confused when it came to Azura. He did not strike. Seeing her not attack, he asked, the Shura race are your heirs, yes? Kind of, Demon Alpha said. What does kind of mean? Are you saying they are not? Hansen looked at Demon Alpha with shock. He did not expect this was the kind of answer he was going to receive. The Shura were created from my genes. They were used as a blueprint. Demon Alpha stared at Han Senator. She then went on to say, I hope you will quit. You are strong, but you are not Qin Xiu's rival. Hansen looked at Demon Alpha and asked, am I not Qin Xiu's opponent? What? Do you think you can be the one to defeat him? At least I have a chance of taking him down, Demon Alpha said. But you? You don't have any hope. Hansen was not mad. He looked rather calm as he asked her, tell me, where did this chance of yours come from? That is none of your business, Demon Alpha said. You just need to know that by helping me, you are helping yourself. Stop wasting my power, quit, and fall back for now. The more of my power I keep, the greater the chance I have of beating Qin Xiu. Hansen looked at Demon Alpha with surprise. He did not know where her confidence in this regard had come from. Are you going to quit or not? Demon Alpha coldly asked. I can quit, but you need to show me your strength. Hansen looked at Demon Alpha, wanting to know where her confidence came from. That means we must fight, Demon Alpha said with a frown. Of course, we have to fight. Otherwise, how am I supposed to know you are bluffing me? After pausing, Hansen said, I do have a question I would like to ask. Are you willing to answer my question? That entirely depends on what it is you are going to ask, Demon Alpha coldly replied. I know a mixed Shura that looks exactly like you. Do you know her? Hansen looked at Demon Alpha with eyes that were on fire. Did I not tell you that the Shura are a race based on my genes? Demon Alpha asked. What is so special for there to be one that looks like me? But this one looks exactly like you, and she is a human and Shura mix. That kind of Shura is certainly rare, is it not? Hansen patiently explained things to her. A human and Shura mix? Demon Alpha frowned and said, you are right. That is rare, but it is nothing special. Maybe a human or a Shura just wanted to conduct some tests. When Hansen saw that Demon Alpha did not seem to be lying, he thought, weird. Demon Alpha really does not know who Zero is. In that case, where did Zero come from? If you are not going to quit, we are going to have to fight. Stop wasting more of my time. When Demon Alpha spoke, she waved her hand at Hansen and tried slashing in his direction. Demon Alpha's jade hands kept slashing. Many Azura powers came slashing toward Hansen. If this was another creature bearing the brunt of such forces, even if it was a top-class breakworld creature, they would be unable to dodge that cause power that never missed. But Hansen just held on to the cause universal cogwheel tight. The cause power would not land on him. Demon Alpha's attacks would all be made in vain. The scary Azura powers were useless in front of Hansen. The elites watching this fight all looked at it weirdly. That was because they did not understand what was actually happening. Hansen and Demon Alpha stood 1,000 feet apart. Demon Alpha was waving her hands, but no visible power materialized. Hansen was not damaged either. It was like they were just rehearsing an act. What are these two doing? Are they faking a fight? The people in the universe of kingdoms could not watch this anymore. They did not seem to be fighting seriously. Demon Alpha knew her Azura powers were not working on Hansen, so she stopped attacking. Her black eyes peered at Hansen as she said, "I do not want to kill you, but you just had to get in the way. If I do this next attack, you will be dead. You will not even reincarnate. I suggest you quit now. I am going to learn it." Hansen did not move. "If you insist on becoming my enemy, then you cannot take it out on me for being cruel," Demon Alpha said while looking at him coldly. She looked at him as if he was already a dead man. Hansen did not speak. He also didn't look as if he was going to move out of the way. It was not as if he did not want to. His body had not been triggered by his opponent's power yet. He did not have the power to kill Demon Alpha. 1. Demon Alpha looked at Hansen. She did not raise her hand. In Hansen's eyes, Demon Alpha looked different. A scary power arose from Demon Alpha's might. The power was weird around her body. It was a pure spirit power. It was not a break-world power she was wielding. Hansen was no stranger to this sort of power. The god spirits in the Geno Hall frequently used such powers. Demon Alpha is not a god spirit, so how does she command a god spirit's power? Did she consume the power a god spirit gave her? Hansen frowned. He looked at Demon Alpha. A powerful god spirit power generated the shadow of a man by her. That shadow was so bright and holy that it commanded spirit power. It was like a god was protecting and shielding Demon Alpha's body. That shadow was too bright. All Hansen could see was the face of a man. He could not see what he looked like though. Judging from his face, he looked different from the god spirits Hansen knew. That's a very powerful cause power. Demon Alpha consumed a god spirit, so was it a god spirit with a command of cause elements? I wonder if she is the one that created the Azura Sutra since it is based on cause power. Hansen's and the Shadow of Light's cause power were becoming stronger. He was pleasantly surprised. Hansen thought Demon Alpha was strong enough already, but he had clearly underestimated what the Shura Alpha was capable of. Her spirit power clearly dwarfed Moment God. She was on a whole new playing field. Her god spirit powers are greater than Moment God's. What is the level of that god spirit? Hansen kept thinking to himself. Moment God was a main god of the 12 annihilation god spirits. While she was not the strongest, she was certainly not the weakest. She was one of the few annihilation main gods that could fight. Now, Demon Alpha's god spirit power was way above what Moment God was capable of doing. Hansen could not imagine what sort of god spirit had a god spirit power like that. As far as Hansen knew, there was only one god spirit that was stronger than Moment God, but that person was not very easy to kill. It was a reboot class god spirit. It was like it was nearly immortal. Ignoring the fact that the Azura and Ancient Devil were from the sanctuaries, even in the Geno universe and the universe of kingdoms, no creatures should have been able to consume him. Hansen frowned and thought, if it is not that guy from the Geno Hall, and he has a powerful god spirit power, does such a powerful god spirit even exist? Even if it does exist, how can such a powerful god spirit find itself consumed by Azura, who is so weak? He could not think of a solution to this little riddle. Azura's body was covered by a god spirit light. The god spirit light was created by a cause power. Even if the Geno Hall's god spirits or the 33 skies leaders did not know how to handle cause powers, they would not even see the light, let alone ordinary creatures. Cause powers were the most unique powers in the universe. Not many creatures had powers like that. Even the leader in the Geno Hall was unable to control cause powers. Only amidst the 12 annihilation main gods could one annihilation class main god control cause powers. It saw Demon Alpha's god spirit light, and its face turned white. How is this possible? How can someone in this world command such powerful cause powers with a pure god spirit power? Who is this Demon Alpha? How can she wield such cause spirit powers? That god spirit's eyes were glowing. He used his cause powers to the max, but he still could not see what that god spirit light was. The cause spirit power was too strong. His power only enabled him to see a spirit light. He was worse than Han Senator, he could not even see the shape of a man. Demon Alpha was like thunder. She looked at Hansen from above and spoke to him. You have one more chance. Quit now, or you will be killed. You will not even be able to reincarnate. That Demon Alpha is way too cocky for her own good. She is the leader of the demons, but how can she hope to compare with Mr. Dollar? It is so pathetic to be that ignorant. How dare she talk to Mr. Dollar in such a way? Many of the high races in the Geno universe believed Demon Alpha was ignorant. They could not see Demon Alpha's god spirit light. They thought Demon Alpha was merely bluffing the entire time. They thought she was too cocky for wanting Hansen to concede. Dollar's name was more certainly famous than Demon Alpha in the Geno universe. Many of the higher races in the Geno universe did not think Demon Alpha could defeat Hansen. Only that annihilation class main god was shaking his body. The power of Demon Alpha's cause spirit power was causing an annihilation class main god, who could wield the cause power element, to shake and quake. How is that possible? How is it possible that she has a cause spirit power that is stronger than mine? The god spirit stared at Demon Alpha, trying to figure something out, but he didn't have the courage to face a power like that. Hansen kept looking at Demon Alpha's god spirit shadow. He thought the shadow was rather familiar in some way or another. He just could not put a finger on where that sense of familiarity came from. 2. If I win, are you going to tell me which god spirit you consumed? Hansen was curious and really wanted to know the answer. Of course, Demon Alpha said. Whatever I have said is something I will not betray, but no longer will you find yourself capable of learning the truth. Her body's god spirit light shadow raised its arm and slashed toward Hansen. Demon Alpha's azure powers were already very scary. Compared to the god spirit light shadow slash, it was like a firefly being compared to the moon. The god spirit light shadow slash made all of spaces cause universal cogwheels to spin like mad. This was not the universal cogwheel's power being buffed in aid of Demon Alpha. This was Demon Alpha's power being forced to boost the whole universe's cause universal cogwheels. All the cause universal cogwheels, no matter if they were spinning clockwise or counterclockwise, all had to follow the god spirit light's power in spinning. That slash could reverse cause power. Catcha! Hansen's hands touched the cause universal cogwheel. It could not hold two people's powerful power. While they were fighting, it cracked. Although the cause universal cogwheel shattered, the powerful cause power was still like a sky punishment knife coming down. It was like it was slashing 1,000 lifetimes worth of infinite cause. It ended thousands of millions of fates right there and then. In the god temple of the annihilation god spirit, the cause element main god's body was trembling. The other creatures could not see the slash performed, but he knew that if he was hit by it, not only ordinary spirits, but also annihilation class god temple main gods would be wiped from the history of the universe. They would be cleaned from the history books with no chance of ever recovering. Even the reviving power of a god temple could not save a life that did not exist. Demon Alpha's slash was so powerful that it could erase cause powers. If the cause did not exist, how could there be such a result? Putting aside reincarnation, all traces and prior existences of the creature struck by this hit would be wiped from the records. He would cease to exist, forever and always. Even the memory of that being in the minds of creatures that knew him would vanish. It would be like that spirit never existed in the sky or on the ground. How scary would that cause power be? This is the level I have been looking for all my life, yet it is with someone who does not have a god spirit. Who is this demon Alpha? The Annihilation main god looked terrible. Hansen could see the scary slash too. His body was currently not useful, but he could see everything clearly in the face of that powerful adversity. It was like he had everything under control. His body was able to deal with it naturally. Hansen did not fight back because he still wanted to know the answer from Demon Alpha. Even if he killed Demon Alpha, that would still be useless for Han Senator. He needed Demon Alpha to live to be given the answer he needed. Hansen could not run Geno Arts. When he needed power, his body made lots of different reactions and created the powers he would need. They were just like his body. Hansen did not move, but the invisible and powerful power still continued to spread. The universal cogwheels around Hansen's body stopped spinning. They put Hansen in an absolutely still space. It did not matter if the wind, fire, thunder, lightning, time or space powers were being used. They were all useless in trying to bring down Hansen and his power. They were all cut off via his body. This was like Hansen's Dongxian aura, but it was different. The power of the Dongxian aura was stronger and more absolute. It was not an independent type of aura either. It assimilated with Hansen and became a part of his natural instincts. It hit the scary cause power and destroyed it. When it landed on Hansen, it simply vanished. It was like the wind was suddenly blowing in another direction. Everything came to a standstill. There were no signs to suggest it would be stopped, nor did it struggle. It almost looked as if it was supposed to stop where it was. The eyes of Demon Alpha and the cause element Annihilation God Spirit almost popped out of their sockets. They could not believe what they were seeing. Such a powerful force of cause power had not even been able to ruffle a single strand of Hansen's hair. It was just gone. You. What did you do? Demon Alpha could not believe it and looked at Han Senator. She could not fathom this result. Demon Alpha knew what that power meant. She did not believe someone in the world could ignore the extent of the power she had just unleashed. She did not think Qin Xiu could repel what she wielded either. Now, Hansen easily blocked her full power attack. He had not even asserted a defensive position. Hansen looked at Demon Alpha and asked, "Should I continue?" Hansen had been worried that he would not be able to block that utterly crazy attack power. Now, he knew for sure that cause power was not able to affect him. The Dongxian aura became the base of his body's power. He could easily control all of the universe's cogwheels and rules. Even a powerful cause power was unable to break his sense of perception. The voice of the Geno tablet played in Hansen's head. Your body does have a problem. Even a reboot God Spirit's cause power cannot affect your body. What? Are you saying Demon Alpha was using reboot class cause powers to fight me? Hansen almost screamed aloud. If it was not a reboot class being, how could it wipe cause from existence? The Geno tablet replied. The God Spirits can reverse cause powers, but they can only use one or two tricks. They never really use it. They can never really control it or change it. Aside from a reboot class God Spirit, no God Spirit can do what you've just repelled. Of course, when my host becomes the world's new God Spirit, they will have that power. Are you sure that is the power of something reboot class? Hansen asked. I don't think I'd be wrong about something like this, but her reboot class power is not complete, the Geno tablet answered. If it was a complete reboot class cause power, with that strike, the whole of the 33 skies would be wiped from the map. Hansen's eyes looked sunny and dark. Night God No Moon had told him there were 5 spirits who had reboot class blood, and they all came from the last Geno Hall leader. Azura could not have consumed the current God Hall leader. It was not Bauer, so only 3 possibilities remained. It had to be Tai Yi and King Jun's last life, 2 of Qin Xiu's previous lives, or the last God Hall leader. No matter which of them it was, Hansen thought the suggested concepts were rather difficult to believe. Back in the day, Azura would have been too weak. Either of those three could have killed Azura several times over with but a whiff of their breath. And back then, Azura must have consumed one of them. Again, that did not seem likely nor possible. It should not have been the last God Hall leader. When the last God Hall leader died, Azura and the others were not born at that time. How did the Alpha of the Witch die? I forgot to ask Chaos. The most likely possibility was a remnant of Qin Shou's life since he was the one who reincarnated the most. He is the most likely candidate. No, Han Sen was thinking to himself. Because he was so shocked, he continued to revel in his thoughts. Azura said she consumed a god spirit. The Alpha of the Witch was one of the witch. After reincarnating, he would not become a god spirit. Qin Xiu would not reincarnate as a god spirit either. Does that mean Azura consumed the last god Hall leader? That cannot be right. The timing is not right. The last god Hall leader died because of the need to reboot the universe. When he died, Ancient Devil and Azura reincarnated. After being reincarnated for many years, they grew strong enough to kill a god. It could not have been the last god Hall leader. Did Azura make a mistake? Does she believe the reincarnation of Alpha Witch and the reincarnation of Human Alpha, who had a god spirit blood pulse, were actually god spirits? Han Sen's brain was flashing with countless different ideas. He could not think of a final solution. He looked at Demon Alpha, Azura, with conflicted emotions. It all depends on whether or not you are that strong. Demon Alpha was not willing to stop. The god spirit light was frightening. She put her hands together and exploded with a powerful cause power that was sent straight toward Han Sen. The creatures of the world could not see the cause spirit power. They could only see two people exchanging dialogue, with neither of the two making a move. They were all yelling, "You two hurry up and fight. Stop talking. These are the Geno tablet fights. This is not a street fight. Stop chatting." The shadow of the god spirit light kept slashing the scary cause power, but it was unable to bring harm to Han Senator. Many cause powers came before Han Sen, but they immediately vanished. They could not cover his body. Demon Alpha, do you want this to continue? Han Sen kept getting the cause power attack as he spoke to Demon Alpha. Demon Alpha's eyes were consistently full of shock. She could not believe her cause powers were unable to work on Han Sen. There is no need. Demon Alpha looked very calm. The god spirit powers on her were weaker. She looked at Han Sen with a complex look. Can you tell me who that god spirit was now? Han Sen whispered to Demon Alpha. Demon Alpha hesitated. She used a weird skill so that her words were only able to be heard by Han Sr. What if I told you that I do not know who this god spirit was? Would you believe me? Han Sen frowned and looked at Demon Alpha. He did not speak. He did not believe Demon Alpha, but people like Demon Alpha must have had a reason to say something like that. Demon Alpha said, back in the day, Ancient Devil took 8 of us, the generals, with him to summon a god spirit. We summoned a dying god spirit. Even Ancient Devil does not know who that god spirit was. If he did not know, how could we possibly know? Ancient Devil and the rest of us used all sorts of methods, but we were unable to do anything to the dying god spirit. Han Sen nodded. The explanation of events given to him by Demon Alpha, Azura, was the same as the explanation given to him by Ancient Devil. Demon Alpha bore a wry smile and went on to say, you must be curious. If we could not hurt the dying god spirit, how was I able to consume it? Well, that is very simple. That is because it was not that I ate the god spirit. It was more like he chose me. Han Sen looked at Demon Alpha with surprise as he asked, what is that supposed to mean? It means what you just heard me tell you. Ancient Devil and the other generals believed that I ate the god spirit, but they did not know he chose to combine with me above the rest. Demon Alpha saw Han Sen's face, knowing what he was thinking. She shook her head and said, I know what you are thinking. I am still me. The god spirit did not overtake me. The god spirit was very strong. If he wanted to take over my will, I would have been unable to stop him. But he never did. Instead, he gave his powers to me. The power was so strong that I was only ever to use some of it. As I became stronger, I became more and more able to use the power. Recently, I was able to use it perfectly. Aside from this power, do you have anything else? Hansen found all of this hard to believe. Demon Alpha was stretching the limits of his believability. Even if the God Spirit was that nice, he didn't believe a good God Spirit was that perfect and unselfish to never plan on bringing harm to Demon Alpha. He gave his power to Demon Alpha to prolong his life. It was obvious he just did not want to die, so he must have left behind some final words. Hansen would not believe there was nothing more to it all. Demon Alpha said, he left me a message, but his message did not concern anything to do with himself. It was a secret that had something to do with Human Alpha. Demon Alpha hesitated for a moment but proceeded to say, you should know that Qin Xiu was Human Alpha reincarnated. I lost. I cannot fight him before Qin Xiu controls the Geno tablet. I can tell you this secret. If you can defeat Qin Xiu, it will only be a good thing for me too. Hansen was happy. He did not expect Demon Alpha was connected to all of this. It certainly came as a surprise to him. It made him really curious too. He did not know what kind of secret this was. Demon Alpha was silent a moment before saying to Hansen, according to my message, Human Alpha does not die. Before he walked that step, there was a small flaw in him. If you can catch that flaw, it might be possible for you to defeat him. Hansen could not help but ask, what flaw might that be? Demon Alpha's voice was in Hansen's brain. Human Alpha's genes come from a reboot God Spirit and the last God Chaos Party leader. The two of their genes did not combine perfectly. If Human Alpha was forced to combine the Geno prototype armor and a reboot blood pulse, it will have a flaw. If you can catch the flaw, Qin Xiu can be delivered deadly damage. But catching that flaw will be difficult. You will need my cause power for that since this flaw can only be felt. It cannot be spoken. Without my cause power, you will not be able to see the flaw. So, this secret is pointless for you to learn. Upon hearing all of this, Hansen was more and more shocked. It was not because of the flaws Demon Alpha mentioned. It was because by knowing this and wanting to deal with Human Alpha, this could not be Human Alpha reincarnated. Knowing so much about Human Alpha's secrets, the God Spirit that combined with Demon Alpha sounded like the last God Hall leader. If it was that big God, how was he able to be summoned to a low-level sanctuary by Ancient Devil? Hansen really did not understand this part. Demon Alpha said, I still have a feeling the God Spirit I combined with was just a shell or fragment of its former self. It is not the God Spirit in its entirety. What do you mean by that? Hansen asked. It is just a feeling. The God Spirit is a spirit body. If he really combined with me, I should be able to get some memory from his soul, but I can't. Demon Alpha smiled. She went on to speak, but this time, her voice was not directly in Hansen's brain. Everyone was able to hear what she said next. Our discussion ends here. I lost. This is where we say goodbye. I hope I will meet you again one day, alive. After that, Demon Alpha left the 33 skies. Holy **T. What was that? They did not fight. This was so fake. I object. This was a fake fight. Hey. Hey. You guys should at least pretend to fight. You did not even fight. All you did was wave your hands, and then one of you concedes? That is so unprofessional. Fake. This is so fake. This acting is noob level. There were so many boos after this. People thought it was not a glorious win for Han Senator. Even the races of the Geno universe that adored Hansen looked weird. They were so perplexed that they could not speak. Hansen did not care though. The secrets Demon Alpha told him gave him a lot to think about, but there was no way to confirm anything. It was like his heart had been scratched by a cat, and it was incredibly itchy as a result. When Demon Alpha quit, Han Sen progressed to the top 16. He could not, however, leave the 33 skies. He had no choice but to wait until the next fight. He had to win that next fight. He had to keep on fighting. There was no other choice. Wang Yuhang's situation was not going to last. His super god spirit body did not do direct damage. All it did was affect the mood of an opponent. He was unable to kill an opponent. The worst thing about it was that in his battleground, there was only him and one other creature. That made his super god spirit body's usefulness rather low and next to useless. The worst thing about it was that his opponent was a metallic creature, which was very cold. It was rather like a robot, and his super hormone did not work on the metal creature. His bike was very loud. Wang Yuhang was riding his bike fast along a road. The robot-looking metallic creature fired laser beams out of its metal eye sockets. The force of those lasers was so grand that they annihilated the fabric of space. Wang Yuhang kept dodging, left to right. When the laser touched his bike, the steel instantly melted away. There were already a few cuts on the bike by now. The hull of the bike was cut through by this point, exposing the machinery inside. Some parts of the bike were even starting to spark. Damn it! Wang Yuhang lowered his head and dodged a laser that was aiming for his head. He felt coldness come down on his head. He touched it, which resulted in his hair being lasered away. He started to get angry. Before he said anything properly, more of the lasers were coming for him. They tore through the fabric of space. F***CK. I do not believe this. You are a creature. You have emotions. If there are emotions, they should be affected by my super hormone. Wang Yuhang was very angry. He had the urge to fight. His super god spirit body started gunning at its max. The heavy bike lit up with a purple light. The engine started running with purple energy. The whole bike looked like a purple crystal. The exhaust let out a purple mist instead of smoke. Wherever the heavy bike went, a purple mist followed it like a wave and dyed all of space a beautiful purple color. It was like smog when there was too much heavy metal in the air. The giant metal life force was inside that mist. It was like a metallic monster in the mist. It looked like it was there, but it was not actually there. Its eyes flickered, continuously firing out scary lights and lasers. The purple mist did not seem to affect the creature. After meeting the light, it vaporized. It does not matter how you struggle. Just die already. When you become an enemy of the God Chaos Party, your fate is already sealed. How can you not understand that? The metal life force spoke with a cold voice. What it said meant it was a member of the God Chaos Party and one of Qin Xiu's men. You are such a complete idiot. Wang Yuhang scolded it. He pushed down harder on the accelerator pedal, putting more power into the bike. The bike's engine went faster and faster. The purple mist became darker and darker. The bike went faster and faster. Even so, it was still unable to block the pursuit of the metal life form. In a light that crossed each other, Wang Yuhang carelessly let the back of his bike get hit. Half of the back tire and body were cut off. The rest of the bike and Wang Yuhang fell away. Oh, no. Look at what's going on all the way up there. It would appear that little uncle is in danger. Lin Feng and the others were in shock. It is about time for you to die. Therefore, I will send you into the fiery pits of hell. The metal creature's eyes started to fire more lasers. The lasers were like suns, and their luminosity went to strike Wang Yuhang, who had taken a tumble. Wang Yuhang was going to be in the light. His body was veiled by a beautiful purple light. His head had the crown of a queen. He had butterfly wings. His long hair that had been cut off started to grow again. It was a pretty purple. It kept having weird purple light movement like mad. Now, Wang Yuhang's whole body was becoming extremely pretty. Yes, only the word pretty could be used to describe him. When Han Sen combined with the Ice Jade Evil Lady, he was still a little young. Wang Yuhang no longer had any young air about him. He was like a seductive queen whose whole body was irresistible. The butterfly wings on his back moved. Wang Yuhang's body stumbled back like a shadow. It dodged the lasers that were like one-hit kill weapons. The seductive body pranced through the air with the whole body unleashing a purple aura. Wang Yuhang looked at the male life form and asked, Are you willing to sacrifice everything for me? The creatures of the two universes thought Wang Yuhang was mad. Although Wang Yuhang looked very attractive right now, where even all the males were super tempted, it was a strong creature that was a leader. Why would that being give up winning for him? The metal creature coldly said, You are going to die, and you still have the gall to joke around. I confess that this joke is not funny, thus, you can go die. After that, the metal lifeform's eyes looked really bright. Their glare suggested it wanted to fire more lasers out. The metal lifeform's eyes, which had just turned bright, did not release any such lights. What? What is happening? The metal lifeform shockingly noticed that it was no longer able to control its own body. It could not attack Wang Yuhang. It was like its body was betraying its mind. The metal lifeform was even more shocked about the fact that its body was slowly approaching Wang Yuhang. The metal lifeform wished to reclaim control of its metal body, but its body conflicted with its mind. It made it so weird. It tried its best to leave Wang Yuhang, but it could not help itself. It was more than compelled to remain with Wang Yuhang. It was like it had completely come under a spell that it could not resist. What is going on? What have you done? The metal lifeform felt as if its body was no longer controllable. It walked over to Wang Yuhang. A sky full of countless creatures from both worlds was now in shock. The metal lifeform kneeled before Wang Yuhang. Its eyes no longer looked cold like before. It was still glowing, but it was not murderous, and it was now utterly powerless. It looks like you are ready to sacrifice everything before me. What are you waiting for? Wang Yuhang was like a queen. He looked at the metal creature with disdain. It was like he was looking at a worthless slave. Everyone else looked on in disbelief. The metal lifeform's hands were quivering in fear. It grabbed its head and twisted its own metallic skull. It went catcha as it was torn away from the neck. Boom! Boom! The metal lifeform, clutching its own head, fell to the ground. It died like that. The creatures of the two universes watching the fight were all petrified. They were no longer able to say a word. Wang Yuhang's name was taken forward to the top 16. Wang Yuhang's face and presence returned to normal. He descended on the crumpled corpse of the metallic lifeform. He did not look happy or proud. If he had been able to choose, he would have preferred never using that power again. It made him feel as if he was no longer a person but a monster. Boom! Boom! The 16 battlegrounds had invisible barriers blocking fighters and keeping them contained in their own arenas. After the fight ended, the invisible barriers of the two arenas crumbled away. The winners of the two arenas would then have to keep on fighting to which would reach the top 8. The whole of the Geno Tablets fight was like that. No one was given time for a break. When the fights in the two battlegrounds ended, there was a new fight. This process would keep going until one person was left standing. Han Sen had to wait around for a while before his invisible barrier came falling down. The place he could not see was no longer blocked though. Who is my second opponent? I hope it is Qin Xiao, Han Sen thought. He then looked in the new direction. What he saw there, however, gave him quite a nasty shock. Han Sr., when Wang Yuhang saw Han Sen, he was shocked and laughed right after. This is terrible. Han Sen went over to Wang Yuhang and gave him a wry smile. The chances of this encounter were not very high, yet they had ended up in competition with each other. Clearly, this was nothing good. This meant one of them would now have to lose. In Space Garden, Lin Feng, Huang Fujing, and the others watched Han Sen encounter Wang Yuhang. After they saw this, they were very sad to see it. Since this had happened, there was nothing they could do to change it. Two humans are competing against each other. This is going to be a lot of fun. Which of the pair do you think is stronger? Of course, it is Wang Yuhang. That metal leader he brought down only needed 1/2 of a step to max out its break world rate, yet before Wang Yuhang, it was willing to kneel and kill himself. How scary is that power, huh? That Han Sen played tricks in his first fight. The first fight was nothing but a phony. Now that he really has to fight, I bet it is Wang Yuhang who takes him out with the trash. I do not know if Han Sen faked his fight, but that Wang Yuhang is very strong. There is no doubt about that. The tin can he took out was one of the 4 primary kings of the God Chaos Party. He made it twist its own head off and die. Who in the world can have that effect on anyone? Can anyone else in the universe do such a thing? Most humans in the universe of kingdoms believed Wang Yuhang was stronger than Han Senator. They thought Wang Yuhang would win. The people of the Geno universe did not think of things the same way though. They understood the connection between Han Sen and Wang Yuhang a whole lot more. Wang Yuhang has encountered Han Sen. Maybe this is a good thing. This can allow Han Sen to have a decent break, refresh himself, and get ready for competing in the top 8 fights while he is in the best shape possible. It is a crying shame. Wang Yuhang and Dollar are both so strong. They should not have encountered each other so soon. It is a shame Wang Yuhang encountered him. His powers are so scary and weird, but Mr. Dollar is there now. Out of simple respect, he should let Mr. Dollar win. I think only Mr. Dollar can defeat Qin Xiu. The 2 universes had a reverse opinion regarding this, and they were all watching the Geno tablet fights. Not many people turned their attention to Qin Xiu's battles. It was not as if they did not want to see Qin Xiu fight. It was just pointless for them to watch Qin Xiu do battle. No one was ever able to block Qin Xiu's palm. In the fight, Wang Yuhang rubbed his face and said, "Okay, I can help you advance to the next stage. I have fulfilled the obligations of my mission, so I leave the rest for you to handle." After Wang Yuhang said that, the universe of kingdoms fell into a state of shock. The Wang Yuhang they all supported was going to concede and throw in the towel. Why is this happening? Wang Yuhang is stronger. Why is he giving Han Sen the chance of victory? They are both humans. Do they not believe in survival of the fittest? The stronger one should be the one to advance. It seems Han Sen has some good friends. He has been able to encounter people he knows in both of his matches, but without real power, he won't get much further. I do not believe he will encounter another friend out of the top 8. In the 7 kingdoms, many people felt bad for Wang Yuhang. They felt sorry for him. After all, when Wang Yuhang defeated the metal leader, it was such a shocking victory for them to witness. On the flip side, all of the creatures in the Geno universe thought this was meant to be. Dollar was the stronger of the 2, and he should have been the one to continue. Wang Yuhang's decision was not surprising in this regard. Don't go. Han Sen tugged at Wang Yuhang and said, "There is no rush. Perhaps we should chat for a bit." Chat? The creatures that watched this fight were shocked. They knew something, and they looked weird. In the universe of kingdoms, the nobles who did not like Han Sen were shouting. This Han Sen is the god of wealth, yet he is so obscene. It is okay for him to let his friend concede, but he wants him to wait around just so he can have a break. He is utterly shameless. He is not just shameless. He is obscene. The last fight was a phony. He did not use any powers, so why must he take a break now? This is obscene. What? Wang Yuhang looked at Han Sen with a fair amount of confusion. In fact, when he fought the metal leader, he had used up a whole lot of his energy. He did not want to fight either. It was good for him to meet Han Senator. It was a nice break for both of them. "Watch Space Garden for me," Han Sen whispered into Wang Yuhang's ear. I am afraid Qin Xiu has a few tricks up his sleeve. He was not worried about himself. He was worried about his family. I will not guarantee you it will remain absolutely safe, but if that Qin Xiu does have some tricks left to play, for as long as I live, no harm will come to the people of Space Garden. After some hesitation, Hansen said, okay. I will let you handle all of that. If. I say if. If you cannot do it, tell Little Gold I will let him use his power. I understand. If it is not necessary to, I will not wake up that guy. Wang Yuhang nodded. He knew that Little Gold's body was weird. When the disaster with the break world beasts unfolded, Little Gold opened his golden door. Wang Yuhang did not know what lay behind that golden door, but he knew it had to be something scary. The golden door had never been opened completely, yet the break world beasts were still completely destroyed by Little Gold. Everything within a few thousand miles of the ajar door was completely destroyed. Fortunately, Little Gold lived far away from the base. If he didn't, the base and all the people that occupied it would have been wiped out. Ever since Hansen told Little Gold he was not allowed to open the golden door freely. That casual attack of his was far too scary. Little Gold always listened to Han Senator if he was told not to use it, even if people were going to kill him, he would still not use the golden door. After Hansen explained, he fell back and said, okay. You can leave now. I will let you handle this. Get rid of that asshole Qin Xiu, would you? And bring the black-haired Wanner back. Wang Yuhang patted Hansen on the shoulder. He then conceded and left the battleground. Many people saw Hansen level up easily and felt bad about it. That was especially true of the people in the Seven Kingdoms. People there already hated Hansen, so they were now sounding extra bitter and cold. Hansen could not hear what everyone was saying, but he did not care. After Wang Yuhang conceded, Hansen thought his fight in the top 8 to reach the top 4 would not start for a while. That was because his first 2 fights had ended blisteringly quickly. The real fights between others probably wouldn't be ending anytime soon. Wang Yuhang had only just left, yet an invisible wall came falling down. Clearly, the fights on the other side already had a victor determined. Is that Qin Xiu? Hansen was shocked. To be able to enter a fight faster than him, the only one he could think of being able to do that was Qin Xiu. When Hansen saw the person enter the arena, he was disappointed. He was more disappointed than when he saw Wang Yuhang. His opponent for deciding the victor moving from the top 8 to the top 4 was Ningyu, another friend of his from Space Garden. Ningyu was the sort of person who always maintained a low profile, but he had already beaten 2 powerful sky leaders. He had already reached the top 8, which suggested he was a supremely scary opponent. But not many people knew about him. Not many creatures paid attention to the way he leveled up and advanced. It is another human. Where did that human come from? To be able to reach the top 8 suggests he is quite a scary fellow. Is he going to concede as well? No way. Hansen's luck cannot be that great. In the universe of kingdoms, people ravenously discussed this new character. They had no clue who Ningyu was. Without the Geno tablet fights, they would never have known who Ningyu was. Hansen looked at Ningyu and asked, Ningyu, are you interested in a spar? Hansen was actually curious about how strong Ningyu was at this point. Ningyu shook his head. You and I will fight, but not right now. After you beat Qin Xiu, you and I will fight. When they heard Qin Xiu say that, the people of the universe of kingdoms felt their hearts turn cold. Clearly, Ningyu was going to concede too. Some of the human elites were so jealous that they went crazy. Who is this Hansen? He has won 3 whole fights without fighting. These are the sort of Geno tablet fights even I could take part in. I bet you I would win too. It is all because of the fact he is famous. He is an annihilation class main god. He is the god of wealth. Anyone in their right mind would treat him with respect and cut him some slack. Otherwise, why else would Wan Yuhang and Ning Yu happily concede before him? You are right. Who would not want something better for their heirs? Being friends with the god of wealth can give you the chance of inheriting the god of wealth blood. I would do a favor like that for sure. In the universe of kingdoms, there were lots of jealous people. In the Geno universe, different elites of different races had lots of different opinions. They thought Ningyu was right to concede. Hansen knew Ningyu. Despite seeming like a soft person, he was in fact a very proud man. He did not want to fight Hansen this time. Ningyu, who often wore green clothes, left the 33 skies. He conceded, but he still left with a proud look as if he had been a winner. Hansen successfully reached the top 4. He was one of the top 4. Although many nobles in the universe of kingdoms thought Hansen had been playing too many tricks, they could only watch Hansen win, rank up, and be unable to do anything about it. Surprisingly, Qin Xiu did not reach the top 4 yet. He had 2 more matches he had to get through. So, Hansen stayed in his arena and waited for the top 4 fighters to be decided on. On the battleground, many race elites watched Qin Xiu keenly. They thought Qin Xiu would be the first person to reach the top 4. Now, Qin Xiu had not reached the top 4, which made them all feel strange. As they looked in his direction, what they saw gave them all a shock. A Breakworld elite could not help but cry aloud, "Another human." There are so many humans in the Geno tablet fights. In his top 8 to get to the top 4 battle, Qin Xiu's opponent was a human too. That person's Geno tablet name was Human King. It was those 2 words. When Qin Xiu looked at Human King, he had a strange expression. He did not strike immediately. He stared at Human King and tried to look at something within him. "Qin Xiu, we meet again." Human King said hello to Qin Xiu as if he was meeting an old friend after a long period of time. "World King God." Qin Xiu frowned and looked at Human King as he spoke. Human King shook his head. "You should be able to discern that I am not World King God." Qin Xiu looked into Human King's eyes and asked, "In that case, do you mind telling me who you are?" Human King remained stoic. He did not seem antagonized by this, so he continued to speak coldly. "I am Human King. I am the alpha of the humans of the sanctuaries." "I see. World King God used my body to create many interesting things." Qin Xiu squinted his eyes as he peered at Human King. "It is interesting, but I am human," Human King said with a smile. "Not really," Qin Xiu said. "You being human or not does not depend on the genes you have, but whether or not you are here." Human King pointed at his own heart. Qin Xiu looked at Human King coldly. "Do you not know where it comes from?" "Yes, but you gave it up, so now it is mine," Human King said. "I let it belong to you," Qin Xiu said. "That is why it is yours. What if you were to not allow that?" Human King looked at Qin Xiu with interest. "Taking it back will not be difficult," Qin Xiu said. "You can certainly try." What Human King said declared Qin Xiu as a definitive enemy. He did not fall back. "I was going to let you live because of World King God, but it is a shame," Qin Xiu said. He then raised his hands. He tried to grab Human King. That hand was like Berry Path God's hand. It sucked everything in the world. The whole world was in his hands. Human King's body could not block the scary force of suction. He was drawn into Qin Xiu's hands. Qin Xiu was going to do to Human King what he had done to Berry Path God. Just as Human King was going to get sucked into Qin Xiu's hand, his body, which had been minimized, suddenly expanded. It went back to looking like normal. His hand went against Qin Xiu's hand. The 10 fingers on his hands completely stuck to the opposing hand. Next, an even more shocking thing happened. No one thought Human King possessed the power necessary to fight Qin Xiu. When their 2 hands touched each other, the one who shouted was actually Qin Xiu. Qin Xiu's black crystal armor had some white light coming out of it. It was like a lot of silk was coming out of Human King. What is going on? In the Geno Hall, God Hall leader stood up with shock. He looked at Human King with confusion. Anyone could tell that Qin Shou's power was being absorbed by Human King. Normal people could not tell the power contained spirit power. God Hall leader knew that to be sucked by Human King like this, Qin Shou's body and soul were going to be consumed. Qin Shou tried to escape Human King's hand. He was strong, but the more power he cast, the more his power was absorbed. It was like Qin Shou's power now belonged to his opponent. Human King took Qin Shou's power and became even stronger. I see now. God Hall leader watched this for a while. He then noticed something that surprised him. God Hall leader, who is this Human King? Light Goddess asked with shock. He can absorb Qin Shou's soul and body. It was not only Light Goddess feeling this way. Many of the other Annihilation class main gods were in shock as well. When Qin Shou faced Human King, he looked defenseless. God Hall leader looked at Human King complicatedly. He eventually said, "There is no need to be so surprised. Human King is basically another Qin Shou." What makes you say that? Light Goddess was shocked by this. She did not understand what God Hall leader was trying to say. God Hall leader went on to say, back in the day, when Qin Shou entered the Geno universe, he had the protection of the witch. That is what allowed him to live, persevere, and thrive. He grew up and went on to create Sacred and become its leader. At that time, his power still never reached the heights of what it needed to be. Despite that, he went as far as he was able to. So, he gave up his body. He gave his body to the Self-Gene Race World King God, and he put his soul into the God Chaos Party leader's Geno prototype armor. He wanted to control the Geno prototype armor. He wanted to use his power to help his spirit body reboot and later go on to recover his body. After retreating into thought for a moment, Light Goddess proceeded to ask, "Are you saying that Human King has Qin Shou's World King God?" In the Geno Universe battle, World King God, who had Qin Shou's body, was slain. Before World King God died, he sent Han Sen and Wanner to the Universe of Kingdoms. The 33 skies had not opened at that time, but he ripped open a space barrier. Even World King God died for it. Yes. World King God is dead, God Hall leader said. Qin Shou killed him, but don't forget that the humans in the sanctuaries have World King Gods and Qin Shou's blood. We know that already, Light Goddess said. It was after the crystallizers destroyed Sacred that they took the gene prototype from Sacred and combined it with their own crystallizer blood. It led to mixed humans being created in the sanctuaries and later populating it. Humans like that have World King Gods and Qin Shou's blood. Because of the crystallizers testing, it was not the sole result of World King God's work. So, it was all considered an accident. Like Han Sen and the others, having World King Gods and Qin Shou's blood was weak and unneeded. That sort of blood would not be in Qin Shou's actual children. I will have to admit that if they were bred naturally, it may not seem as if it is something that you could deem to be possible, God Hall leader said. From what I know about all of this riffraff, the sanctuaries were the original birthplace of what we came to know as Blood Legion. They practiced blood pulse skills to refine their blood pulses through the generations. You saw those Geno arts. In Han Sen's and World King God's fight, that Geno art was what they used. Really? If God Hall leader knows all of this, why did you not put an end to it? Light Goddess looked confused. God Hall leader shook his head. We are God spirits, but we are not gods that know all. I knew about the existence of the Blood Pulse Sutra, but the Blood Pulse Sutra I saw was only able to refine World King God's blood. After many generations, Qin Shou's genes have become thin. I never thought this Human King was still around. That was way too hard for my imagination to handle. He refined World King God's blood to the max. I do not know what he used to accomplish that, but he reversed Qin Shou's genes. In that case, this Human King is a combination of World King God and Qin Shou, Light Goddess said with a frown. Even so, he should not be able to defeat Qin Xiu. After all, Qin Xiu has the Geno prototype armor and reached reboot class. That is not something Qin Xiu and World King God can do. God Hall Leader looked at Human King strangely. That is what is so scary about Human King. He made his body possess the genes of World King God and Qin Xiu. He also did something scary to his body. After pausing, God Hall Leader went on to say, if ordinary people had Human King's body now, they would just produce another Qin Xiu. But this person used the flaws in Qin Xiu's genes. He identified what the wretched things were and exploited them all for his own gain. It is because of this that he was able to take advantage of the flaws and use them to consume Qin Xiu's soul and body. How has he done something like that? Light Goddess did not understand. It is very simple, God Hall Leader said. His body is Qin Xiu's body. In this world, no other person has a body that is similar to Human King and Qin Xiu. Qin Xiu gave up his body. He adopted a spirit body and entered the Geno prototype armor. Although he has reached reboot class, he has not been able to use his reboot powers to get his body back. But that is just a product of the rebooting powers. It is not like his original body. Are you saying that the soul meter of Qin Xiu's current body is not as good as the one in Human King's body? Light Goddess asked. So, Human King just needs to touch Qin Xiu's body, and Qin Xiu's soul will feel his body. The soul will then be attracted to Human King's body. Yes, that is precisely right, God Hall Leader said with a sigh. Only Human King can do something like this. His body is closer to the real Qin Xiu, so the prototype armor will think he is the proper Qin Xiu. It will not help the real Qin Xiu attack him. Thus, Qin Xiu cannot do anything against Human King. He is only allowing his soul to be taken by Human King. This Human King is smart. His blood pulse sutra can consume the blood of someone. If this is to continue, it will not only be the soul, but also the body he has just gotten will be consumed by Human King. Isn't that a good thing, though? Light Goddess asked. If Qin Xiu is absorbed by Human King, Qin Xiu will be dead. If he is dead, we do not have to worry about Qin Xiu rebooting the whole universe. Maybe. God Hall Leader did not agree with Light Goddess. Moment God, who was on the side, said, maybe not. This Human King has always had scary powers, but he never outright shows them. He never truly has. After all these years, he has finally been able to come face to face with Qin Xiu. In an instant, he has been able to take everything. He has waited an awfully long amount of time for this reward. He has been very patient. That virtue has now bestowed upon him a great reward. I reckon this Human King is scarier than Qin Xiu. We don't even know what his ultimate goal is. What if his aim is crazier than Qin Xiu's? When Light Goddess heard all this, she looked at God Hall Leader. She asked, Mr. Leader, is that what you are worried about? God Hall Leader said, this is not what I am worried about. I am merely worried. Light Goddess spoke faster than her heart and asked, what are you worrying about? God Hall Leader said, Mr. God rebooted the Blood Pulse and God Chaos Party Leader's Geno prototype armor. These two items are things with an extreme amount of power. Qin Xiu was used by Mr. God and the God Chaos Party Leader. That was how he combined them, but it was never perfect. There was always still a flaw. I am worried that if Human King absorbs Qin Xiu's body and soul. God Hall Leader stopped speaking, but all the God spirits knew what he meant. When they thought about the consequences, they felt a chill run down their spines. If Human King succeeded, it would be fine. If Qin Xiu took over Human King's body and combined with him, he would be able to repair the flaws in his genes. The consequences of that happening would be so frightening that even the God spirits would be quaking in their boots. If Qin Xiu comes back from the brink to eat Human King, even if Bauer successfully combines with the gene seed, the chance of her being able to beat Qin Xiu would shrink to a mere 50, God Hall Leader said. That means it is all down to the luck that governs the flip of a coin. But it does not matter what her fighting experience is. There is absolutely no chance her fighting experience can match Qin Xiu. Her chance of winning will be considerably lower. If I knew Human King was someone like this, I would have made the effort to kill him sooner, Moment God madly said. Light Goddess displayed a wry smile. Human King has been in hiding for many years. We were unable to see anything. With the intelligence he has, it would have been hard for us to kill him even if we wanted to. It is pointless to keep thinking about it now, God Hall leader said. Let's just wait for the results, shall we? No matter which one of them wins, we are going to have to ready ourselves to fight. Even if Human King wins, it will not be a good thing for us. The god spirits knew what he meant. If Qin Xiu won, the ending would be glum. But no one knew what Human King ultimately wanted either. Human King winning might result in things faring even worse for everyone. Yes, Master. All of the god spirits agreed. In the 33 skies, Qin Xiu's and Human King's fingers were touching each other. Qin Xiu's body had a spirit light spilling out of him. A lot of white mist was going for Human King. There was some red in between it all though. It was like blood. Human King's body absorbed Qin Xiu's soul. It had some weird changes. Human King's body was blue. He absorbed a red and white light. His blood turned from blue to red. His skin had a white light. 1. The members of Blood Legion had blue blood and could not refine or practice Geno arts. All they could use was their blue blood power. That was what they used to fight. The blue blood power came from World King God. In the Geno universe, it was restricted by the rules of the universe. Now, the blue blood was turning red. It looked like it was showing Human King's blood going into Qin Xiu. Not long later, the blood that turned red did not actually turn red. It became purple. It was a mysterious sort of purple color. 1. More and more power became absorbed by Human King. Human King's power became more crystallized as time went by until he looked almost completely like a purple crystal. His black hair and black pupils started to turn purple. That purple was similar to Azura's sort of purple, but it was different. It made people feel more scared. When they saw the purple light, even the many god spirits of the Geno Hall became incredibly scared. Perhaps Human King winning will not be a good thing. Some god spirits were starting to worry. The two universes were in shock. It did not matter if the spectators were in the Geno universe or universe of kingdoms. None of them could believe their eyes. They could not believe Qin Xiu was falling under the control of a nameless person. It really did look as if he was losing. God, this is sacred leader. Will he really lose to a nameless soldier? A scary creature from the Geno universe spoke. Qin Xiu will not lose, will he? Many human elites of the universe of kingdoms were confused. They still had hope. They could not accept the concept of Qin Xiu actually losing. That was because this was Qin Xiu. He was the greatest existence out of all the 7 kingdoms. Out of the countless years the universe of kingdoms had existed, only the Wu Wei Dao Palace could bring about someone so great. The people of the universe of kingdoms could not believe he would lose. No matter how much Qin Xiu exploded with power, he could not get rid of Human King. His power was absorbed by Human King. Over time, his resistance became weaker and weaker. Catcha! The black crystal armor helmet fell. It looked as if it had lost all of its support. The black crystal armor was no longer straight and stoic looking. It looked like an empty shell. The two lights, a red light and a white light, were looking exceedingly dim. They were floating into Human King. Now, Human King's body was surrounded by a purple light. He was like a demon god that had descended on the earth. His eyes seemed calm, but it looked as if he disdained everything. It looked as if he expected the whole world to bow before him. He looked at him with contempt. Eventually, the black crystal armor no longer had any of that red or white coming out of it. Human King did not let go of the black crystal armor's gauntlet. He pulled it, and the black crystal armor headed his way. The whole set of armor disintegrated. Every part of it opened up by itself to wrap up Human King. Suddenly, Human King became a shape that wrapped up the black crystal armor. But it was different to Qin Xiu. His face was no longer covered. He still had a purple mist light of long hair that led all the way outside. Is this person Qin Xiu or Human King? Light Goddess felt as if she could no longer take the manic pounding of her heart anymore. She had been a god spirit for so long that she had almost forgotten what nervous and confused feelings were supposed to feel like. Countless spirits in the main and reverse universes were just staring at the Geno tablet. They wanted to know what would happen next. The Geno tablet was displaying Qin Xiu's and Human King's names. Suddenly, one of the names went out. It was Qin Xiu's name that went out. Only Human King's name remained, and it did so while shining. How is that possible? The God Chaos Party was shocked. It did not matter if it was the new members or the old members, and it did not matter if they betrayed Qin Xiu or not, they were still all shocked. When Qin Xiu became the leader of the God Chaos Party, his incredible power was enough to tell them who was the strongest amidst their ranks. Now, that invincible existence had lost a battle. He had lost to a person they had never heard of before. There is only Human King's world, Human King coldly said. Many of the world's countless creatures did not understand the words he had just spoken. Still, everyone caught the gist of them. It meant a new era was coming. Blood Legion was delighted by the result. Many members of Blood Legion were crying their eyes out in glee. They had endured for many generations, with every generation giving their blood to Human King. Countless generations of people had paid with their blood. On this day, there was finally a response. Human King had just shocked the entire world. He had obtained Qin Xiu's body and soul. From now on, he was to be considered the most invincible being in the universe, and Blood Legion was going to be regarded as the greatest organization in the universe too. They were the foundation of a new Genesis. They would be a cornerstone of the entire universe. Han Sen was in the arena. He did not watch Qin Xiu and Human King fight. He did not know the person he needed to fight had been beaten by Human King. Boom! Boom! Han Sen had been waiting there for a long time before the invisible barrier finally fell. That meant his new opponent had arrived. There are only 4 people who can walk this path and take this step. Even if I am not encountering Qin Xiu in this round, I am bound to meet him eventually. The next round I will probably encounter Qin Xiu. Han Sen did not care which opponent he was going to encounter. Seeing the area open up ahead of him, he watched a person emerge from the clouds. Han Sen was shocked by who it was. The person's body glowed with a god light. He was like a sun in the sky. He was a god spirit, but Han Sen could not recall this god spirit. He was more than a little surprised. Weird. I have met the 12 Annihilation main gods and God Hall leader, so why have I never seen this person before? Han Sen checked out the god spirit. His brain quickly jumped to think, even if the 12 Annihilation class god spirits wanted to take part in the Geno tablet fights and were able to reach the top 4, this nameless god spirit is the one that made the effort to do so. This is so weird. The god spirits were different from ordinary creatures. They relied on their god temples and god bases. The levels and strength of a god spirit correlated with the god temple and god base they possessed. Their powers would be higher. It was hard to believe such a nameless god spirit had been able to walk this far. This god spirit was a man. He looked pretty, but his body was very big. He was so perfect that one could not nitpick the smallest of flaws. Not even men could find anything bad to say about him. Are you a god spirit from the Geno Hall? Han Sen wondered if that god spirit was a wild god. Otherwise, it would not make sense that he had been able to make this step. The god spirit nodded and said, yes. This answer surprised Han. Senator Hansen asked, what is your god title? I am just an unknown, small god spirit, the god spirit said with a smile. I am of the lowest tier, just a small destroyed class god spirit. If I tell you my title, I am afraid you will never have heard of it before. If you do not tell me, how am I supposed to know if I have never heard it before, or have? Hansen was smiling too, but he thought, just a destroyed class god spirit? If so, how has he been able to reach the top 4? The god spirit stopped resisting and provided his name. My name is Immortal. Have you heard about me before, Mr. Dollar? Hansen ransacked his memory, but he could not remember ever hearing this name before. He had never heard of a god spirit parading around with this sort of title. From now on, I will remember this name, Hansen answered. Immortal smiled. His smile was like a warm spring sun that could make people drown in an intoxicating haze. You are welcome, Mr. Dollar. To be able to fight you is going to be a great pleasure for me. Please, teach me a thing or two in our engagement. After Immortal said, the creatures of the two universes sighed. After watching Hansen's last 3 supposed fights, and with Immortal calling him a mister, they no longer worried about Immortal giving up like Wang Yuhang and the others. I say, Hansen's luck is not always so good then, is it? It is about time he did something for real. Is Immortal really a destroyed class god spirit? Surely a destroyed class god spirit cannot be strong enough to reach the top 4. Has he merely been as lucky as Hansen with all of his rivals giving up? People weren't only just interested in Hansen now. They were interested in the Immortal, who was a god spirit they had never heard of before. I do not think I will be able to teach you much, but I will do my best. Hansen performed an appreciative gesture and allowed Immortal to attack first. In that case, you better watch out, Mr. Dollar, Immortal said as a godly power arose around him. A sky full of stars was born, and it covered the whole arena. In the 33 skies, there was no sun, no stars, and no moon. Now, it was flickering. When Hansen had a closer look, he was given a shock. The star was not something thick that was made from god powers. It was a real planet. The planet was so lively that it looked like there were lots of life forms living there. Using god powers to make space is impressive. This guy cannot simply be a destroyed class god spirit, Hansen shockingly thought. Immortal still had not attacked, so Hansen's powers had not been triggered. He could not check out the planet properly, but it was just that his foe was exuding a presence that was greater than a destroyed class god spirit. Immortal said, Mr. Dollar, watch this. My skill is called Star Chess Cloth. A sky full of stars changed to become something alive. A sky full of starlight crossed each other and went for Hansen. Thousands of stars combined, and Hansen's powers were activated. Hansen was most surprised about his eyes when his powers were triggered. He could not see where the flaws of the stars were. Every star had a different element and type of starlight. Out of the tens of thousands of planets, there were no 2 planets that had a starlight element that was the same. It was like all of space was starlight, and it was combining all the elements of the universe. Starlight substances of tens of thousands of different elements combined. It was like the complete rules of the universe. There weren't any flaws, and there was not anything missing. If there are no flaws, then power can break it. Hansen's eyes froze. His hands gathered up power. He lifted a star and planned on hitting the starlight. Amidst the endless starlight, it touched Hansen's hands and made him suffer a shock. The starlight that seemed so scary did not have any power. It touched down on his hand like a normal light shining on his hand. It made his hands look purple and red, but they were not destructive. Hansen was shocked because he had just found out that the scary, powerful starlight did not have power. It was immune to his body. The starlight had no power. It was like a shadow. It did not matter if Hansen could not tell, but this time, his body had been tricked by the light shadow. His powers were activated. This was the first time this had happened to Hansen. Even Demon Alpha, Azura, and other elites like that could not trick Hansen's body, but Crepe Myrtle was able to do it. This was scary. Who are you? Hansen looked at Crepe Myrtle. He did not believe Crepe Myrtle was just a destroyed-class god spirit. The universe could not have a powerful destroyed-class god spirit like that. Even if there was, it would be an annihilation class 1 already. Mr. Dollar is so forgetful, Crepe Myrtle said. My name is Crepe Myrtle. He then flashed with a god light and said, pay attention, Mr. Dollar. My skill is called Star Change. When the god light of Crepe Myrtle's body changed, a sky full of stars started to change too. It rained down starlight that had been created by 1,000 stars. Hansen did not end up rushing just because of his misjudgment. He did not want to be reckless. He raised his hand and reached for the star. He discovered that the star did not have any power. It was still just an empty shadow. Crepe Myrtle kept using many different skills. He used 7. None of them seemed to contain power. He used 7 shadow skills that did not do anything, and they tricked Hansen's body 7 times. Hansen looked dim. Ever since his body evolved, this was the first he had witnessed something like this. He could not tell what was authentic when it came to Crepe Myrtle, whose entire body was veiled by fog. Hansen could even see through Demon Alpha, who had the power of Bauer's father, but he was unable to do what he did against her to Crepe Myrtle. These illusion skills are very powerful, but for me, that can only be a good thing. It may trick my body, but I can attack. After being tricked by the illusion skills 7 times, Hansen decided now would be the time to strike. When Crepe Myrtle made the star shine, Hansen's body power exploded. He teleported in front of Crepe Myrtle and threw a punch toward Crepe Myrtle's chest. Hansen's punch had a lot of power amassed in it. It traveled with the power of the Dongxian Sutra. The powerful Dongxian power made the universal cogwheels all around stop spinning. Hansen proved it on Demon Alpha's body. Even the powerful cause god spirit power was able to be locked by the Dongxian Sutra's power. Beneath the power of the Dongxian Sutra, it did not matter if there were wind, fire, lightning, thunder, time, or space powers coming against him. It could all be forced to stop spinning. That also included Crepe Myrtle's power. Just as Hansen's fist was going to collide with Crepe Myrtle's form, Crepe Myrtle's lips developed a weird smile. The body, which once stopped, had started to move. It was extremely fast. The moment it went past Hansen's fist, his fingers went toward Hansen's waist. Hansen's reaction speed was very fast, but not enough to dodge those fingers. Crepe Myrtle came into contact with Hansen's waist. The fingering power was not like starlight or anything at all. Hansen felt as if a needle was thrust right into his waist. He felt a numbness claim his entire body. 1. Crepe Myrtle's 10 fingers were like swords. They covered Hansen's body. When Hansen felt sore, he planned to attack like mad. He hoped to defeat Hansen. Hansen was shocked. Now, the only person who had been able to hurt his body thus far was this new nemesis. Crepe Myrtle's power was so strong, but it was not enough to make him lose control of his body. He held the sore feelings in and moved his body. He used all his fingers like swords and went after Crepe Myrtle's fingers. Crepe Myrtle was surprised by the fact that Hansen was able to fight back. His body was like the wind, not wanting to directly engage with Hansen. Hansen was not going to permit Crepe Myrtle the opportunity to fall back and retreat. When he wanted to give chase, he realized his power was all gone and could no longer combat Crepe Myrtle. Hansen frowned and thought, what is going on? Why does my body believe this man is harmless to me? Crepe Myrtle was not too far away, but he looked back at Hansen and laughed while saying, I see. Your body requires the power of an enemy's power before being activated so that you can use the same amount of power to repel them. If I don't use power, then your body is practically useless. After that sentence was spoken, the two universes were put into shock. No way. Hansen is an annihilation-class god spirit. What Crepe Myrtle just said does not seem possible. Does he need an opponent's power to activate his own body's power? What kind of element is that? Really? Everyone was talking about it. Hansen calmly looked at Crepe Myrtle. He was surprised that Crepe Myrtle was able to so easily see through his body's condition, but he had not detected any powers analyzing him in such a way. Hansen never thought the condition of his body could be hidden from everyone. Even if Crepe Myrtle did not see it, when he fought Qin Xiu, he was convinced Qin Xiu would be able to learn that about him anyway. Mr. Dollar, am I not correct? Crepe Myrtle asked with a smile. You are right. Hansen did not deny this. He just nodded. What? Really? Is it true? If Hansen's opponent does not use any power, he will be unable to fight. A person like that can reach the top 4 is a bit of a joke, don't you think? I told you so. Hansen's success only comes from the people he knows. Otherwise, with his power, how was he ever able to reach the top 4? That Wang Yuhang was much stronger than him. It is a shame Wang Yuhang was such a genius and decided to quit the top 16 for Han Sr. That is impossible. Mr. Dollar is so powerful. There is no way things are like this. Something must have gone wrong. In the universe, everyone was shocked. This news was far too shocking. Oh, no. Sanmu's power has been seen through. In Space Garden, Tang Jinliu was worried. Ji Yanran was looking nervous as well. Hansen's body condition was better off being hidden. Now that his flaws had been exposed, he had lost the chance of winning. In that case, it looks like you are not going to be winning today, Crepe Myrtle quietly said. No. I am going to win, Hansen said with a shake of his head. Mr. Dollar is so confident. Please explain to me how it is you think you will turn out to be the victor. Crepe Myrtle was not mocking him. He was seriously asking. It is like you said, my body needs your power to be activated, Hansen said. If you don't use power, then I cannot use my power. But if you don't use power, you are not going to win either. If you use power in a bid to destroy me, I assure you, I will be the victor. That might not be true entirely. Crepe Myrtle was looking very self-assured. Is that so, huh? I am very keen to see how you plan on beating me. Hansen looked at Crepe Myrtle. He already knew what his foe was planning on doing. Mr. Dollar, did you forget about my starlight shadows? Crepe Myrtle asked. Allow me to show you once more. They are not simply shadows. His body conjured up a god light. A sky full of stars glowed with starlight. A lot of lights came raining down, crossing each other like chess pieces as they went for Hansen's body. This time, the starlight was different. The starlight did not activate Hansen's power. His body thought the starlight was harmless. Hansen's heart jumped. He felt a chill in his spine. In the next second, the starlight struck him. Hansen did not have any power activated. He was unable to evade the falling starlight. Arg! Hansen screamed. The starlight was like a knife-light sword blade. It went around Han Senator. He was unable to control his body, so he flew away. Hansen felt his body burn wherever the starlight touched him. It was like he was being lashed with a cruel whip. 10 million lights fell. It was like 10 million lashes delivered by a heinous whip. The pain was so agonizing that Hansen thought he was going to break his teeth. Although Hansen was getting defeated, his power had yet to activate. His body did not think it was in any form of danger. Hansen was able to confirm his guess. Crepe Myrtle's power was able to trick his body. Figuring out that Hansen's body had a few issues was not difficult. Being able to trick his body and also injure him to a desperate point without the power in his body activating was something, by all accounts, scary. Fortunately, without exploding power, Han Sen had a scary body strength. 10 million starlights came down on him but only left a small red mark on his skin. This type of injury was not too serious. Han Sen was able to endure the pain. Not seeing a way out of this predicament was the scariest thing. If he was able to use Geno arts, Han Sen would have had 10,000 different ways to break Crepe Myrtle's starlights. Now, there was nothing he could do. In Space Garden, Tang Jinliu was a bit worried as he asked, "Is Han Sen going to be fine up there?" Huang Fujing did not talk any crap. She looked at Han Yufei and asked, "Sister Han, do you know anything about Crepe Myrtle's backstory?" Anyone was able to tell that Crepe Myrtle was not just a mere destroyed-class god spirit like he had described himself earlier. With the power he wielded, even an annihilation-class god spirit could do the same as him. Han Yufei was silent a moment before saying, "I have never heard of this god spirit before. From what I best know, he is not one of the 12 annihilation-class god spirit. But judging from what his body can do, he has a god spirit's spirit body. He is certainly a god spirit. If he is not an annihilation-class god spirit, is he a reboot-class god spirit?" Tang Jinliu asked. "I thought Han Sen said there were only 5 reboot-class god spirit. This Crepe Myrtle is not included amongst them, right?" Han Yufei frowned and did not speak. Clearly, she did not know Crepe Myrtle either. Far away, on a blue planet, a metal and gold god temple sat on an island in the middle of the sea. A man and a woman were lying on the beach, sunbathing while watching Han Sen and Crepe Myrtle conduct their combat. The woman was so pretty that one could not stare at her directly. She looked very cold. It was hard to think about something sensual when it came to her. Even sexual offenders would have felt ashamed of themselves seeing her, as they could not think of anything lewd about her. The man nearby had bronze skin. His chest was wide. He looked like a terrifically masculine and strong bloke. If Han Sen was able to see them, he would know who they were. The man and the woman were Tai Yi and Moon God. Moon God watched Han Sen get whipped by starlight. She lifted her lips and said, "Han Sen, that little man, is useless. He cannot even defeat a destroyed-class, small god spirit like that." Tai Yi laughed heartily and said, "You know who that Crepe Myrtle is, yet you are willing to say something like that. Do you disdain Han Sen, or do you disdain Crepe Myrtle?" "Neither of them is good stuff anyway," Moon God said. She could not help but laugh. Tai Yi smiled. "No matter what, Han Sen is your heir. If he is defeated too badly, you will only be embarrassed. But it might be Crepe Myrtle that beats him. Even so, he has only sustained minor injuries. And that, I must say, is rather surprising. Are you speaking well on Han Sen's behalf, or speaking well of Crepe Myrtle?" Moon God looked displeased. Crepe Myrtle is bullying someone lesser. Does he really think I can be bullied? When you beat up a dog, you better watch out for who the master is. He is my heir. Tai Yi laughed. "Do not worry. Crepe Myrtle will not do much to Han Senator, he just wants to let Han Sen know his weakness. If Han Sen can find out what that is, it will help Han Sen out. That is the only way Han Sen will be able to defeat Qin Xiu. I suppose it is more like Human King right now." Moon God was shocked. "Are you saying that Crepe Myrtle thinks Han Sen can fight Human King and defeat him?" "Yes, that seems like a fair assessment," Tai Yi said. Otherwise, Crepe Myrtle would not be dealing with things himself and forcing Han Sen to confront his own flaws. Moon God displayed a face that made it look as if she was thinking of something, but then she laughed and said, "This is interesting." The leader selected her own daughter. The Geno Hall selected Han Senator. I thought this situation would have the two share the same opinion. I thought they would cooperate. I did not think there would still be conflict. I suppose the God Chaos Party and the Geno Hall were always supposed to be enemies. They are not really enemies. Tai looked at Moon God and said, Crepe Myrtle has always taken care of Han Senator in the past. I thought it was all because of Bauer, and that is why he took care of Han Senator now. I think he had already picked Hansen long before. Do you think he selected Hansen? That does not seem possible. Hansen's body is strange now, but we still do not know if he can yet walk the step. Even if he can walk the step, Crepe Myrtle would not have had the foresight to see all of Hansen's achievements up until this point unless the old leader is revived. But the old leader wasn't Crepe Myrtle either. He could not see this power. Moon God looked as if she did not believe him. Maybe Crepe Myrtle could not see Hansen's future achievements, but at least he knew Hansen was Han Jingji's heir, which was why he was willing to engage in the gamble, Tai said. Han Jingji? That old con man? How is he related to the Geno Hall? Moon God frowned upon hearing Han Jingji's name spoken. I only know as much as you do, Tai seriously said. To be able to make a wish in front of Crepe Myrtle and survive is a very rare accomplishment, but Han Jingji is one such person. I heard he was able to beat Crepe Myrtle. Humph. I do not think he is that powerful. All he does is play tricks. Moon licked her lips as she spoke. If one were to look at her face, it would seem as if she did not like the person known as Han Jingji. Even if he is just a scammer, to be able to beat the master of the universe is something rather scary, Tai seriously said. If you ever see him again, do not forget that little tidbit. I do not believe this. He is a liar. What can he possibly do to someone like me? Plus, he only beat the master of the universe. If a new Geno tablet master is born, the leader will change. To beat the Geno Hall leader will be nothing to be so proud about. If he is so good, why does not fight for his heir and get that Qin Xiu, that human king? Moon God grunted. Tai felt depressed. He shook his head and said, that person is mysterious. I do not know his motives either. I thought he might be able to beat the reincarnation of the old leader, but the old leader selected Azura for his spirit body. He combined with Azura. Now, he cannot reincarnate again. If someone ever comes to know who that Han Jingji is, it is likely only Crepe Myrtle would be the one. They are both just con men, Moon God said. They are merely liars. They only have the same interests. While they discussed, Hansen was trapped in starlight. He gathered up power, wanting to break free of the starlight, but his body could not be woken up by the power keeping him down. No matter how he tried, the starlight stopped him. If my power cannot be used, then I will just have to use Crepe Myrtle's power, Hansen thought as he closed his eyes. He focused on the starlight that rained down on him. Self-power could not be used. Hansen planned on using power to defeat opposing power. It was the most primitive and complicated technique he could perform. Many people knew it, but beating power by using power was not often used in a real fight. Normally, it was the stronger person who would beat the weaker person. They used power to whittle down the confidence of an opponent. In a real fight between two people who were of the same level, or when the weak fought against the strong, using powers to beat power skills was hard to use in an actual fight. Using power to beat power was something Hansen was very good at. When Bai Shan taught him how to use Yin Yang Blast, Hansen had spent time researching how to beat power by using power. Now, he was unable to activate his body's power. Because his body had enough strength, it was not too hard for him to use power to beat power. He felt the starlight land on him. Hansen's muscles and bones started to adjust their angles lightly. When the starlight hit, there were weird changes. I say, people like Hansen should not be able to reach the top 4. Although he might be an Annihilation class god spirit, he is not one of the top 12 main gods. Wild gods will forever be wild gods. They cannot be compared to main gods. His body is strong. I will give him that. He has been pummeled by starlight for so long now, and he has not yet passed out. To be humiliated like this, why not reverse the tide and concede? I am afraid he might not even be able to concede. Why? With no power, why bother to climb so high? Everyone knows the higher you climb, the farther you fall. In the universe of kingdoms, many nobles were brutally mocking Han Sen. At this time, suddenly, some weird changes were going on with Han Sen's body. The starlight that landed on him was like light falling on a mirror. It was reflected from Han Sen's body. Boom. 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 The beams of light that were bounced away from Han Sen's body struck other starlight. When they collided, there was a scary shockwave and light. The whole battleground was shining. It was like fireworks. More and more starlight was reflected out by Han Sen's body. It did not just stop the starlight coming down on Han Senator, a lot of starlights were going for Crepe Myrtle. He is using power to beat power. That is quite impressive, but it will not be enough. Crepe Myrtle's eyes flashed. A sky full of stars changed along with his will. The starlight that came for Han Sen was now different from what it was before. Han Sen's body felt the changes in the starlight. When the starlight came down, it was violently rushing everywhere. Now, the starlight was changing in accordance with its elements. Victory did not seem to be in reach. The fire was nothing normal. Water would be soft. Gold would be strong. Earth was heavy. Every power carried different features to create different powers. Millions of starlight were falling. Not a single starlight was a repeat of the last. There were screw powers, breaking powers, explosive powers, shooting powers, and soft powers, and all kinds of powers. They all landed on Han Sen to make it harder for Han Sen to borrow that power. Do you think you can stop me from taking your powers? You are too naive if that is what you think. Han Sen lifted his lips. His body was still shaking a little. A different power landed on him. It triggered some changes in his body that one could not see. It blasted him with starlight. Now, Han Sen was not being stopped by starlight. All of the starlights landed on him, and then it all went to Crepe Myrtle. The races of the universe were all in shock. Han Sen was now rather like a mirror, reflecting all of the powers back at Crepe Myrtle. The 10,000 races of the universe were all in shock. Han Sen had become like a mirror and was sending everything back at Crepe Myrtle. 1. The universe of kingdoms was dead silent while the Geno universe erupted with laughter and cheer. Master Dollar really is Master Dollar. That Crepe Myrtle can definitely not take down Master Dollar. Master Dollar is so scary. Even though there are 10,000 starlights with each starlight possessing a different power, he can forego the individual differences and bounce them all away. He can control them freely. He really can't use his power. That kid is borrowing power to use power. I am afraid he has the level of a proper god. The Geno universe was deep in discussion. Even elites like Sky Palace leader complimented Han Sen by saying, to be able to use borrowing power skills this well, he has to be the #1 at it. Very high leader, who was by his side, said, that is because of his body. If his body was not that strong, it would not matter how great his borrowing powers were. They would not work. A famous theorist in this universe once said that if you give someone a support point and a stick that was long enough, he could lift the universe. But where can one find a stick that long that can carry the weight of the universe and not break? I really am curious about how Han Sen's body became this strong. Sky Palace leader shook his head with a wry smile. The people in Space Garden are all special. They are all unique, and Han Sen is the best amongst them. I do not understand his body right now though. Tai saw Han Sen move. He laughed. That kid has evolved in such a scary way. It looks like he can accept everything that has been thrown at him. Even so, he does not quite fit into the rules of this universe. Moon God looked at Han Sen and asked, is he going to take that step? Tai shook his head. No. Not even I have managed to take that step, but I have walked half of the step. I can feel some of that step's power. Now, Han Sen's power is different, so I cannot be entirely sure of his current situation. Moon God knew there was no answer to be had, but she still asked, in that case, what is his situation? Can he walk that step before he ends up fighting Human King? I do not know. Tai shook his head. He went silent for a bit before saying, I do think this is why Crepe Myrtle came. He wants to know how far Hansen's body has developed and see if he really can make that step. Crepe Myrtle chose Hansen, Moon God said with a frown. He must have known how Hansen would turn out. Tai laughed. Do you really think he is a god that knows everything? If he was able to control everything, there would be no xenogeneics growing up. At least, he wouldn't be able to control Han Sr. In that case, why did he choose Hansen? Moon God did not understand a god spirit like Crepe Myrtle selecting a person he would be unable to control. That is because the unknown always harbors possibilities. He does not want another Crepe Myrtle. He wants Hansen, who can beat Qin Xiu or Human King. Tai looked at Hansen with his eyes on fire. I just don't know if Crepe Myrtle is correct. Crepe Myrtle was looking funny. Seeing the sky full of starlight come, he was neither happy nor sad. The starlight landed on him like raindrops in the sea. They all disappeared. No matter how much starlight descended on Crepe Myrtle, they did not do anything to his clothes. Hansen felt a chill run down his spine. He knew Crepe Myrtle was strong, but to see a strength of that magnitude still shocked him. This Crepe Myrtle cannot be that guy in the Geno Hall. Hansen started to wonder. Aside from that guy in the Geno Hall, he could not think of a god spirit this strong. You are not bad, but we are only just getting started. Crepe Myrtle had been still, but now he moved. Hansen had encountered many elites in his time traveling across the world. There had always been a few that he considered extremely powerful. None were like this Crepe Myrtle, who made him feel as if he was being put under a microscope. The man made him feel as if his body was being watched. His whole body, the whole conspiracy, and the deepest secrets he held in his heart were all seen by the eyes of that man. There were no longer any secrets. Crepe Myrtle's fingers pointed directly at him. It did not seem to be done in any special kind of way. It was just a random finger aimed to touch Hansen's forehead. There was no lightning speed. There were no shadows. There was no sense of this being a combat move. It was a random, ordinary lift of one's finger. There were no skills or anything of the sort involved. A random finger made Hansen unsure of what to do. No. This does not work. This does not work either. Hansen suddenly realized that under the eyes watching him, a very normal finger became the strongest skill the universe had ever seen. Hansen suddenly snapped out of his daze. Crepe Myrtle's finger is not all that special. What is special are his eyes, which can peer into one's heart. With those eyes, my thoughts all seem to be exposed. It does not matter how I want to deal with things. Crepe Myrtle seems to understand. He can turn that finger into a deadly attack. As long as those eyes that can peer into people's hearts are here, how I react to the finger will be incorrect. Moon God saw how powerful that finger was, and it made her lift her lips. Crepe Myrtle is such a bully. He is the master of the Geno Hall. He is the ruler of the universe. He can use the universe's rule powers to look into people's souls. He is using that to deal with Han Senator. That is certainly quite cheap. 1. Tai shook his head. To beat Human King, he must endure through this trial. You know Qin Xiu has the old leader's genes and blood. He may not be complete, and the future says he cannot do it, but he can see through an opponent's soul. Moon God nodded. How is Hansen supposed to win? He cannot use Geno arts. He has to use his body. This is how amazing soul skills are. They are scarier than prophecies. The future can be changed, but the thoughts in people's souls cannot lie. It is like Hansen is openly admitting his thoughts with honesty, and then fighting for those thoughts. He can't lie, so how is he supposed to win? Tai said, soldiers are weird. People who use soldiers always win weirdly. People are always happy about it. The famous generals that can leave dark ink stains across history always use weird ways to win and become famous. But people always forget weird ways are risky ways. To do something once, there is no guarantee it can be repeated for a second time. The real generals that never lose have no big achievements, but they can still keep on fighting without dying. Do you know why? Are you talking about King Path? Moon God quietly asked. Tai nodded. Spending $1 to do something that is only worth $1 or spending $10 to do something that is worth $10, you do not earn more than you should or lose more than you should. If 10 people fight 5 people, the 10 are bound to win. If 1,000 people battle 800 people, the 1,000 must win. To tell your opponent about everything, the opponent cannot win. They only watch and lose. Do what you can. Do not take risks. This is the King Path. King Path is a battle of power. If Han Sen's body was normal, he could use King Path to take down Crepe Myrtle, but his body is currently unable to use powers. Therefore, how can he use King Path? Moon God did not realize that. That entirely depends on whether or not Han Sen can take it to the next stage. Tai gave her a useless answer. Han Sen's heart felt like it was fighting the sky and a human. It did not matter if he made a move. It did not matter if he fought. It did not matter if he evaded. He could not escape that menacing finger. Losing seemed like the only way. If he tried to retreat, Crepe Myrtle's attacks would continue, and he would be unable to get away. Han Sen knew King Path, and he knew more than Tai. He thought about King Path enabling him to break Crepe Myrtle's finger, but it was just as Moon God said. He had no power. How was he supposed to use King Path? A small soldier facing a million big soldiers was not a King Path. Even if a real king was left alone to fight a million soldiers, even if one spoke about King Path, it would be as funny as a clown. What do I have now that is stronger than Crepe Myrtle? Han Sen looked at Crepe Myrtle's fingers coming. He thought about a million ideas, but his body did not move. Seeing Crepe Myrtle's finger was coming to touch his finger, Han Sen's eyes opened. The god light in his eyes appeared. He leaned his head back and used it to hit Crepe Myrtle's finger. Crepe Myrtle's finger hit Han Sen on the head. Crepe Myrtle was blasted away. Han Sen clutched his head and fell to the ground with his lips and teeth in pain. It is a very bad idea for you to use brute force. Crepe Myrtle used another hand to rub his damaged finger. His fingertip was a little red, but he still smiled at Han Sen. It is not about me being obscene or not. If you have power, you should just kill me. Han Sen smiled. This sounded bad, but Han Sen had been through everything. He did not care about his reputation. Crepe Myrtle squinted with his eyes. He lifted his lips, looked at Han Sen, and smiled. Do you think I am unable to do anything to your body? Yes, that is right, Han Sen answered. Okay. I will show you how I can break it. Crepe Myrtle lifted his finger. He went for Han Senator, he was still using the same finger. In fact, if Crepe Myrtle wanted to kill someone, he would not have to use skills or powers. If he wanted to kill someone, he would just use his thoughts. The universe did not have many creatures that forced Crepe Myrtle to draw his lethal finger. It was even rarer for that finger to ever fail to kill its target. So, Crepe Myrtle did not require skill. The finger was already enough to kill gods and fairies. It could kill the universe. Han Sen's face looked a bit dim. The finger looked the same, but he knew if Crepe Myrtle really was the person he believed him to be. That finger was not just a finger. Han Sen could not think of a way in which he could break it. He held onto his scalp tightly to hit Crepe Myrtle's finger again. Don't you want to touch me? Now you can touch it. Han Sen gathered up power on his head. He was going to hit Crepe Myrtle's finger. Crepe Myrtle's finger did not change. It was just like last time when it hit Han Sen's head hard. This time, things were different. Han Sen's head felt as if there was a nail inside it. It was so painful that it felt as if it would blow up. Everything in this world has a uniqueness to its totality. The universe is a whole creation. A small creature's body can be viewed as something complete. From their substances, a universe and the creatures that occupy it are whole in this world. That means the bodies themselves can be unique universes. When Crepe Myrtle spoke, his fingers moved. All of his fingers struck every part of Han Sen's body. Every finger that touched Han Sen was like a steel nail being hammered into his body. Han Sen felt the pain too unbearable to endure. He felt terrible. The strangest thing about it all was the fact Han Sen's clothes did not tear. His body wasn't physically harmed either. Even so, Han Sen felt the sharp power of a nail perforating his body in midair. Even with the strength of his body, he could not get rid of the power's restrictions. I practiced all my life, evolving and understanding the miracle that is this universe. Although I do not understand the miracle this is this universe, I did get a peek behind the veil. The power of this universe is indestructible. Even a sky full of God spirits cannot keep it at bay. It does not matter how strong your body is, because you cannot fight against it. While Crepe Myrtle was talking, he touched Han Sen 28 times with his fingers. Where the 28 fingers pointed, a point of light flickered. It was like 28 stars were pinned to Han Sen's body. They trapped Han Sen in space. That was especially true of the starlight on his forehead. The starlight on his forehead was so bright that he looked like an aurora borealis. How is it? Do you think I have what it takes to break your body? After Crepe Myrtle pulled his hand back, he looked at Han Sen, who was pinned in the air. He smiled at him. In the beginning, Han Sen was able to move. Now, after 28 lights pinned his body, he was unable to. His power had been exhausted. It was like 28 nails had hammered him to a cross. Han Sen was even more depressed about the fact that his body had not yet been activated. It was like the power that hurt his body did not exist. Upon seeing Han Sen not answering, Crepe Myrtle laughed. What? Are you still not willing to concede? Do you really want me to kick you out of the 33 skies? Han Sen's eyes looked at Crepe Myrtle as if his eyes were on fire. He seriously said, I just want to know if this is all the power you wield. So, what? Even if it is all my power, so what? Crepe Myrtle looked at Han Sen with interest. Nothing. I just wanted to thank you for telling me the theory of the universe, Han Sen said. Crepe Myrtle laughed. There is no need to thank me. I did not become the universe itself, and what I said may not even hold true. Even if I believe my words to be the truth, I have not yet been able to take that step. Perhaps what I think is right may turn out to be wrong. If you listen to my words and follow them, and they are revealed to be wrong, you might end up even more astray. Perhaps you will want to scold me later. Han Sen behaved as if he did not hear what Crepe Myrtle said. He asked, is this the last step? If I can feel the universe inside my body, does that mean I have walked that step? Maybe, Crepe Myrtle said. Judging from your body, it is a shame that you may never be able to take that step. That is because other people's bodies have rules and orders, whereas yours is just a mess. I am afraid you will not become a universe. Han Sen had to admit that what Crepe Myrtle said made sense. In the past, he leveled up. His power was very similar to the rules of the universe. Now, his body had no rules or order. How could he continue with a body like the one he had? Han Sen thought, if Crepe Myrtle is the guy from the Geno Hall, then he is one of the very few guys that are so close to that step. The way he talks about becoming a universe must be that step Qin Xiu has been looking for. But he is right. With the current condition of my body, I do not think I will be able to walk that step. Crepe Myrtle looked like he was smiling at Han Sen, but he was not smiling. Are you disappointed in the prospect you will never be able to walk that step? There is nothing to be disappointed about, Han Sen said. Life is just like that. No one will ever know what they will become. I have walked down many different paths and enjoyed many great vistas to see what others see. To me, they are the most precious forms of wealth I hold. Crepe Myrtle looked at him with disdain. He laughed and said, "What you have just told me sounds like a loser giving an interview and saying they have walked all they needed to and are happy with their current condition. It is like friendship comes first and competition comes second. It is like as long as your heart has me, you can marry anyone you like." They are the words of the meek, wanting nothing more than to comfort their wailing hearts. When Hansen heard him say all that, he laughed and said, "You are right. Those are the words of comfort spoken to themselves by losers." Crepe Myrtle looked at Hansen and asked, "Aren't you doing the exact same? You are saying you are happy by merely seeing what there is to see, and reaching the end does not truly matter. You are just comforting yourself." Hansen seriously said, "All I said was the views I admire are my rewards. I did not say the end goal does not matter. To me, the end and the view are just as important. I want it to be exciting, and I want to reach the end I want." "It is a shame you have no chance of reaching the end," Crepe Myrtle coldly said. Hansen shook his head. "No. I just cannot go to the end that is established by someone else like you. It does not mean I cannot reach an ending established by myself." "Oh, then tell me, how do you seek to reach your end?" Crepe Myrtle looked at Hansen with interest. He did not proceed to do anything else. Hansen did not answer him. Instead, he said, "To become the universe is a very strong finish, but that is just the end you set up for yourself. How do you know there is still no higher finish even beyond that? When the body becomes a universe, that means you burn yourself and commit yourself to the universe," Crepe Myrtle said. "You will be at the same level as the universe. That is the universe. That is all. You cannot become greater than that. If the universe is the end, then what resides outside the universe?" Hansen asked. "That is whatever philosophy claims it to be," Crepe Myrtle said. "There are no definitive answers. Let's say there is another end outside of the universe. That means the end of the universe is just a stop. If you choose to walk to that stop, then I will choose a different path. Just because I do not go to that stop does not mean I will not reach the end. It is a shame that all of this is just a theory. You are facing are some actual difficulties. If you cannot fix your current technical limitations, you do not have what it takes to continue and go further." Crepe Myrtle looked at Hansen as if his eyes were on fire. "Maybe not." Hansen's eyes started to look bright. A power inside his body was coming to a boil. The 28 lights on Hansen grew brighter and brighter. The force that pinned his body in the air was like nails keeping a prisoner upright. "That is very good. Yes, just like that. Let me see the true potential of your body." Crepe Myrtle watched the changes manifesting across Hansen's body. His eyes flickered with a weird light. One could only hear his voice come through his mumbles. Hansen's muscles were tightening, and so was his skin. He wanted to escape the pinning restrictions of the 28 lights with his strength. "You were right in saying that my body is unable to feel the rules and order. It is like a stone that is so hard it is also useless." Hansen kept saying things like this while struggling because he had exhausted so much strength. The places the light pinned him were not producing grooves in his body. It was like invisible pins were going to pierce through his skin at any given moment. "What does that have to do with anything?" Hansen asked while he continued to struggle. "Even if you cannot feel the rules and order, my body still exists. Earlier, you said everything is complete and separate from everything else. One ant. One lion. One stone. Each thing is a complete, small universe unto itself." "Yeah, but so what? Just spit it out, man. What on earth are you trying to say?" Crepe Myrtle looked at Hansen with great interest. "Even so, my body will still have a universe of its own on the inside," Hansen said. Because this universe is in chaos mode, we cannot understand it. At least, I myself cannot understand it. His right arm, which had been exerting force, moved a little. Blood started to seep from the limb. He was using too much strength. The skin of the arm that had been pinned by the light had been torn. Blood came out from it. Do you mean that your body is like the chaos mode from before the universe exploded? Crepe Myrtle asked after taking more than a moment to think about it. Yes, that is precisely what I mean. You are correct. When Hansen spoke, the skin broke where the 28 lights had him pinned. He was bleeding. Hansen did not care about the wounds he had incurred. He still used strength and tried to escape the light, but this movement only made his wounds bigger. Blood came out like drops of water. You are a very daring person to think this way. You treat your body like the universe before it exploded. This makes it seem like you might have infinite possibilities. Crepe Myrtle slightly pursed his lips, smiled, and said, but there is one thing you have wrong. I said every creature can use their body as a little universe, but this little universe, compared to the real universe, is very small and very simple. It is more like a prototype. The body still needs to keep evolving to make the beginning of this universe more complete. Do that, and it can be strong like the universe. If, in accordance with what you said is true, your body is a chaotic universe before it exploded, it means you are the lowest tier creature of the pyramid. You are more behind than any other creature. You are right if that is how you want to view it. My body's evolution is worse than any other creature in the universe. Hansen only spoke half of what he meant to when his right hand clenched into a fist. The light that pinned his hand went through his flesh and bones. It left a bloody hole inside him. So, what? No one understands my body more than I do. Although it is very slow, I know I can feel it. It is not powerless. I can even say it is incredibly strong. I just don't have the ability to break its binding and unleash its power. If I can take that step, I believe this body will become the strongest in the universe. When Hansen spoke, more blood oozed out as the light was ripped away. It went through his flesh and bones. Hansen's body leaned forward. The light was still where it was. It went through his body and skull. His eyebrows and his brain had bloody holes in them. His body was absolutely drenched in blood from top to bottom. Just the mere sight of him was revolting. All the people who were paying attention to the battle felt their skin crawl and itch, but it was a visual that was worth enduring. Hansen managed to get rid of the restrictions that were nailing him down. He managed to shed the 28 cruel lights that had been doing their best to keep him immobile. The muscles in Hansen's body were extremely tense at this point. He looked like a burning fire that was raging brightly. He looked at Crepe Myrtle and approached him. With each step, the blood holes in his body healed. Suddenly, he was back to normal. Not even a scar remained to indicate where he had been damaged. If his clothes were not stained in blood, no one would have believed what experience he had just been through. Crepe Myrtle frowned. When Hansen walked closer step by step, he thought, is his body really that tough? Not even the universe power that I enlightened can make his body break through. Hansen said, Crepe Myrtle, I really appreciate the assistance. As a reward, please take my punch. At the same time, he lifted his fist and threw a punch into Crepe Myrtle's belly. Hansen was now certain that Crepe Myrtle was Mr. God from the Geno Hall. Aside from him, no one understood the universe that much. At this level, even Qin Xiu and Tai Yi were not as good as God Hall leader. Hansen knew Crepe Myrtle wasn't really there to fight him. Crepe Myrtle had many chances to kick him out of the battleground, but he always seemed to elect to staying there and chatting. Even the universe theory was something Crepe Myrtle very obviously wanted to explain to Han Senator. He clearly wanted Hansen to understand his current body type. Crepe Myrtle had also told Hansen his universe theory might not be correct. Hansen still needed to determine what was up with his body through his own understanding. Your body is still in a chaos mode. A guy such as you cannot get hurt now, Crepe Myrtle was not planning on dodging. His body was composed of bright spirit lights. It gave people the impression that he looked extremely unreal. In fact, in that universe, not many powers were able to hurt Crepe Myrtle. It was more like there weren't any. Unless he walked the last step, even a guy like Qin Xiu would be unable to harm Crepe Myrtle. Crepe Myrtle was only half a step away from achieving the universe class. That was one reason. The most important one was the fact he was the leader of the Geno Hall, and the Geno Hall was like a machine that controlled the universe. Crepe Myrtle himself was the greatest master in the universe. In the universe, unless you had a universe-class power, one could not hurt him. When Han Sen's fist struck Crepe Myrtle's belly, Crepe Myrtle stopped talking. His eyes opened wide. The size of his pupils shrank. Pang! With Han Sen's fist at its center, one could see the wave go across Crepe Myrtle's body. It was like Crepe Myrtle's body was a giant blob of jelly. Han Sen looked at Crepe Myrtle and asked, "How was that punch?" Crepe Myrtle's body calmed down. He then answered, "Not bad." He said it very simply as if nothing had happened. In his heart, he was more than shocked. Han Sen's punch had been one of pure body power. It shook his body. He could not imagine how that could have happened. Crepe Myrtle was like a different kind of god spirit. After all, he was known as Geno Hall leader. To be direct, the Geno Hall was a super god spirit temple, and Crepe Myrtle was the main god of it. The other 12 Annihilation class god spirit and other lower class god spirit were its sub-gods. All of the god temple powers gave Crepe Myrtle a god spirit buff. The more powerful the god spirit was, the more buffs Crepe Myrtle could get. Plus, Crepe Myrtle had half of his foot in the universe class. His god body's strength was above Qin Xiu. Unless there was a universe class power, no one should have been able to move his god body. But Han Sen's power made his god body shake. It made Crepe Myrtle's body want to explode. His brain was still buzzing after that mighty punch. Although this was because Crepe Myrtle was a very proud person, it was already enough to make Crepe Myrtle very shocked. Crepe Myrtle thought, his body is so scary. His pure body power is already so strong. If he can truly grasp and control his body one day, even if Qin Xiu takes that step, he might not be an adequate rival to him. "Are you okay?" Han Sen saw Crepe Myrtle was not speaking or doing anything in return. He thought the punch might have hurt him pretty badly. Under the suppression of Crepe Myrtle's 28 starlights, Han Sen had still managed to activate his body power. This time, the power was not coming from the outside. It was coming from somewhere within. It came from his will. He had finally been able to trigger his body power. Han Sen felt that power he had activated was just a small part of it. If he wanted to activate the whole power in his body and use it, he could not imagine the sort of trick that would be necessary to achieve such a feat. "How could I have a problem? Your power is far from being sufficient enough to damage me." Crepe Myrtle raised his head and behaved as if nothing happened. "Really? In that case, that is great. Try and withstand a few more of my punches." Han Sen wanted to try his method a few more times and see if he could dredge up even more power from deep within his body. Crepe Myrtle's heart was now in shock, but his face did not change to display it. He thought, "If I take a few more of your punches, my god body will start to suffer." Crepe Myrtle went there because he wanted to suppress Han Sen so he could learn to control his body. He quickly realized that his power was not even enough to suppress Han Senator. He was unable to activate his power. Although Han Sen had been able to trigger some amount of power, the power he used was pure body power. He knew that it was the most basic power there was. He was far from being able to trigger the real, meaty stuff. Human Alpha created the story of genes, but Human Alpha did not practice it. Han Sen, however, did. If Human Alpha knew his story of genes, could lend a hand in creating such a scary body, I wonder if he would regret treading the path he ultimately settled on. Crepe Myrtle thought about this to himself, as he came to a decision. Crepe Myrtle raised his head, looked at Hansen, and said, Hansen, although your body is very strong, if this was back then and you could really control your body, I do not think I would be able to defeat you. Today, you will be given no chance of improving. What is that supposed to mean? Hansen was shocked by the remarks. He thought Crepe Myrtle was not there for fighting. Upon hearing Crepe Myrtle's tone of voice, it sounded as if he wanted to stop him from leveling up to reach the last fight. Was I mistaken? Is this not Geno Hall leader? Hansen wondered to himself. Hansen did not know Crepe Myrtle did not plan on winning. After seeing Hansen's body, he decided to kick Hansen out. He did not want him to fight Human King. If Hansen encountered Human King now, Hansen was sure to lose. Hansen needed more time. Even if Human King was finally able to walk the final step, Hansen would then have a chance of winning for sure. Crepe Myrtle had to decide. He wanted to now kick Hansen out of the fights so he could grow up a bit more. Crepe Myrtle looked at Hansen and spoke coldly to him. What I am saying is that today I will win. In grief and sadness, you will have to abandon the fight. Maybe not. Hansen had just found a way to use his body. He was no longer defenseless. Crepe Myrtle weirdly laughed. No one can reject something I want to come to pass. Before Hansen could speak, Crepe Myrtle put his hands together and opened them. When his hands opened, there was a god light. The god light was too strong. It shone across the whole 33 skies battlegrounds. It was like a giant sun. All the creatures that were watching the fight felt their eyes hurt. They dared not keep their eyes on it. They closed their eyes. Even the elites that could withstand the shiny god lights could only see shiny god lights. They could not see what was transpiring in the arena. Hansen's eyes could see through the shiny god light, and he could observe Crepe Myrtle's movements inside the light. When Crepe Myrtle opened his hands, there was a space rift between his hands. Within that space rift, an old door appeared. Isn't that the Geno Hall door? Upon seeing the door appear, Hansen was given a fright. If Crepe Myrtle was able to summon the Geno Hall door, it had to mean he was the guy inside the Geno Hall. When Crepe Myrtle opened his hands completely, the Geno Hall door was revealed in its entirety. Open! Crepe Myrtle shouted. The old and mysterious door opened. Suddenly, a very bright god light started to seep through the door. This was the light of 10,000 race lanterns, but Hansen still did not understand why the Geno Hall only had the race lanterns of the Geno universe. There were no race lanterns dedicated to the universe of kingdoms. Also, the universe of kingdoms was the home for any god temples. No god temples existed in the Geno universe. Crepe Myrtle looked at Hansen and said, Hansen, go. You will find what you need inside here. Hansen knew for sure that this was Geno Hall's Mr. God. He was confused, so he asked, Big brother, what is that supposed to mean? I am going to fight Qin Xiu. If you send me away, you will have to fight Qin Xiu by yourself. There is no more Qin Xiu, Crepe Myrtle said. What do you mean? Hansen was shocked. He did not know what had been going on inside the other arenas. He did not know Qin Xiu had been consumed by Human King. Qin Xiu was consumed by another guy to become something even scarier, Crepe Myrtle said. If Bauer can successfully combine with the Gene Seed, she might be able to defeat Qin Xiu. Currently, if she wants to beat that guy, there is likely only a 50% chance she can succeed. And that is my most hopeful estimate. What? Did that actually happen? Who managed to consume Qin Xiu? Hansen could not believe a person like Qin Xiu had been consumed by someone else. I do not have time to explain it to you. There is not much more time I can give you. If that guy really manages to take that step, it will be fine if he goes for a way that is different from what Qin Xiu had planned. If this new felon goes down the same route, the damage dealt with the universe will be even greater. So, I will need you to control your body as fast as possible. That way, maybe you will be able to beat him. After Crepe Myrtle said that, he put his hands together and shouted, "Go! You should experience the miracle of the Geno Hall." The Geno Hall's god light came beaming out. It created a weird vortex that sucked Hansen's body into it. "I say, big brother, I do not want to visit your Geno Hall. I want to fight that guy now." Hansen tried his best to resist the suction, but it did not work. The Geno Hall's door covered the sky and the ground. Somehow, his body was sucked into the door. Boom! The open door disappeared. The god light in the battleground vanished. The elites watching finally had their vision return. They noticed that only Crepe Myrtle remained on the battlefield of the 33 skies. Hansen was gone. Sanmu lost. Tang Jinliu's face changed. On the Geno tablet, Hansen's name was erased. Only Crepe Myrtle's remained, so it was fairly obvious that Hansen had lost the bout. Ji Yanran's face went so white that it looked as if she had no blood in her body. It was fine if he lost and came home, but for him to die would be extremely dire. Hansen only relied on the sacrifices of others to reach that step. When push comes to shove, his true colors show through. "I thought God of Wealth was awesome." Was that all he was able to do? In the universe of kingdoms, many people were happy about the results. The Geno universe, on the other hand, remained dead silent. No one could believe Hansen had just lost like that. Another fight that went from 4-2 pitted Ancient Devil against Human King. Ancient Devil defeated Big Sky Demon to move forward and do combat with Human King. Human King looked at Ancient Devil and said, "Ancient Devil, you are God Chaos Party's vice president." Berry Path God chose to fight Qin Xiu, and Qin Xiu killed him with one hand. Do you want to replicate Berry Path God's demise? Did you beat Qin Xiu? Ancient Devil frowned. He had always thought he would end up fighting Qin Xiu. "Kind of," Human King said with a smile. "Tell me, what are you going to do? If I have already come this far, so there is no reason why I should turn back now." Ancient Devil looked at Human King as he spoke. "Do you think you are stronger than Qin Xiu?" Human King looked at Ancient Devil with interest. "I am not stronger than Qin Xiu, but I am a bit stubborn," Ancient Devil said. "If I don't hit a wall, I don't turn away. I must try it. If you leave now, I can keep you alive. If you fight, I will kill you. What is your final decision?" Human King quietly spoke. It was like he was having a chat with an old friend. In fact, he did not have much of a connection with Ancient Devil. "Did I not already tell you that I am stubborn? I do not turn away if I do not hit a wall. To me, there is no other choice. Either that or God already decided on my path on my behalf." Ancient Devil said that, he clenched his fists. Hansen was sucked through the Geno Hall's door by a strong force of suction. In the past, he had always been able to stand outside the door and see the 10,000 race lanterns burning within. He had also managed to light a lantern for the crystallizer race. This, however, was the first time he had ever set foot inside the Geno Hall. After going into the Geno Hall, the first thing he saw was the 10,000 race lanterns. The 10,000 race lanterns were organized on both sides of the hall. It gave people a strange feeling. It was like the lights on either side were guiding one's way through hell. It looked very scary. The higher races think their race lanterns are inside the Geno Hall, but they do not know their race lanterns are like street lamps. They do not receive much respect. It is fortunate they are not just trampled. Hansen walked past the race lanterns. The Geno Hall was very weird. There was a big hall. When Hansen stood beyond the door, he could not see the end of the hall. There were just two sides of the race lanterns guiding the path forward. The Geno Hall door was closed. Hansen was unable to go back. He had to follow the race lanterns and go forward to see exactly what it was that Mr. God wanted him to see. He said, "There is something I need here, so I wonder what that is." Hansen did not want to slow down, so he accelerated his pace and went faster. The 10,000 race lanterns were shining at a distance that was not too far away from him. Hansen did not have to walk for long before seeing the end of the race lanterns. There was a wall at the end of the race lanterns. The wall was made from an old jade carving. It was quite strange. Hansen looked at it, but he could not see the end of the wall. He also could not see the beginning of the wall. It was like the jade wall extended forever. The weirder thing was that the wall had no end. Even so, Hansen saw everything that was carved into the jade wall. The feelings were too weird to describe. The jade wall had a lot of text. When Hansen continued to examine it, he saw the familiar text, such as the words crystallizer, sky, Buddha, and other stuff. Clearly, they were the higher races that had lit up lanterns inside the Geno Hall. Hansen was most curious about the fact that the jade wall had more than 10,000 words. As Hansen examined it for a while, he eventually caught sight of a familiar word, feather. Hansen remembered that the feather race had been kicked out of the higher races by Kong Fei. Why would the feather still be featured on the jade wall? Does this mean that whoever becomes a higher race can forever remain on this jade wall? Hansen looked around. He saw many familiar and strange texts, but he never once saw the word human. That made him sad. Stop looking. There aren't any humans on the jade wall. A voice sounded in Hansen's ear. A familiar shadow appeared on the jade wall. It was standing next to Hansen. It is you. Who was that in the 33 Skies arena? When he saw this person, Hansen was given a shock. It was the Mr. God he used to know. Don't be too surprised, God said with a laugh. I am the Geno Hall leader. I cannot allow everyone to know I actually joined the Geno tablet fights. Finding a doppelganger to stand in for me is not too difficult. Hansen understood that the Geno Hall and Geno tablets relationship was like the ruling party and opposition party. The Geno Hall leader was the real president. Allowing another president to join the election for another party was very inappropriate. Is Crepe Myrtle another one of your names? Hansen asked. God shook his head. No. Crepe Myrtle is my real name. It's just that no one knows that. I say, Big Brother Crepe Myrtle, what are you supposed to be doing with me? Why did you pull me into the Geno Hall now of all times? Hansen was not in much of a mood for spending time idle chit-chatting with Crepe Myrtle. Crepe Myrtle said, with your power, it might not be enough to beat that person. So, until you can learn how to control your body, I do not recommend that you fight him. If I do not fight, it is Bauer who will end up fighting him, Hansen said. Therefore, you do not have much time, Crepe Myrtle said. That is why we must begin now. What do you mean? Hansen could guess what was going on, but he did not know precisely what Crepe Myrtle was going to do. Crepe Myrtle pointed at the jade wall and asked, do you know why the universe of kingdoms doesn't have race lanterns, but has god temples, and why the Geno universe has race lanterns, but no god temples? I would like to know the answer to that, Hansen told him. Energy transferal comes from yin and yang. Crepe Myrtle smiled and said, in layman's terms, when you eat a cake, you do not sh*t out a cake. Hansen looked at Crepe Myrtle with a frozen expression. He could not believe a person like Crepe Myrtle could speak in such a crude manner. Cough. Cough. I once heard this from a very interesting person while I was traveling. It may be very crude, but it does make sense. Crepe Myrtle coughed and went on to say, the reincarnation of two universal lives are the same. The two universal lives have yin and yang. Although yin and yang are reverses of each other, it does not have to mean the world is split between yin and yang. But if you have to separate it, which universe would you believe to be in? After thinking for a moment, Hansen said, the Geno universe feels a bit more like it is yin. What makes you say that? Crepe Myrtle looked at Hansen with interest. That is because the Geno universe does not have any pure humans, Hansen said. What you are saying is correct, Crepe Myrtle said. The Geno universe is more like Een, but that is not because there are no humans. It is because life there is more original. Original? Han Sen did not understand Crepe Myrtle. Crepe Myrtle did not explain. I do not have time to explain why I do not have time to explain. You can treat it like life in the universe of kingdoms is covered in human skin. In the Geno universe, you have removed the human skin. After that, Crepe Myrtle pointed at the jade wall and said, "This jade wall has recorded all of the gene races that have become higher races." Of course, it is not just the names of the higher races here. It has recorded the progress of the gene race while growing up. This jade wall is called the evolution wall. You did not just bring me here to tell me about this, did you? Han Sen looked at the evolution wall as he spoke. Your body has evolved differently to every other creature in this universe. That means you have lost your way and now need to forge your own. No one can guide you. You are lost in the wild by your lonesome. I do believe this evolution wall can help you a bit though. It should at least be able to help you understand yourself some more. After Crepe Myrtle said that, he put his hands against the evolution wall. A lot of text on the evolution wall was lighting up. The text released lots of God music. Every word had been normal. Now, the words had flesh and bones. They had their own presence. If one looked at them once, one would never forget them. It was like it was not even text and was something that was actually alive. When Han Sen looked at the feather, he saw an angel with white wings. When he looked at the word Buddha, he saw a Buddha that looked very serious. Each word represented the God music of each race. It was not that they really existed. It was just like a stereotype of what was best for each race. While Han Sen was watching, he saw the evolution wall display some text that was shining like a sun. Han Sen recognized the word meant sky. It meant the sky race. The race of the sky was an offshoot of the very high. They looked fairly human-like, but they had the presence of the sky. In that prettiness, Han Sen saw a man from the sky come out of the evolution wall. That man looked like Sky Palace leader. He rather looked like Yu Shanshin and Lone Bamboo. This man had all the benefits of the sky. He was powerful. He was evil. He was stubborn. He was fearless. He carried all of the talents of the sky that Han Sen did not know in the past. The presence he released made Han Sen feel as if he was superior. Crepe Myrtle went on to say, the evolution wall can create the final mode of a race. Although it is just a theory and does not really exist, all creatures will follow this trace with an accuracy of 90% unless there is ever a strange accident. Otherwise, the race's final evolution will resemble this. Han Sen looked at the Skyman and made an educated guess. He asked, "Is that what happened to the sky when they became universe class?" No, not really. Across all of history, from ancient times until now, at least 10,000 races have managed to become a higher race. No matter how much you calculate, no one from any of these races has become universe class. Although they are different races and have different potentials, the way they can reach the highest point is different. Even if they are the greatest race from ancient times, they can only reach the God Chaos Party leader's level at best. That is still half a step away from reaching universe class. Crepe Myrtle looked at the text depicting the sky and said, "The talent of the sky, and their potential, is great. After all of these generations of evolution in the sky, if they can push their potential to the max and ultimately reach that step, even when compared to me, there would not be much of a difference. Of course, right now, the sky are far away from reaching this level, so all of this is just an assumption." Han Sen looked at the evolution wall and asked, "Do you want the evolution wall to predict the passage of my evolution?" Crepe Myrtle shook his head. With a wry smile, he said, "As a matter of fact, I have already tried. It does not work. The evolution of your genes has gone down a track no other ordinary creature has ever achieved. The power of the evolution wall does not work for your body. In that case, what are you even trying to say?" Han Sen did not understand what Crepe Myrtle wanted, The evolution wall is useless for you, but it can predict the futures of all the other races. Crepe Myrtle smiled at Hansen and said, therefore, it can be useful for you. You should try it. Do not make me wait too long. Hansen suddenly felt dizzy. He was sucked into the evolution wall. The sky's shadow was becoming bigger in Hansen's eyes. A scary presence that could not be described with words was landing on Hansen. The presence was scary but not enough to prompt a shift in Hansen's will and determination. Still, the presence of the sky still shocked Hans Senator. Although it was just a fake character that was little more than a calculation, it was still incredibly powerful. One likely could not tell if the sky was a genuine life force or not. One could not tell it was just a shadow. Hansen did not think much. He saw another powerful shadow emerge from the god light. It was a weird man with 3 heads and 6 arms. It was a weird person, and it was one of the destroyed. This fellow from the destroyed was stronger than any destroyed elite Hansen had seen before. It was like a demon god that was standing between the sky and the ground. Its presence was very scary. It was like the sea, or even like hell. It exuded a presence that suffocated Hansen. One after another, elites came out of the evolution wall, releasing a strong presence on their way to Hansen. No matter how strong Hansen's will was, when there were more and more elites showing up, he started to feel pressure. If they were real elites, no matter how many there were, they could not do anything to Hansen. These were coming from the evolution wall. It was scary to see the people from those races evolve to the max of their potential. Although they had no real bodies and did not actually exist, the presence they released was nothing fake. It was like they were coming out of real bodies. Many powerful bodies showed up. Hansen felt a whole heap of pressure, and that was just the shadow of 100 races. Crepe Myrtle wants to use their presence to suppress my will so it can become stronger. Hansen understood Crepe Myrtle's rationale for setting up all this, but he doubted it might actually work. More and more shadows showed up. Their power was far too grand to imagine. If this was someone else in his shoes, their will would have snapped by now. Even Hansen could felt his own body was rather tense. In the battlegrounds of the 33 skies, Ancient Devil was like a demon shadow. He got close to Human King. Human King did not move. His body did not move. When the space and the will around changed, the distances separating the two appeared longer. Ancient Devil's body, which looked like a shadow, was elongated. It reached before Human King. What a shame, Human King quietly muttered. No one knew what he meant. He reached out a hand and slapped Ancient Devil as if he was swatting a fly. The hand looked as if it covered the sky and covered the ground. Ancient Devil was unable to escape its area. Before the hand could touch Ancient Devil's body, the pressure alone was enough to explode his body and have it become black dust that scattered everywhere. It happened in one hit. Ancient Devil's body exploded, and the fight came to an end. Ancient Devil's name on the Geno tablet was wiped away, leaving only Human King's name there. Did it just end? Human King is too strong. This is the real sort of invincible elite. Compared to Hansen, this is so much worse. They are all top 4. The differences between them are still too much. In the universe of kingdoms, people were shocked. They thought Human King was extremely strong. They were surprised about his appearance. Human King had only used one hand to kill Ancient Devil. Afterward, he frowned and secretly said to himself that Ancient Devil looked as if he had a death wish. What was he doing? Boom. 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 After Ancient Devil died, the final barrier of the 33 skies came down. Now, all of the 33 skies could be seen. The Geno tablet that was no longer there was now seen in the arena. It was glowing with a god light. On the Geno tablet, 2 names were shining like a pair of suns. No one would have believed that those 2 would have been the final names to be displayed on the Geno tablet. There was Human King and Crepe Myrtle. They were the last 2 names. They were deep in every creature's brain. They were names that were now hard to forget. Human King looked at Crepe Myrtle. He also looked surprised. Clearly, he never thought the last opponent would end up being a god spirit. Crepe Myrtle knew about Human King. He was not surprised to see him. Human King looked at Crepe Myrtle. After a while, he said, "I did not expect to see you here." Clearly, he recognized who Crepe Myrtle was. Crepe Myrtle looked at Human King and said, "It looks like you did not only absorb Qin Xiu, but you also have Qin Xiu's memories." Human King said, "I have been planning this for years. If I could not take everything, it would have been a colossal waste of all my time and energy. And you are the Geno Hall leader, yet you joined the Geno tablet fights. That must damage your reputation quite a bit." The universe was shocked. None believed Crepe Myrtle was the Geno Hall leader. No way. God Hall leader joined the Geno tablet fights? People like Human King would not talk nonsense. Is that true? Is Crepe Myrtle the leader of the Geno Hall? Crepe Myrtle did not move. He looked at Human King and said, "It looks like you have access to everything about Qin Xiu, but you did not earn his confidence." Human King did not move. He coldly said, "I will fight when I must. When I do not need to fight, why should I waste my breath?" Human King brought attention to Crepe Myrtle's identity because he did not want to fight Crepe Myrtle. Before he really walked the last step, Human King was still going to be rather afraid of Crepe Myrtle. As the master of the Geno Hall, Crepe Myrtle did not have what it took to be the leader of the Geno tablet. Crepe Myrtle looked at Human King and said, "I only just came here. I cannot simply leave like this. Hansen took my 28 starlights, so I suspect you will do the same." Human King coldly laughed. "You know you cannot do that, so why would you even bother to try?" "I like it." Crepe Myrtle curled his lips. His fingers came forward like starlight. Human King was powerful, but he was unable to dodge Crepe Myrtle's fingerborn starlight. Just like Hansen, his body was pinned in place by the starlight nails. Human King was not in a rush to escape such bindings. He did not even look as if he wanted to struggle. He looked at Crepe Myrtle and said, "If you like it, you can give me more starlight." Crepe Myrtle smiled. He turned around and left. He quit the arena of the 33 skies. No one knew the Geno tablet fights were to end in such a way. When Crepe Myrtle departed the battleground, his name was erased from the Geno tablet. All that was left behind was Human King's name. The light of the Geno tablet was very bright. Human King's name was shining brightly. The 33 skies were suddenly so noisy as if it was welcoming a new master. The starlight on Human King's body shattered. He did not go to the Geno tablet. He looked at his body and said to himself, "You might be able to stop me now, but not forever. This kind of power will only delay my ascension to walking that step by a few days. It will not stop anything. Your empire will fall." Human King was sitting in the 33 skies. He had become the owner of the Geno tablet, but the Geno tablet was unable to replace the Geno Hall to become the leader of the universe. He had to wait until the Geno Hall was overthrown. If there was no Geno tablet, even if one beat the Geno Hall, one could not become the universe's controller. Human King had the most basic fundamentals, so all he required was the last step. Congratulations, leader, on becoming the leader of the universe. The members of Blood Legion all bowed before Human King profusely. Countless generations of their people had given up so much in their long wait for this day. They had created Blood Legion for this purpose. Now, Human King only required one final step to become the leader of the universe. "Mr. Leader, when are we going to fight the Geno Hall?" a Blood Legion member asked with much excitement. "There is no rush for that just yet," Human King said. "Crepe Myrtle destroyed my body. Although what he tried did not work, his power has made my body combine far slower. It will still take me a while to completely absorb Qin Xiu's power for me to complete that last step." What an obscene man he was, a member madly proclaimed. He should have known he could not ultimately stop you from becoming the Geno Tablets leader. He has been a right thorn in your backside. Wait until you walk that last step. Then, you will be able to kill every last person inside that wretched Geno Hall. He is my enemy, Human King said. Crepe Myrtle did not do anything wrong. After all, we are the ones seeking to overthrow his rule and usher in the dawn of a new age. It is understandable that he only wants to stop us from achieving that. Wait until we defeat the Geno Hall. If he wants to, I can find a position for him to work at in the 33 skies. With his power and knowledge, it would only be a big boon for Blood Legion. Of course, he is a prideful man. I suspect he would sooner choose death than obey me. An old member, with lots of white hair, came forward to bow before Human King. You are right. Only doing that can show Blood Legion is actually quite reasonable. When I control under the sky, I am willing to be the spokesperson. I will convince Crepe Myrtle to join our legion. There is no rush, Human King said with a squint of his eyes. One more thing, we must sort all of this out before we assault Geno Hall. Otherwise, there will be trouble. What thing? All the members looked at Human King with curiosity. They did not know that, aside from the Geno Hall, there could be someone else that might challenge their rule of the universe. Hansen has a daughter called Bauer, isn't that correct? Human King looked at God's Retribution. God's Retribution's heart froze. He bowed and said, yes. Hansen has a daughter, Han Bauer. Out of all of his children, I would think she is his favorite one. She is the one who is always around him. What is it? God's Retribution may have said all of this, but he still felt a profound worry in his heart. The leader is asking about Bauer. Does he want to do something bad to Hansen? Human King coldly said that Han Bauer has always been around 5 years old. She has never grown up, isn't that right? Yes, that is right, God's Retribution said with a nod. Even if he wanted to help Hansen, he could not lie to his superior. The things Human King wanted to know about Bauer were too obvious. In that case, it must be right, Human King said. We have to find Han Bauer. Bring her to me. God's Retribution wondered how he might be able to find out what it was Human King was looking to do. It was fortunate another member was willing to inquire out loud. Mr. Leader, why do you need Hansen's child? I do not mean to bring Hansen any harm. That girl is not Hansen's real daughter anyway. She is the daughter of the last Geno Hall leader and the leader of the God Chaos Party. She is a big threat to Blood Legion's rule. Therefore, we must take steps to remove her. Human King did not hide his intent. He talked about Bauer's history openly next. Is that who Bauer is? Everyone was shocked after hearing this. They all agreed they should capture Bauer. You guys still need to adjust to your new powers, Human King coldly said. You do not need to go. God Chaos Party is currently under my control. Just let them go. He did not think anyone would be able to kill Bauer, but he needed someone to force Bauer out of hiding. Only then could Bauer be erased. You guys should go back now. If there is nothing important you require of me, do not disturb me. I must focus on working on the last step. Human King waved his hand and told everyone to depart. When all the other members were gone, Human King said to himself. If I had not received Qin Xiu's memories, I would not have known Hansen had a daughter like that. That Qin Xiu was so arrogant. He did not even realize what kind of dangerous being there was out there. I will not make the mistake he would have. I will have Bauer under control long before I achieve control of the Geno Hall. Human King had access to all of Qin Xiu's memories. He knew Bauer was currently in the sanctuaries. Blood Legion came from the sanctuaries, but they could never return to the sanctuaries. If they wanted to capture Bauer, they would have to do it in Space Garden and force Bauer to come out of the sanctuaries. Things in Space Garden were not the best right now, and that was mainly because Hansen had gone missing following his battle against Crepe Myrtle. Although Mr. White assured everyone that Han Sen was not dead, people were still worrying a lot about his welfare. It seemed calm had returned to the universe. Human King had the Geno tablet. The big fight could be triggered at any second. No one had the mood to do anything. Little uncle, your power is so strong. Why are you still single? If I was you, I would marry many women. I would go for all the pretty ones. I would have the prettiest women from the dragon, and even from the sky. Tang Jinliu looked at Wang Yuhang with profound jealousy. He was practicing with Wang Yuhang. He could not fight Wang Yuhang though. It was like fighting Wang Yuhang was a big crime. Wang Yuhang moved his lips, but he did not say anything. He shook his head. To get a woman with that power, to me, would be like getting myself a sex doll. You might like a sex doll, but I do not like that. Tang Jinliu wished to say something to counter that, but he suddenly heard a boom. It was like a huge hole had formed in the sky. The whole of Space Garden tremored. Fuck. Who is so ballsy that they have come to meddle with Space Garden? Tang Jinliu was very angry. He looked at the sky and saw the sky was full of space battleships that were breaking down Space Garden's defenses. They were headed for Space Garden. Many scary creatures were flying next to the ships. There were some leaders from the 33 skies too. Tang Jinliu had seen many of these people before. He recognized that they once belonged to God Chaos Party. Wang Yuhang's and Tang Jinliu's faces changed. God Chaos Party has gone nuts. Why are they attacking Space Garden? In Space Garden, Ning Yu, Huang Fujing, Xie King, Very High Leader, Sky Palace Leader, and the others all emerged. Many of the elites looked up at the sky filled with battleships and frightening creatures. They did not know what was going on. The battleships and scary creatures were covering the sky and the daylight. It was like the whole of Space Garden was now covered in clouds. Where is Han Sen? Amidst the many scary creatures, someone walked forward. It was Ichi. He looked down on Space Garden and boomed his voice like rolling thunder. The whole of Space Garden quaked in response. Han Yufei stood in front of everyone else and spoke up to him. Han Sen is not here in the garden. Just tell us what you wish to say to him. Ichi cold replied, my master has commanded me to come here. We are here to reclaim the Geno Hall bloodline. Han Yufei squinted her eyes and responded, if you want the Geno Hall bloodline, go knock on the Geno Hall's door. Why come out here to bother us in Space Garden? Do you not know Han Sen's daughter, Han Bauer, is not actually his daughter? Ichi asked. She has a bloodline connected to the Geno Hall. My master told me that because we are the same kind, if you hand over Han Bauer, we will not do anything to damage the prosperity of Space Garden. You will be free to remain here in Space Garden. And what if we don't? Han Yufei looked like she was smiling, but she wasn't smiling. In this world, having another Space Garden will not be much, Ichi said. Having less of a Space Garden does not constitute less. Even if Space Garden is deleted, another faction will only replace it. We do not truly care for the existence of Space Garden. Tang Jinliu was so angry that he wished to say something, but Han Yufei spoke first. That is Han Sen's child. She has nothing to do with us. If you want her, go ahead and take her, but what I utterly despise is seeing someone with the audacity to threaten me. Now that you have spoken your piece, I have decided not to give it to you. I would like to see how you fare in destroying Space Garden. Not bad. If you truly have what it takes to destroy Space Garden, stop talking crap. Tang Jinliu followed with a shout. You must have a death wish. Ichi coldly grunted. He no longer wished to speak. He waved his hand and had many ships and scary creatures begin a crazy assault on Space Garden. A battleship opened its doors to release many break-world beasts from the holds of the ship. They were like wolves that had been starved for months and were now free to go wild on the sheep pen that was Space Garden. Many break-world beasts were in Space Garden. There were 100 of them. Boom! Space Garden had a Bysema that was created from a spell. It stopped the attack of the Breakworld beasts, but the Bysema was then attacked by all kinds of Breakworld beasts. It kept flickering. It looked like it was going to break any time. Get ready to fight. Han Yufei coldly grunted. She looked toward the base. The Breakworld beasts were very shocking to witness. Space Garden had the power to fight, but Space Garden itself could not take on a fight that would be this big. If people started to fight, the place would only fall apart. Aside from the elites, the ordinary people in Space Garden would undoubtedly die. The Space Garden's Bysema had been established by Mr. White. Only Mr. White knew if it would hold. Send for Lin Feng. You guys focus on the fight and do not worry about anything else, Mr. White said to Han Yufei. It made Han Yufei feel much calmer. In that case, let's fight. Han Yufei made a command. Tang Jinliu, who wanted to fight so badly, broke space. He pulled out a knife and went straight for the Bysema and attacked a Breakworld beast. Before his knife could reach that Breakworld beast, a sky full of green feathers came down like a rain of arrows. Every green feather pierced through the bodies of the Breakworld beasts and killed them. 100 Breakworld beasts were swiftly eliminated. A quiet man wearing green feathers for clothing was sitting in space. It was Ningyu. 9 real, he is yours. Ichi spoke to a Breakworld beast. The Breakworld beast was like a white tiger. It was not big, but it was bigger than an ordinary tiger. It was resting atop a ship. It heard Ichi's command and woke up from its slumber lazily. It looked at Ningyu and returned to sleep. Seeing the white tiger not listen to his commands, Ichi was annoyed. There was nothing he could do about it. He spoke to a big black bird and said, "Fish bird, go and kill him." The big black bird looked cold. It flapped its wings and flew from the ship. It was like a black bolt of lightning that could split the sky and the ground. It was going right for Ningyu. You guys stop chilling. We should let them know the true power of the God Chaos Party. When Ichi made a command, many battleships opened their doors. Many Breakworld beasts came pouring out. There had to have been at least 1,000 of them. Ningyu's body glowed with a green light. All of the green feathers were like sword lights, and they were flying. They looked as if they were going to kill the Breakworld beasts. Before his light feathers flew out, many inky feathers fell from the sky. They turned his green feathers into shattered pieces. They crumbled and slowly fell. Ningyu saw the big black fish bird and frowned. He sensed that the fish bird possessed a scary power inside it. Seeing Ningyu stop and not be able to take out any more Breakworld beasts, Han Yufei and the others emerged from the Bysema. They went out there to fight the Breakworld beasts. Suddenly, the sky and the ground became incredibly dark. The shockwaves from the fighting were everywhere. Although the fights were intense, no matter how scary the powers were or how powerful the shockwaves were, the Bysema shielding Space Garden did not break. On the top floor of the base, Lin Feng saw Mr. White standing in front of the chess game. He was confused and asked, "Mr. White, why did you call me here?" "Come. Play a game of chess with me," Mr. White said as he pointed at the chessboard. Lin Feng was shocked. He did not know what Mr. White was meaning. After all, why would he favor playing chess at a time like that? But Lin Feng understood Mr. White. He knew he was a man who took things seriously, so there had to be a reason why he was behaving this way. He sat down across from Mr. White. There were already chess pieces laid out across the chessboard. It was set up in a check. Lin Feng had a look around the board. The black chess pieces he had were in bad shape already. "It is your turn." Mr. White laughed after putting down a chess piece. Lin Feng nodded and picked up a chess piece. He followed the chessboard with his eyes. It was at that moment his face changed. The chessboard felt as if it had an incredible amount of power surging through it. Where he wanted to put the chess piece down had a power rise from the space. It made his hand and the chess piece bounced away. Lin Feng almost coughed up blood. It seemed as if Mr. White expected this to happen. He slowly said, "Slow down. Use your super god spirit body to feel the power of the chessboard. What you need to do is use your power to adjust the strength. Borrow the east and fill up the west. Do not fight against it." Lin Feng understood the chessboard was connected to the Bysema that was shielding Space Garden. Mr. White wanted him to hold it. A shocking number of break-world beasts had come. They were like dark clouds blanketing the sky, unceasing in their advance. Wang Yuhang was riding his bike out of the Bysema. He was already in his ultimate super god spirit mode. His entire body was so pretty to look at. Wherever the bike was, a bloody cascade came falling as the break-world beasts started to rip each other to shreds. Tang Jinliu was having fun watching. He laughed and said, "Good job, little uncle. Is this all the God Chaos Party can throw at us? What was the point of bringing in all of those break-world beasts? With little uncle here, if 1,000 come, 1,000 will die. If 10,000 come, 10,000 will die. Interesting. There is no 1,000 or 10,000. There is only me. How are you guys going to kill me?" An evil and seductive voice rang through space. There was a weird woman with 2 heads on the approach. She stopped Wang Yuhang's advance. The break-world beasts that were killing each other under the influence of Wang Yuhang's power had their eyes turn red. Now, they all jumped toward Wang Yuhang. Wang Yuhang was shocked by the reversal of allegiance. He knew he had encountered a mighty foe. He madly exploded his super hormone, seeking to turn things around quickly. The break-world beasts around were affected by Wang Yuhang and the lady with 2 heads. Their eyes kept turning red, going crazy non-stop. They would jump to Wang Yuhang, and then they would jump to the 2-headed woman. The woman with 2 heads had a face that was very seductive and another face that looked very cold, but they felt as if they had magical powers. They were trying to fight back and gain control of the break-world beasts to overthrow the grip Wang Yuhang had on the creatures. Some break-world beasts went crazy because of the constant flipping of emotions. They went crazy so that they started ripping up their own bodies. Their bodies became pieces and chunks. They tore themselves up so much that their bones showed, yet they still would not stop. "It has been so long since I last encountered an opponent that posed a challenge," the pretty face said. "You should remember my name, for my name is Shelley." The body of the woman came for Wang Yuhang. Wang Yuhang and Shelley started to fight. They did not have the time to notice other things. The break-world beasts around them were still affected though. The other break-world beasts beyond those, however, were headed for the Bysema around Space Garden. Huang Fujing rushed out of the Bysema. She teleported in front of a break-world beast. She used her long legs like a bat leaks to cut the break-world beast in half. The white tiger opened its eyes. Before Ichi could speak again, it stood up. It looked at Huang Fujing and moved its legs and vanished. When it appeared again, it was directly in front of Huang Fujing. Pang! Huang Fujing's heart jumped. She lifted her arms. The moment she moved, the white tiger showed up with its claws coming down against Huang Fujing. If she hadn't been a second quicker, the claws would have shredded her eyes. The 2 powers attacked. Space around started to crack. Even the bodies of the break-world beasts around were breaking. The scary attacks had started, and Space Garden's powerful elites were already fighting. There were still many creatures in Space Garden that were simply watching the battle unfold. That included the Very High and Sky Palace students. The Sky Palace students in particular were feeling awfully glum. Space Garden had many elites fighting there, but in Sky Palace, only Sky Palace leader could participate in the combat. "We of Sky Palace were once the best in the universe, but now we must rely on the protection of others." A Sky Palace elder let out a sigh. In fact, this was what most of the Sky Palace students were thinking. They all felt very sad. While they were feeling sad and complaining, two shadows from the sky palace camp, a black and a white one, arose. They departed the safety of the Bysema and plunged into the break-world beast horde. It is Lone Bamboo and Yu Shanshin. When the Sky Palace students saw those two, they became incredibly happy. Yes. We of Sky Palace have Lone Bamboo and Yu Shanshin in our midst. They are no weaker than the elites of Space Garden. Seeing Lone Bamboo and Yu Shanshin in the middle of all those beasts, they saw that one of them had a very sharp sword light. The other wielded a very light jade finger. They were no worse than the elites in Space Garden. People were very happy about their presence there. Ji Yanran was holding Linger, but she looked worried. Space Garden had many elites, but God Chaos Party had many more break-world beasts and elites. They watched the break-world beasts come without reprieve. Many break-world beasts kept coming. They kept trying to bring down the Bysema. Little Gold, take care of my mother and my little sister. Little Flower spoke to Golden Growler, who was next to Ji Yanran. He turned to Ji Yanran and said, "Mother, the situation is awfully glum. I am going into battle. Be careful. Fight what you can, but run away if it becomes too much. That is the Han family tradition. Do not bring us any embarrassment." Ji Yanran touched Little Flower on the head. "Mother, do not worry. In this world, there are no other people that can take our lives." After saying that, Little Flower broke space and departed. His body glowed with white light. He looked like another person. He did not look young. His white, long hair was floating like a battle god was descending. The moment he rushed out of the Bysema, Little Flower moved his hand. Time and space started to change. The break-world beasts that were going to Space Garden suddenly turned around. They struck the other break-world beasts. I have heard that the holy body's time and space power is invincible. Today, I, Ichi, am going to learn of it. Ichi traveled through time and stopped Little Flower's assault. The space fight was not stopping. It made the universe collapse. Stars were breaking. Aside from the Bysema that was protecting Space Garden, space around was an utter mess. It was like the end of the world. In the evolution wall, Han Sen was suffering under the duress of so much pressure. His body was not breaking, but his soul was not something unbreakable. The spirits of many different races showed up from all inches of the evolution wall. There had to be at least 30,000 of them. Han Sen received pressure from 30,000 different powers. His will was so tense that it was like steel. It looked as if he was going to break at any second. If this was another creature, their will would have been crushed. They would be turned into an idiot. Right now, the whole concept of Han Sen not yet going nuts was something of a miracle. Beneath that pressure, his body had yet to move. He still could not trigger his body's power to combine with his will and soul. Did Crepe Myrtle want to turn me into an idiot? Han Sen knew that it would not be possible, but he still felt as if his will was yearning to snap. He was not a god. He was just a human. Humans had their limits. Han Sen felt as if his will was going to be pushed too far beyond his limit. Suddenly, the evolution wall displayed a new race. It lit up. The name was brighter than the name of any other race. It was like a bright moon amidst a sea of stars. It was so pure. Fairy. When Han Sen saw the word, he was shocked. Han Sen knew what the word meant, but there were two possibilities. First, it was the Jade Spirit Fairies that were made from chaos. The other had a chance of being scarier. That word might have meant the God Chaos Party leader. To be accurate, only the God Chaos Party leader was a fairy. The Jade Holy Fairies were just some products Chaos had created. Chaos was born in the Geno universe. Was she able to light up a lantern in the Geno Hall? If that was the case, that should be something so scary. Han Sen was shocked. His will was going to break soon. If the word fairy meant chaos, then the power must have been unimaginable. She surely would have been the creature closest to that step. From within that godlight, a woman who looked like a fairy and a jade started to come. She stepped out of the dust cloud. Holy was not a word that could be used to describe her anymore. It was like she was the most spiritual being in all of the universe. Every inch and every centimeter of her body, and even the garments she wore, were very elegant. The aura she exuded was truly out of this world. Her appearance made Han Sen's very tense will become weaker. He was like a rubber band that was now being pulled to the max. It was going to snap any second. Crepe Myrtle said that on the evolution wall, no creature had ever managed to reach the universe class. If that is true, what could possibly be up with this fairy? Her powers are still so strong. She is better than any other creature I have ever encountered, but can a creature this mighty not have reached universe class yet? Han Sen was shocked by the power he was witnessing. His will was becoming overwhelmed. If the fairy's power came down, Han Sen would be unable to hold it. If his will broke, even if he did not turn into an idiot, he would lose all of the confidence he had in himself and any faith he had in his abilities of combat. For a fighter, that was the worst possible outcome. Power was the foundation of an elite, but courage was the soul of an elite. Without a soul, having a powerful body meant very little. It meant one would just be a weak person with very powerful power. While Han Sen was still mulling all of this over, the fairy woman's power descended. Crepe Myrtle, you just got me killed. If you turn me into an idiot, I will curse your son so he does not have a penis. Han Sen cursed him, but he had to focus if he wanted to fight back against that scary power. Boom. When the power descended, Han Sen's brain felt as if it had exploded. It was very oppressive. It was rather like a river. It kept hitting his mental dam, which seemed as if it was going to break any second now. Space Garden was fighting back against the enemy tide as hard as they could. Their resilience was far greater than the elders of the God Chaos Party could have anticipated. Just a small number of Space Garden's forces were able to repel and break the advance of God Chaos Party's many elites and break-world monsters. Many break-world beasts attacked, but they too were repelled. This is so scary. This is just a small amount of Space Garden's whole power. There are so many break-world elites in their ranks. If they keep developing, God Chaos Party might not be able to rein them in and keep them on a leash. Mr. Leader is so smart. He could already understand the threat of Space Garden, and he has already sought their removal. That might indeed be the case, but we have already sent out God Chaos Party's entire forces. Yet, we still have not been able to capture Space Garden. Should we call upon the leader to help us out? Inside a battleship, a few God Chaos Party elders were discussing matters in a private meeting. An elder said, "No. Human King has only just become the Geno Tablet's master. He has become the master. If I cannot do this without his involvement, he will not make use of me anymore. But if you do not ask for help, even if you do get Space Garden, most of God Chaos Party will be dead," another elder said, disagreeing with the last one. There will be very little left of us. With our current power, how are we supposed to secure an important seat in our party? The two of you are right in your own way, said another elder with a bird face. We have to do this, but we cannot give up all of our wealth. Bird Elder, you are the one with the most creative ideas here. What do you propose we do to combine both of these ideas? Every elder looked at the bird-like elder. Bird Elder laughed. Our mission is to get Han Sen's stepdaughter, Han Bauer, out of there. Mr. Leader never told us to destroy Space Garden, so why are we doing things this way? Is there a difference between them? In Space Garden, these guys are going to protect Han Sen's stepdaughter. If we do not defeat Space Garden, how can we force Han Bauer out of there? The elder from earlier did not understand, so he asked for clarification. Bird Elder lifted his lips and said, "You guys have been alive for so long. Have you also become dogs in that time? Before you came, did you not spend time investigating the Hansen family?" Bird Elder, why don't you just hurry up and spill the beans? A grumpy elder asked, while looking at Bird Elder with displeasure. We are all elders, so there is no need to hide things. Bird Elder took a deep breath and said, from what I know, Han Sen has 2 daughters. He also has a few stepdaughters. Han Bauer is the one who is loved the most. She is treated as well as a biological one. If I had a stepdaughter who was that excellent, I would also treat her as well as a biological daughter, an elder said while lifting his lips. When she grew up, our family would reap all sorts of glories. Bird Elder coughed. This has nothing to do with what I am saying. What I want to say is that Han Sen and Han Bauer have a great relationship. They are like a real father and daughter. And that isn't with just Han Sen either. Even Han Sen's wife treats Han Bauer like a real mother would. Han Sen's children are treated like real siblings by Han Bauer too. We do not actually require Space Garden. All we must do is capture Han Sen's family. Then, Han Bauer will be willing to do everything. Why should we only capture Han Sen's wife and daughter? An elder asked with confusion. Bird Elder pointed at Little Flower, who was in the middle of fighting Itchy, and said, that is Han Sen's biological son. If you think you can capture him, then go and capture him. An elder went to have a look. He squeezed his neck. Someone as terrifying as Itchy was actually getting bullied by Little Flower. If it was not for other God Chaos Party members helping him out, he would have died by now. He did not dare to try to capture that boy. Bird Elder watched him stop talking and said, all of the elites are out now. They have left Space Garden, leaving the place empty and unprotected. We should slip inside now and capture Han Sen's wife and daughter. If we do that, it is our best chance at success. But the Space Garden's bysema is weird. Many break world beasts have been attacking it for so long, yet they have been unable to break it. How are we supposed to gain access? A bunch of elders looked at Bird Elder weirdly, knowing he would have a way around this. He should have had a suggestion to gain access. That is easy, Bird Elder said. Of course, we cannot get inside, but don't forget that a special break world beast came with us. A bysema beast can only go through bysema. They cannot break the bysema though. What is the point of it going in alone? This bysema beast has only just managed to break the world. It is not very strong. Any break world elite in Space Garden will be able to kill it. Bird Elder laughed. We can have someone go into the bysema beast's belly, so they are smuggled into Space Garden. There might be a way, but who are we going to send in there? An elder asked. The God Chaos Party elites were attacking Space Garden. It seemed as if sounding the retreat would not be the right course of action. This is the sky reward, Bird Elder said. We cannot give it to someone else. I do not think there are any break world elites left in Space Garden. If there were, they would not allow the break world beasts to attack the bysema. So, the bysema beast should be able to do this itself. But the reward will go to the bysema beast. Perhaps we will not receive any of the benefits. We must go there by ourselves, so we can get a reward from Mr. Leader. This, when people heard what Bird Elder was going to go, they felt rather hesitant. They were all elders of the God Chaos Party and very strong. But they had lived for far too long. Normally, creatures that lived for such a long period of time cherished their lives. They would let themselves live 1 billion years and cherish their life greatly. So, they were God Chaos Party elders, but they were not the main members. When Human King asserted control of the God Chaos Party, he did not have much in the way of manpower. That was why they were used. Otherwise, no one would have wanted them to attack Space Garden. Of course, there was another reason. Many core members of the God Chaos Party had betrayed the organization. Berry Path God had been absorbed by Qin Xiu's hands, and Rocky D was missing. There were not many people to use. If you guys do not want to come along, I will go alone. But you will not be able to quarrel over who the reward belongs to. Bird Elder coldly laughed. Fine. I will go with you, an elder moaned. He gnashed his teeth and decided to shoulder the risk with him. 5 more elders quickly agreed to join. they summoned the Bysema beast. The 5 of them hid themselves inside the Bysema beast. The Bysema snuck into Space Garden while the chaos was happening. Mr. White was still playing chess with Lin Feng. His heart jumped. Something must have happened. His fingers were holding a chess piece. His other hand was holding several other chess pieces. He threw them down on the table. He looked at a few of the chess pieces and frowned. Is it good or bad? If it is bad, it will be unable to be dodged. It is hard to predict if this is good or bad. Mr. White, is something wrong? Lin Feng asked. Nothing. Let's just keep playing chess and defend this place, Mr. White said. He looked at Ji Yanran, the mother and daughter. Ji Yanran was holding Linger. She was watching the fight going on up there. She was not very good when it came to combat, so she did not chip in. Little Gold laid down next to Ji Yanran. Ever since something happened in Space Garden, he had not left. It was like it had decided to perpetually sleep where it was. Suddenly, the sleeping little Gold opened its eyes. It raised its head. It looked in a certain direction outside of the base. Ji Yanran noticed little Gold's odd behavior, so she asked, Little Gold, what is going on? Little Gold did not answer her. He stood up and continued looking in a certain direction. On the other side, Little Silver, Little Cat, the little red bird, and the other pets of the Han family were all resting. They all stood up and went to stand next to Ji Yanran, the mother and the daughter. Bird Elder is so smart, said a God Chaos Party elder said who was sitting on the Bysema beast's back. He was laughing like a madman. The Space Garden elites are all out. I cannot feel the presence of any Break World elites right now. We are going to get a big reward for doing this. Space Garden's Break World elites, the ones who were able to combat the threat, were already out. Now, all that remained were the students. Not even the strongest student had managed to break the world yet. They saw a beast that looked like a big dragon come, and it gave them all a shock. Their reactions were not slow. They used their powers to repel and slow the beast, but their powers were not sufficient to touch the body of the beast. An elder was sitting atop the back of the Bysema beast. He was going to attack. He was going to kill the Space Garden student, but Bird Elder stopped him. Ignore them, Bird Elder said. Focus on the matter at hand. Killing these guys will be easy, we can come back and mop the floor with them later. He then commanded the big beast to go to the yard Ji Yanran was in. He had learned where Ji Yanran lived a long time ago. He had formed this idea a long time ago. No. They are going to the yard where the leader is. Many of the students of Space Garden were all in shock. They really wanted to stop the big beast now. But their power was too small before the might of the Bysema beast. They would not even be able to touch the body of the Bysema beast. The Bysema beast was able to go through everything and head for Hansen and Ji Yanran's house. Boom. Boom. The whole of the house was broken down by the Bysema beast's body. The house was shattered. Ji Yanran ran out of the house while clutching Linger. Are they Hansen's wife and daughter? An elder caught sight of Ji Yanran and Linger. When he did, his eyes turned bright. Yes, that is them. Bird Elder was very excited by the sight too. If he captured them, Han Bauer was sure to emerge. Bysema beast, I command you to swallow them. The elder that controlled the Bysema beast gave out an order. He wanted the Bysema beast to swallow Ji Yanran, the mother and the daughter. After that, they would hastily depart Space Garden. The Bysema beast had only just opened its mouth when a gold light came from everywhere. A giant, big beast appeared from space. It was far bigger than the Bysema beast. It swallowed the Bysema beast. Bird Elder and the other elders were in shock. They all evaded the strike. The Bysema beast was far too slow to move out of the way, so it ended up getting bitten and chewed up by the big gold beast. It swallowed all of its skin and bones. What is going on? Since when did Space Garden harbor such a powerful creature? An elder was in shock as he looked at Bird Elder. Bird Elder looked at Golden Growler angrily and said, Han Sen's wife and daughter have a powerful creature looking over them. Stop talking crap. The Bicema beast is gone. We cannot get out now. We have no choice but to take down Han Sen's wife and daughter. The 5 of us must work together. If we do, we can make that big gold beast fall. Just kill it. Bird Elder seemed to expect this would happen, otherwise, he would not have wanted to bring other elders to reap his rewards. The other elders knew it was too late for them to bail, so they gnashed their teeth to fight alongside Bird Elder. Although their guts were small, and they were afraid to die, their power was still with them. The power they wielded was very scary. 5 scary powers went for Golden Growler. Golden Growler came before Ji Yanran and emitted a gold light. It fired a stream of gold light to strike the 5 incoming powers. Boom! Golden Growler's body was blasted backward a little. He almost hit Ji Yanran and Linger, the mother and the daughter, but his body suddenly stopped. Bird Elder and the others were both shocked and happy. Individually in the God Chaos Party, their 5 powers would have been rated from between medium and high. When used together, their 5 powers were enough to beat back the Gold Big Beast. The Gold Big Beast's power was very scary. They were happy their 5 powers could suppress the Big Gold Beast, so that made them feel much safer. Little Gold. Linger saw Golden Growler's mouth was bleeding blood. Now, Bird Elder and his people were unleashing more scary powers her way. She screamed. Golden Growler ignored the blood that was oozing from his mouth. His eyes were shining gold. He opened up his mouth again. This time, when the mouth opened, it did not release a scary gold light. He was spitting out a golden door. Bird Elder did not care much for the presence of the golden door. They had seen many weird powers over the course of their lifetime, but they had not seen golden doors before. Even creatures that could use their powers to create castles were something they had witnessed in the past. They had seen an awful lot. Without hesitation, they increased the voltage of their outgoing powers. They attacked the golden door Golden Growler was releasing. Boom! The 5 powers that could destroy the sky and the ground crashed into the door. It made the golden door echo with sound, but their powers could not break open the golden door. Bird Elder and the 5 people were all shocked. One elder looked weirded out and asked, "How is such a thing possibly possible?" With the power used by all 5 of us elders, not even someone like Ichi, if he were to generate a time door, would be unable to resist our might. We could break down his time doors, so how can this golden door not be broken with ease? What kind of power is this creature using? Bird Elder thought something must have been wrong about this too. Before they could do anything, there was a sudden catch-a noise. The 5 elders were shocked. They looked at the golden door that did not appear to be ajar. A golden light came out from beyond the golden door. It was like the waning light at sunset, and it was seeping out from the gap between the door and the door frame. Before Bird Elder and the others could react, wherever the gold light shone on, that space was turned into nothing. Bird Elder, who was a powerful existence, immediately melted beneath the force of that golden light. He did not even have a chance to scream about his demise. The Breakworld elites that had a Breakworld rate of at least 95% vanished completely. There was no trace of them left behind. Little Gold, it is fine. You can put the golden door away now. Ji Yanran shouted at Golden Growler. She knew what would happen if the golden door was opened completely. The whole of Space Garden would undoubtedly be destroyed. Fortunately, Golden Growler seemed to be aware of this. He did not really open the golden door. He swallowed the golden door back down. The students going into the house were relieved. Last time, when Little Gold opened the golden door, many students saw the scary scene. When the golden door opened up, Human King, in the 33 skies, opened his eyes. He looked surprised. How is that possible? How can they possess this power? That is impossible. Human King's face looked more and more shocked. His heart jumped, and his eyes started to spin. It was like a view of the whole universe was now inside him. When Human King saw the golden door unleash its gold light, his body quaked. His eyes flashed strangely. Is such a thing even possible? Does this universe truly have a creature like this? Behind the golden door is there, Human King's face kept changing. A long time later, Human King looked as if he had come to a decision. He stepped out of the 33 skies. The whole of Space Garden had become a butcher's landscape. Crazy killing and dead life were now everywhere. White bones and bloody chunks were strewn across the land, far and wide. There was the sound of broken bones and gushing blood filling the acoustic soundscape. In a raging, crazy fight, it was not that scary. Instead, it gave people a hot and blood-boiling rush. Little Flower's clothes were white, but his eyes were red. He did not know how many break-world beasts he had killed by this point, but there were more and more break-world beasts coming. It was like their numbers were infinite. It was not just Little Flower in such a state. All of the elites from Space Garden were soaked in blood. It was their own blood but also mixed with even more of the enemy's blood. The eyes of the elites of the God Chaos Party were turning red too. Their wild side covered their senses. Only the enemy's fresh blood could cool down their own boiling blood. Suddenly, there was a shadow above Space Garden. It was like the whole battlefield was frozen. All of the creatures kept fighting. Some of them had their mouths wide open. Some of their faces were twisted. Some of them looked scared. Some of them held their faces and cried aloud. All of the creatures kept their emotions frozen from how they were only a second ago. The broken limbs and blood splatters were frozen in the air. Time seemed to have stopped. Even Ichi and Mingyu, who were powerful break-world elites, were the same way. They were frozen and could not move. Everyone knew this was not time itself coming to a halt. If time had been stopped, their thoughts would have been stopped as well. Now, they could see things and think. They could just not move their eyes. Human King. Mingyu saw the frozen body emerge. His eyes went smaller as he did. Human King came from space. It was like he was the only living thing left in the universe. Everything else was completely silent. Even the powerful elites that had a break-world rate of 100% appeared dead in front of him. Tang Jinliu saw Human King too. He really wanted to scream, "Let me go. Fight me if you have the balls to." But he could not even move his teeth. He could not provoke the man. Human King did not look at them. He merely walked forward. He ignored the God Chaos Party's people and their assault as if they did not actually exist. He kept walking to Space Garden. Space Gardens by Sema did not work on Human King. It was like there was only air there, and he was simply able to walk inside the floral realm. Inside Space Garden, everything had come to a standstill. Every creature had strangely stopped moving. They watched Human King walk to Han Sen's house. When Human King came, Bauer, who was currently in the sanctuaries, felt her heart jump. She stopped whatever she was doing. "Why have you frozen? Keep practicing. You have not yet succeeded. You must learn how to combine with the gene seed." Chaos saw Bauer stop completely. She frowned and hurried her. "I need to go to the Geno universe," Bauer said while lowering her head. "Baby, you can't go back yet," Chaos said. "Mom promises you that once you have succeeded in combining with this, you can go wherever you want to." Bauer raised her head. She looked certain as she spoke word by word. "I am going back to the universe now, with or without your permission." "Why?" Chaos was shocked. This was the first time she had ever witnessed Bauer talk to her in such a way. "It is because my mother is in danger, and I must save her," Bauer said. She then ran to the door. She did not hesitate. "But I am right here," Chaos said. Her face instantly changed. She understood the mother she was referring to was not her. It was Han Sen's wife, Ji Yanran. In Space Garden, Human King walked alone and approached the remnants of a collapsed house. Rue. Ji Yanran and a bunch of pets were stuck inside that house. Golden Growler did not seem to be completely frozen. He stopped before Ji Yanran and looked at Human King, who was coming. He made some roaring and hostile sounds to stay his approach. It was like he was warning Human King not to enter the small garden. This really is unique. Human King looked at Golden Growler. He walked to the little yard. Roar. Golden Growler appeared to be a little afraid of this new nemesis, but he still managed to roar threateningly and allow a door to rise up from out of his mouth. Although he was not completely frozen, because of the effect of Human King's power, Golden Growler's motions were very slow. The golden door came out of his mouth very slowly, and it was presented before Human King to block him. Is that it? Human King looked at the golden door strangely. He did not plan on doing anything. In fact, if Human King moved first, Golden Growler would not have been able to spit out the golden door in the first place. He would have been instantly killed. The golden door had yet to open. Human King became annoyed. His heart jumped, and Golden Growler returned to normal. He was not affected by the power anymore. Roar. Golden Growler was trying to open the golden door, but his body was returning to normal. The golden door was now slightly ajar. The sunset-like gold light came out from the door and shone on Human King. When Human King saw the gold light, he raised his hand to hide his face. That gold light was like a small laser going across his body. Suddenly, his black crystal armor had a golden burn scorched right into it. That golden burn mark was expanding. It looked like it was going to burn right through the black crystal armor. Feeling the black crystal armor's painful feelings, Human King's eyes flashed wildly. He looked conflicted as he stared at the open golden door. This power. It feels like the power I felt before. When the door opens, is that the place? The angle of the golden door opened more and more. The beam of light became bigger and bigger. Human King stood before the golden light with his black crystal armor melting away. He was fading away. Wherever the gold light shone, the light turned into nothingness. Nothing could even survive it. Human King's eyes flashed. Behind his hands, he looked at the golden door. The gold light was very shiny. Even with his sense of vision, he could not see what might have been inside. Seeing the black crystal armor about to be destroyed, Human King realized he could no longer watch it. He wanted to get out and away from the golden light. Human King discovered that his body had been bound by that golden light. In a flabbergasting, totally unexpected turn of events, he discovered he was unable to teleport away from this wild force of light. He was shocked. He could not quite believe it. He could not fathom a power was capable of doing this to him. He knew he had to act fast, so he put an end to his hesitation. He moved his body as only he could. Through that movement, he went behind the golden light. Under the pressure of the gold light, not even an elite like Human King could move and break free. Even his black crystal armor had been wholly damaged by the golden light. In those parts across the armor that were receiving the light, there were scorch marks, dents, and holes all burned into the armor. Big chunks of it had been seared away. Roar. Golden Growler roared again. The golden door moved when Human King did. It kept him snared, not permitting Human King to escape the beam of light it shone on him. Human King frowned a little. He moved his will again. Suddenly, the power of the sky and the power of the ground gathered up. Golden Growler's power was affected, and he started to move slowly again. The golden door's speed slowed down. Human King quickly emerged from the area of golden light. Now, the black crystal armor on Human King's body was smoking white. Some places on him were burned. A black mark was left on Human King's body. It seemed as if only a little more time was needed before Human King's body was incinerated. More shockingly than that, the Geno prototype armor, which could usually recover in a jiffy, was not recovering itself quickly at all. When Human King walked away, it was still smoking white. Some spots on it were still burning. It was like the golden light's power was still there and unwilling to fade away. This must be the air of a growler, but the growlers should not have this power. Does this mixed growler have something special about it? Is it in his bloodline? Aside from the genes of a growler, what other genes could it possibly possess? Human King looked at Golden Growler weirdly. He kept thinking about it. With his naked eyes, he could not tell which genes the Golden Growler might have also possessed in its blood. Never mind. Let me take it back and research it. Human King teleported in front of Golden Growler. He held Golden Growler's head. Golden Growler wished to scream, but he passed out before he could do anything about it. The small golden door that was previously open was now gone. Although Human King wished to see what lurked beyond the golden door, his body could not withstand the gold light that seeped out of it. Entering it seemed as if it might be impossible. He would have to bring Golden Growler back with him first. He knocked out Golden Growler. Human King then looked at Linger and Ji Yanran and said to himself, since I am already here, I might as well take these with me too. God Chaos Party never had a threat that was grand enough to challenge the rule of the Geno Hall. It only makes sense. If we cannot do this small thing, the God Chaos Party will surely not survive. After that, Human King walked up to Ji Yanran. It only took him 2 steps to reach her position. He put out his hand with the intent to capture Ji Yanran. At that moment, Human King was instantly shocked. He saw a white light in Ji Yanran's chest. A transparent hand suddenly landed on her chest. Human King's pupils became smaller. He felt his soul tremble. He stumbled back and spit out some blood. He had absorbed Qin Xiu's soul and flesh. He had taken his power for himself. The flesh power was easier to combine with, but the soul power had not been obtained completely just yet. That palm was a pure soul attack. It made Human King's soul shake. The soul that had almost finished combining was nearly shattered. The voice of an angry child sounded. Don't you dare bully little Gold and my mom. Human King saw who had hit him, and it gave him a shock. It was Han Sen and Ji Yanran's daughter. Han Linger's body was like a holy light. She was like a holy god spirit. One could not distinguish the presence of any actual flesh. Why would Han Sen have a god spirit daughter? Is this Han Linger the same as Han Bauer? Are they from elsewhere? Human King wondered. With Human King's power, even if the 12 Annihilation class main gods were to come to challenge him, there was a very high possibility that they would not be able to move freely in his presence. Han Linger did not seem to be affected by his power in the least. She stood where she was with her eyes wide open. She madly stared at Human King. Han Sen's daughters are indeed all special. Human King looked at Linger. The power in her body shifted from flesh power to a god spirit power. It was a pretty strange spectacle. It was the sort of power that typically belonged to a reboot Bloodpulse god spirit. Although Human King did not combine the 2 powers into one yet, using both powers was not too difficult. There was a spirit power all over his hand. His hand took on the form of a spirit. He reached out to latch onto Han Linger, but she jumped. She avoided Human King's hands. She was in the air. Her feet kicked toward Human King's head. She shouted, because you bullied little Gold, I will stomp you to death. Human King's movements were faster than Han Linger's. His spirit hand moved to grab Han Linger's ankle. He grabbed her ankle and pulled her down. He held on to Han Linger. Little kids that keep on fighting are not at all cute. Plus, women should be gentle. That is far more likable. Human King used God spirit powers to trap Han Linger in place. Han Linger was no longer able to move. Let me go. You are a bad man. Han Linger was scared, and she started to scream. She had not practiced much. She only had Han Sen's genes. She could not really beat Human King. If Human King was not prepared, her spirit power would not have damaged Human King. If you keep screaming, I will lock you inside a coffin. You will be trapped in there for 1 billion years. Human King could not do anything to Han Linger. His power was sufficient to trap Han Linger, but he could not make Han Linger stop moving and talking. Seeing Han Linger continue to kick and scream, Human King reached out his hand with a desire to shut down Han Linger's will. Suddenly, he heard another shout. Let go of my sister. A man was there. He was wreathed in white flames as he approached. It was like he was carrying a mountain on his shoulders as his legs trembled in his slow walk forward. Upon seeing that person, Human King was given a fright. Han Sen's son, Han Little Flower. What is wrong with this guy's children? Under my rules, they are still able to walk around Space Garden. Are they really Han Sen's real daughter and son? Little Flower gasped as he approached. His eyes looked as if they were on fire. He stared at Human King and shouted, Let go of my sister. Did you not hear me? Human King did not want to waste any more time than he had to. For watching what was inside the golden door, his Geno prototype armor had been badly damaged. It would take a long time to fix. That made his combination time need to wait even longer. Human King waved his hand. It had the power to unleash and strike Little Flower. Little Flower's body was like a mountain. He was blasted away to break the buildings around. Before Human King went to capture Ji Yanran, Little Flower came out of the ruins. He walked out again. Human King could see Little Flower's clothes had been torn. The power on his chest was broken, but when he came back, his wounds had already healed. Aside from the broken clothes, one could not see the wounds on his chest anymore. I did not want to kill you. If you really want to die, then do not take it out on me for doing what I have been tasked to do. Human King walked to Little Flower as he spoke. From what Human King could see, Han Little Flower was weaker than Han Linger. She was free from his rule power, and Han Little Flower had to walk against his rule power. That was the difference between their levels. You touched my little sister. Do you know what that makes you? It makes you my enemy. You are now an enemy of me, Han Little Flower. Plus, I have no relations with you. Han Little Flower gnashed his teeth. He walked forward. Beneath the heavy pressure put upon him, his body was still able to remain upright. The white fire on his body was burning harder. Fine. 2 is enough for me. We do not need another. Human King waved his fist. This time, Human King wanted to kill. Earlier, he just wanted to subdue him and get him to back off. He had not wanted to kill him. Pang! That punch had a power that could destroy the sky and the ground. Little Flower crossed his arms to deflect the punch, but his body looked as if it had just been hit by a scary power. A deep trench was cleaved through the ground, cutting all the buildings in half. He was batted back all the way back into a forest. It was like even the forest had been cut open. Big brother! Han Linger was in a hurry to me. She was furious, so she struggled wildly in Human King's arms. She wanted to bite Human King a little. Human King got fed up and annoyed with her. He used his hand and placed it against Han Linger's head. He sealed her 7 senses. She could no longer scream or move. He wanted to go back for Ji Yanran, but his heart suddenly jumped. He looked over in a certain direction. He peered into a forest. A scary white flame appeared. It was like a volcanic eruption that fired up into the air to break the sky. Human King's rule power did not work where the white flame had come from. The substances that were frozen were now starting to move again. Seeing Little Flower manage to emerge from the forest, it seemed as if this time, Little Flower was looking a little different. Little Flower had inherited the Super King spirit body from Han Sen, but that did not mean he would only have the king's spirit body. Little Flower had learned Sacred Leader's holy body power, and he had also been through the sanctuaries. He had managed to level up his super gene. Because Hansen's genes were too strong for him, he had never been able to his super spirit god body. But his power and personality were hot forces that swirled inside him. He had been waiting for a chance for his genes to break through. "Get your stinking hands off her, you damn dirty man. Let my sister go." Little Flower emerged from the forest. He was not like Hansen or Hanlinger. He had evolved to obtain a spirit body. The white flame on his body became a holy shadow. It was like a holy angel that had provided shelter to his body. The feelings that were so heavy like a mountain were now gone from Little Flower's body. What replaced it was a powerful sort of holiness. What is up with this family? Is Hansen's family not even a human family that hails from the sanctuaries? Human King looked at Little Flower. It really did make him wonder. Human King believed his evolution path was the correct way forward. He had used the Blood Pulse Sutra to refine and perfect every generation. He had completely erased the crystallizer lineage within him, which was something inside the genes of humans that hailed from the sanctuaries. He had refined World King gods and Qin Shou's blood to have the body he possessed now. From what he could best tell, the crystallizer's blood was cheap and useless. If Hansen was a human from the sanctuaries, he would have the blood of a crystallizer. So, how could he have so many powerful children? Human King thought, it does not matter how great Hansen's genes are. He cannot compete with the most powerful gene in the universe. Only I can take that step. The way he looked at Little Flower was more polite. He smiled and said, "Actually, to be serious about all of this, you guys and your father, Hansen, are actually descendants of mine. You are a part of my bloodline. In some way, you guys are my heirs. We are family, no matter which way you look at it. Bauer is not your father's real daughter. She does not have human genes inside her. She is not related to you guys. Why are you killing each other on behalf of an outsider? Just hand Bauer over, and I will refrain from hurting you guys. After all, I am your ancestor." Little Flower did not move an inch. The holy power around him became stronger and stronger. The area that was covered by his power was completely purified. The glow was able to recover the rules of all the substances. The broken buildings and plants were even recovering. The broken building was like new once more. The snapped trees healed. It was like everything was coming back to life. Human King, I do not care if you are an ancestor mine. Regardless of what you think, Bauer is my big sister. Her having my blood in her veins means diddly squat to me. She is my big sister either way. Little Flower walked toward Human King and proceeded to say, even if she was not my sister, I would not allow her beautiful smile to be taken away by a wretched man like you. By the way, let me say this again, get your dirty hands off her. After that, Little Flower threw a punch toward Human King. A scary, whole power gathered up on the fist and became extremely bright. In that case, I have no choice. You guys have my blood. I was going to give you guys a chance, but it looks like you guys do not cherish my generosity. Human King's hands grabbed Hanlinger. Another hand clutched a fist. He punched toward Little Flower's fist. So, I will now show you the meaning of real power. The black crystal armor had been burned by the golden door's gold light, but the power that was released was still incredible. The Geno prototype armor's power had all the miraculous facets of life's genes. Having the Geno prototype armor meant one could use all sorts of life powers. It could make all the life genes evolve, so they could also destroy and break all the genes. Human King's punch had the Geno prototype armor's power. Under the black fist, everything was dissolved and broken. Even the soul ended up becoming the most primitive of substances. Two fists were now set to collide in a cosmic display of force and power. One of them was black like demonic coal, whereas the other was sparkling white with a holy incandescence. There were two fists. They were on a crash course with each other, and crash into each other they surely did. But this dizzying display did not create a spellbinding spectacle to respect and admire in all awe. The scene that was created by these two fists going against each other was actually rather weird. Wherever the black light was, it dissolved and broke. Wherever the white light was, the dissolved substances were reborn. Two fists of opposing light struck each other, but there was no explosion. The scene that was created was even scarier than an explosion. Human King's face changed. He had consumed Qinshou's body and soul. Although he had not finished combining, he was already invincible. Even Crepe Myrtle, the leader of the universe, was not stronger than him. Amidst the two black and white colliding punches, Little Flower's white fist and light were able to suppress the black fist light. Inch by inch, it went toward Human King. The white light area became bigger and bigger while the black light's area became smaller and smaller. Human King's eyes shook. He could not believe Little Flower's power had reached such a level. Impossible. He is just a mixed air of some crystallizer. How could he have possibly managed to walk that step? Upon seeing the suppressing white light inside the white light, it was like a new world. Human King's heart was wrought with confusion. He could not grasp an answer. Pang! Human King's body was shaken back as he was thrown away. Little Flower's advance still went on. Human King was shocked. The black crystal armor on his hand was a spirit. The black fist changed. It became a black and gray light. The black and gray light beam could cut through anything. It cut open Little Flower's white fist of light. It flashed past the zone of white light. Little Flower was burning with white light. The black light cut it open, and the body was cut in half. You are strong, but no matter how strong you are just my heir. When Human King saw the body get cut in half, Little Flower's body was falling in two different ways. Ji Yanran was watching. She could not speak. When she saw it, she almost fainted and collapsed. In the next second, she saw Little Flower's body, which had been cut in half, get pulled back together by some strange power. It was recomposed into one being like he had never been hurt in the first place. Little Flower moved his limbs. He calmly looked at Human King and said, "Let's not say I do not know if you are the real human alpha, but even if you are, according to the universe's evolution rules, the new generations are always stronger than the last. You should have been kicked away by now." Human King frowned. He could not completely combine with the Geno prototype armor and reboot class power, but the damage earlier was the very first combination. Even Crepe Myrtle wouldn't use a god body to attack. If the god body was damaged, it would be hard to recover. Little Flower's body had been cut open by his universe powers, yet he could still heal. That surprised Human King a fair bit. "Your family has never failed to surprise me," Human King said to Little Flower as he looked at him. He still had a bit of a murderous look in his eyes. "If you guys hand over Bower now, I will pretend none of this ever happened. Then, I can make you a student of Blood Legion. In the future, you might be able to become Blood Legion's leader." He thought Bower was the one he needed to get rid of, but he now knew that in the Hansen family, Bower was not the only one who posed a threat to him. Little Flower's power was good enough to go against half the elites of the universe and make them all tremble. It does not matter if you are Blood Legion or not. I am not interested. I will tell you one more time, let go of my sister. Little Flower's fist blazed with a white flame once more. "I gave you a chance," Human King said. The black crystal armor around his hand turned into a spirit again. He threw a punch toward Little Flower. Little Flower's chest was punctured by the fist, but he immediately recovered. His steps to go to Human King did not stop. Human King frowned. He punched Little Flower without stopping. No matter how Little Flower was injured, he recovered. Human King's universe powers could not destroy Little Flower's body. What kind of power is this? Human King's eyes looked like blades. He stared at Little Flower, who was now looking like an angel. He clearly saw that the light shadow power could affect Little Flower's body, but the universe's power cut the angel light. It did not hurt the light though. It was like the light did not even exist. It looked incredibly weird. With Human King's power, even if the light shadow was a god spirit, his universe powers should have been able to destroy it. It was like his power could affect the super god spirit mode of Han Linger. But Little Flower's angel light was not affected by him. Human King could not understand what that light shadow was. Seeing Little Flower was already in front of him, the punch was now coming toward his face. Human King moved his eyes. His other hand lifted up Han Linger's body to put her before Little Flower's fist. Human King only wanted to stop Little Flower. He really did not plan on using Han Linger as a meat shield to block Little Flower's fist. Who would have known Little Flower's fist was not going to stop at all? It hit Han Linger's belly. Han Linger's belly glowed with white light. Little Flower's body had the shadow of an angel. With that punch, it went right through Han Linger's body. Pang! Human King grabbed Han Linger's hand. He was blasted away by huge power, and it made him stumble back a little. I forgot to tell you that my super god spirit body's name is called Holy Spirit Protect. Just like my faith, it exists to protect others. Little Flower pulled back his fist. He looked at Han Linger. Han Linger's spirit body had become a super god spirit body. After combining with the Holy Spirit, she immediately grew up. From a little girl, she became an adult woman. The back of her wings spread gloriously. Her white, long hair was like a waterfall of spirit light that was cascading and imbuing its glow on everything. She looked very holy. How dare you bully my big brother, Little Flower? I will kill you for this. Han Linger's body had become bigger, but her thoughts never changed. She was still the Han Linger of the past. Little Flower's Holy Spirit Protect was only for protection. It would not change the behavior of the person who was being protected. It would only bolster the resolve of their faith and their mind. It did not matter if the person being protected had a mind that was good or bad. They would be protected either way. That was because love could exist regardless of whether or not a person was good or evil. Human King looked at the very angry Han Linger. He wished to say something, but a spirit light flashed. Han Linger was already in front of him, and her fist was already put to his jaw. Boom! Human King's body was like a rocket flying away. He coughed up a lot of blood, and his soul was well shaken. He was going to be a very broken man. How is that possible? Human King shot through space. His pupils minimized as much as they could. He could not believe Han Linger was so fast that his own body could not react to her assault. Human King's rule powers covered Space Garden, but Han Linger's punch broke it. The people who were previously frozen in space, including those from the God Chaos Party and Space Garden factions, were set free. After they were set free, they merely stared into space with a petrified look. They saw Han Linger, who was like a holy spirit, move to madly beat up Human King. Because Han Linger was so young, she had never practiced with Geno arts before. Usually, the best she would do was learn a few leg and fist fighting skills. Now, as Han Linger went crazy, she was mainly using her fists and her legs to pummel her foe. Her skills were basic. They could not be any more basic. She would unleash a straight punch, a hook punch, and a side punch, the most basic of basic. Her leg skills were so basic that a 3-year-old could learn them. But that kind of simple punching and leg skills were beating up Human King in space, strike after strike, all without reprieve. Human King's head and body were being punched by Han Linger's fists and leg. Human King was like a Matryoshka doll swinging around in space. His pretty face was beaten and gnarled to the point he looked like a pig. His eyes, nose, and mouth were all oozing blood. Catcha! The black crystal armor, which was already burned, had a big chunk fall off due to the sheer force of Han Linger's punch. Everyone was shocked. This was human king they were witnessing. He was an invincible existence that commanded the 33 skies. It only took one of his punches to destroy the world. He was the type of existence that could make the Geno Hall leader not want to tango with him. No one could believe human king was being brutally pummeled by Hanlinger in such a fashion. This is our new leader. Ichi was looking at human king being beat like so, but he failed to believe his eyes. Oh my god! Is that really little Linger? Tang Jinliu was so shocked that he screamed. What little Linger? That is my goddess, okay? Space Garden was very happy about this development. Human king was very shocked and angry about what was happening. He tried to use many different Geno arts. It did not matter if it was a time and space Geno art because, before Hanlinger, no type of Geno art seemed to work. The pure and holy power she wielded seemed to erase everything in its path. To say it straight, she was simply violent. Her pure power crushed everything. Even reboot-class Geno arts were pointless before someone like Hanlinger. Human king had put half a step forward to reach universe class. He had some universal power, but it was still being beaten by Hanlinger's fists and legs. It was like it was not the most powerful universe power after all. And all he had been using was just glass. The power unleashed shocked his soul. If it was not for his soul being powerful, the souls of ordinary creatures would break after one measly punch. Impossible. Impossible, human king could not accept the result. He had been brooding for more than a few years. He had put a lot of effort into cultivating a pure blood pulse for every generation so that his body could be purified. He had managed to eliminate every bad crystallizer gene in his body. All he had left was World King God's and Qin Xiu's powerful genes. He was supposed to have become the most powerful existence in all the world. Now, he had rudely found out the two mixed kids, whom he believed had bad genes, could cooperate to release a power that well and truly shocked him. He could not accept any of this. That failure was harder to accept than being beaten. The mixed kids he thought had bad genes were frighteningly strong. All of his years of practice had been rendered pointless. It was all for nothing. All of his sacrifices for Blood Legion had been in vain. No. My path is the correct one. My genes are the strongest ones. I just need to take that step. If I walk that step, I will be stronger than her. Human King's eyes looked purple. He was holding his body, which was being beaten by Hanlinger. He changed positions. Hanlinger's body was very strong, but she was only just a child. Her mind was not like Human King. Human King's chest received a punch. It sounded as if something had broken. A bloody hole manifested inside his chest. His strong body could not withstand Hanlinger's fist. The chest and heart inside were exposed. It was all bloody. When Hanlinger saw it, she was given a shock. She was just a child, and she had never hurt anyone else before. At that moment, Human King's body vanished. Oh, no! Little Flower reacted first. He raced to Ji Yanran, but his Holy Spirit body had been combined with Hanlinger. It was too late for him to go back. He was weak. Before he could even reach Ji Yanran, Human King was behind Ji Yanran. He grabbed Ji Yanran's neck while the other hand punched Little Flower away. Asshole! Let go of my mother! Hanlinger was furious. She flashed before Human King with a desire to destroy his face. Human King lifted Ji Yanran. He blocked before Hanlinger could pull her fist back. Human King swung another hand, making a gray and black universe power blow up Hanlinger. It blasted Hanlinger's body away. Obscene! You are shameless, Tang Jinliu and all the others were shocked and angry. Even the many scary creatures of God Chaos Party looked poorly on this. They had done this before, but he was the God Chaos Party leader. To see him do this in front of everyone else in the world looked ugly.